Well, isn't this Shou Nanzi? Changyi raised his eyebrows, looked at the owner of the racetrack, nodded slightly, the cigar at the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he looked at Yi Yang with his eyes drooping. What's your background, kid? Tell me about your background. What school are you from? Where are you from? Why are you pretending to be so cool? Wang Xiaozong didn't like Changyi's tone, frowned, and shouted, "You are so close to my brother Yi. Are you worthy? Boy, you are so aggressive." Changyi frowned and looked at Wang Xiaozong. "Where are you from? You don't even know me?" Wang Xiaozong raised his eyebrows. "Where are you from?" Huh? Changyi frowned. "Except for the female star, I really don't know anyone." "Why, tell me about your family?" "Ahem, Changyi. He seems to be Wang Xiaozong." The younger brother beside Changyi reminded. Changyi frowned. "Wang Xiaozong? Who is that?" "It's the eldest son of Wang Xilin, the richest man in China." Several younger brothers reminded him again. Ah. Changyi immediately felt something was wrong. The son of the richest man? He still needs to be kidnapped. For ransom? The richest man is having such a hard time now? Maybe it's true. I was wondering why. Our underworld has been having a hard time in recent years. It seems that the whole industry is involuntarily rolling up its sleeves, and we are not the only one. Suddenly I felt mentally balanced. A group of fierce thugs immediately discussed with each other, and it seemed that they all felt the same way. "Shut up. Look at you. Do you have the nerve to say that you are my subordinates?" Changyi shook his fur coat and shouted angrily. The thugs finally quieted down. Ahem. Mr. Chang turned around and frowned. "I don't care whose son you are. I am the leader of Hainan. Whoever comes here, you have to give me some face. Don't let me say it a second time. Hand him over." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "Hand him over? Okay, did you bring the 3 billion bet? Damn, you dare to ask me for money." Mr. Chang laughed angrily. "You are tired of living, right? You come to show off when you have no money." Yi Yang's face turned cold. "Get lost." Everyone present was dumbfounded. The owner of the racing track also came over and whispered to Yi Yang, "I say, Mr. Yi, this Mr. Chang is indeed a local snake in Hainan. He has stained his hands with countless blood in the past few years. Recently, he has restrained himself a lot because of the policy, but he is still a ruthless man. You offend him so much, maybe there will be danger. He is the one who is in danger." Yi Yang shrugged and raised his eyebrows indifferently. "What did you say?" Changyi shouted in disbelief. "I won't say the same thing for the second time." Yi Yang's eyes were cold and sharp. "What local snake, to put it bluntly, is a big gangster. In terms of black, he can fight 100 people alone. If he is lazy and doesn't want to do it, a phone call will instantly bring hurricane security to the scene, and Chang, you will instantly become a weak nephew. In terms of white, whether it is Jincheng law firm or the original influence of Zijia in Hainan, it is enough to easily crush the other party. He can't find a reason to indulge the other party's arrogance, right? Damn it. I haven't seen blood on my hands for several years. The young people now don't know what I do, right?" Changyi was so angry that his hair and beard stood up. And he was about to wave his hand to order to grab people. A car drove into the racetrack. A figure got off the car leisurely. When he saw this scene, he still had a smile on his face and thought he had done a good thing. But when he saw who the person surrounded in the middle was, his eyes were straight in an instant. Fuck. No way. He rubbed his eyes hard. Fuck. It's true. This time, his carefree spirit had long been thrown out of the sky. He ran up and hugged Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. No. No. Mr. Chong was confused and looked carefully at the person hugging him. Isn't this his employer? What's wrong with you? Brother Chong, you have worked hard this time, please go back. Huang Hexing said hurriedly with cold sweat. Are you kidding? Mr. Chong scolded. No, there may be some misunderstandings between me and them, please go home. First. Huang Hexing begged repeatedly. Who do you think we are? Chong Yi laughed. This kid's arrogant attitude has already provoked me. Even if you don't ask me to do the job, I will teach this kid a lesson today. Huang Hexing repeatedly blocked in front. No. You must not. If you want to hurt Mr. Yi, you must step over me first. Except for Yi Yang, everyone present was stunned. What the hell is this? Uncle. What are you talking about? Huang Yu was anxious. It was not easy to see someone coming to save him. Why did the uncle protect Yi Yang? It's strange, this is the first time I have seen an employer who hired gangsters to protect the target he wanted to solve in front of the gangsters. Chong Yi felt that his three views had collapsed. For the first time, he felt that the work experience accumulated over the years was not enough. I'm really surprised. What kind of operation is this? Several younger brothers also muttered. Did you take the wrong medicine? Yi Yang looked at Huang Hexing with interest. He felt familiar with Huang Yu's name when he first heard it. After all, there shouldn't be many Huang groups in China with a market value of 100 billion yuan. Unexpectedly, the enemy met on a narrow road. When he saw it at this time, it was really him. Huang Hexing also had a hard time. If he was really a kidnapper, it would be better. He could solve the problem by robbing the gangsters. But the one who provoked him was Yi Yang. A terrifying existence that almost covered the sky. With one hand in the magic city. A big man who eats both black and white. Mr. Chung came to save his nephew. With a casual check, Yi Yang could find out that Mr. Chung was hired by the Huang group. With the other party's revengeful character, I'm afraid that in a rage, not only Mr. Chung will die, I'm afraid that the Huang group will also be finished. Today, I will not let Mr. Chung attack Yi Yang even if I die. Otherwise, the consequences, just thinking about it, he was terrified. Don't you plan to give an explanation? Mr. Chung raised his eyebrows and sneered. Mr. Chung. I didn't know that it was Mr. Yi who kidnapped my nephew. If I knew, I wouldn't have come to you. Huang Hexing said with a smile. What? Do you look down on me and think I can't deal with him? Mr. Chung was angry and cursed directly. Well. Huang Hexing nodded honestly. Mr. Chung was completely angry. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. In China, there is still a kid in his 20s that I can't afford to offend. First update. Even Mr. Qian of Moduten wants to address this person as Mr. Yi, and I don't dare to offend him in the slightest. Huang Hexing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master Chong, I know your influence in this area, but I still advise you to do your best and take care of yourself. Master Chong was stunned. Although these words were against him, the meaning behind them really shocked him. Mr. Qian of Moduten can be regarded as one of the most powerful people in China. Back then, there were 4th Master Zhao from the northeast, Master Qian from Modutan, gang leader Wolf Wei from the northwest, and Master Zhen from Nanling. Also known as the 4 evils of China. These 4 are the highest on the path in terms of seniority and influence. When these 4 people were making great changes in the world, Xie Guangcheng was still an unknown gangster. Although recent policy changes have severely cracked down on evil forces, these once most powerful road bosses have gradually retreated into the background. However, as long as they were on the street, they would keep secrets of these 4 people and be in awe. No one dares to deny face to anyone who mentions the names of these 4 people. According to what Huang Hexing said, this young man in his 20s was actually a big shot that even Master Qian in the capital city couldn't afford to offend? How can this be? The fierceness that was originally so arrogant and ready to say harsh things suddenly became much less intense. You sure? Master Chang and Xie Guangcheng asked with a frown. It's absolutely true. It's not difficult to find out about Master Qian's personal support for Mr. Yi at the cocktail party in Magic City by asking your colleagues in Magic City. Huang Hexing kept talking. Nice. Then you're still looking for me. Do you want to kill me? Xie Guangcheng gritted his teeth, his face turned blue and white, and he was obviously a little scared. However, he had just said harsh words, and now he was intimidated, which made him unable to get off the stage, and all his anger was directed towards Huang Hexing. I didn't know before that it was Mr. Yi that my idiot nephew offended. Huang Hexing was also aggrieved and directed all his anger on his nephew. Damn it, uncle, you. Huang Yu only studies how to act cool every day, but how can he understand this profound conversation? At this time, he listened in confusion, and at the end he was scolded, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. In the end, it was my fault. Master Chang, didn't you just say that this is your territory, and anyone who comes over will have to give you some respect? Yes, boss, you can't be a coward. The younger brothers around him all said indignantly. Malgobi, shut up. Do you want to kill me? Xia Guangcheng alone gave them their favorite big mouth. The younger brothers were immediately stunned, but seeing that the boss, who always liked to show off, was so cowardly, they knew things were really not optimistic, so they wisely chose to keep their mouths shut. This, Mr. Yi. When Xie Guangcheng turned back to look at Yi Yang, the look of resentment on his face had long since turned into a flattering look. The speed of his face change could be called the quintessence of Chinese culture, Sichuan opera face-changing level. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What? Are you going to take action? Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Xie Guangcheng rubbed his hands and said repeatedly, You are a big shot that even Mr. Qian respects. How dare I provoke you? Really? Doesn't anyone from China have to give you 3 points of respect? Huh? Yi Yang sneered and took a step forward. Oh, I was bragging just now. Your Excellency has a lot of. Xie Guangcheng slapped himself in the mouth repeatedly, not daring to be arrogant anymore. Isn't there no 20-year-old boy in China that you can't afford to offend? Yi Yang took a step forward again. Xie Guangcheng slapped himself in the mouth again and again. Look at my foul mouth. Aren't you the one I can't afford to offend? Ah. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Xie Guangcheng knew how to advance and retreat, and could stretch and shrink. He was not hopeless. Ahem, Mr. Yi, please chat with this old man. Huang first, and I will withdraw first. Xie Guangqiang waved his hands repeatedly and wanted to turn around and run away. Leave? I let you go. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. Ahem. Xie Guangqiang came to his senses. In embarrassment, Mr. Yi, do you have any other instructions? Since you are here to ask for someone, why don't you just pay the money? Yi Yang said lightly, ah. Xie Guangqiang had a bitter look on his face. Brother Yi, it's not been easy for us in the underworld these past few years. We haven't opened a business for a long time. It's not easy to take on this job. I didn't make a penny, and I was asked to repay 3 billion. 30 billion, hundreds of millions. We can't get it out even if we kill him. Stop crying with me about poverty. Yi Yang sneered, I don't have the habit of sympathizing with scum. Xie Guangqiang looks down and out now. He did a lot of harm to people in his early years. This kind of scum cannot be squeezed out too much. Are you really kidding? Xie Guangqiang's face suddenly turned ugly. Even Mr. Qian of the Magic City has been reduced to only a little over 20 billion in his books in recent years. Although Emperor Tiangao had made a lot of money in his early years, they were still far behind in terms of size. Compared to super bosses like Master Qian, the total book value is only a few billion. You think I'm kidding? A cold smile appeared on Yi Yang's face. Xie Guangqiang's hands were trembling. Don't say anything else. If he didn't listen to the other party, with Master Qian's influence in the Tao, he could be killed from 8,000 miles away. I'll give it to you. Xie Guangqiang made up his mind and looked at Huang Hexing fiercely. No matter what, he had to collect the 3 billion first, and then ask the Huang group for it later. He didn't dare to offend Yi Yang, but he was not afraid of the Huang group. If he didn't help him make up for the loss, he would sink the bodies of the two uncles and nephews of the Huang group on the island. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Go away, don't play tricks with me, otherwise. Don't dare. Dare. Xie Guangqiang glared at Huang Hexing with murderous eyes again, and then he took people to the car in embarrassment and ran away in a hurry. Ahem, the ransom has been paid, this person. Huang Hexing rubbed his hands. He was scared by Yi Yang's identity last time, and he didn't dare to disobey this time. That's their ransom. Since your Huang family has also sent people, pay what the Huang family should have paid. Yi Yang said lightly. Ah. Huang Hexing was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi, that was not. Whoever wants to take him away has to pay 3 billion. You and he both want to take him away, so you have to pay 3 billion twice. Is there any problem? Yi Yang frowned and asked. No, can you still play it like this? Huang Hexing actually felt speechless. But he knew in his heart that this was just an excuse for the other party to vent their anger on their Huang group. If they didn't pay more than 3 billion, I'm afraid that the future losses of the Huang group would be far more than this number. Second update. China, okay, I'll do it. Huang Hexing gritted his teeth and took out his phone to prepare to mobilize funds. Yi Yang said calmly, in addition, these 3 billion were lost to us in a bet by your nephew. Ah. Huang Hexing was stunned, and then he suddenly thought, I asked Mr. Yi, how can a high-ranking and upright person like you do such a thing as kidnapping? It turns out that my idiot nephew is ignorant. He walked up to Huang Yu angrily. Explain everything to me. When things got to this point, even if Huang Yu wanted to hide it, he couldn't, so he had to lower his head and tell everything obediently. The more he listened, the darker Huang Hexing's face turned. I told you to restrain yourself outside, but you just didn't listen. He was so angry that he slapped him in the face. Unable to understand his hatred, he kicked him a few times. Let your father take care of you when you get back. Huang Yu gritted his teeth. Is this Jiangjing really so powerful? Our Huang group is not made up of mud. Uncle, how can you be so? Boom. He responded with an uppercut from Huang Hexing. Because Huang Yu was talking, he almost bit off his tongue. Hiss. Ah. Huang Yu bit his tongue, blood flowed out, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak for a while. Finally, shut up. Huang Hexing let out a long breath. He knew very well that he must not let this idiot nephew say another word. If you don't say a word, maybe another 3 billion will be lost. After that, he called his third brother. What? 3 billion? Let me tell you, brother, if you didn't pat your chest and promise not to spend a penny just now, you would have to return my son with both hands. Are you even going to compensate us in return? Huang Heping was stunned. When Huang Shaoxin was rescued before, the Huang group was already hemorrhaging money. Now it has not recovered yet and it wants to take another 3 billion? Even if they have a market value of 100 billion, that's just the market value. If they actually take out 3 billion in cash directly, they will die. Cough cough cough. Huang Hexing almost spat out a mouthful of blood in depression. He had indeed been so boastful at home before. That's because things have changed. Has the situation changed? Huang Heping asked repeatedly, what's going on? Huang Hexing told Huang Yu about the bets he made in succession. Big idiot. Huang Heping cursed angrily. Huang Hexing was confused. Ah, brother, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about my son, the idiot. Huang Heping explained repeatedly. I don't know what evil our Huang group has done. We have offended Mr. Yi one after another. After Huang, he calmed down for a while, he sighed. Yi Yang's background was checked last time by the Huang group. If there was a chance of resistance, they would not let the group pay such a terrifying amount of compensation. But just the little information that the Huang group found out scared them so much that they didn't dare to make any move. This Mr. Yi has a ridiculously high status. When the other party was provoked, it was a sign of mercy that they did not put out the fire of the Huang group directly. Compensation? Then we can only compensate. What a sin. How come there are so many evil obstacles? He didn't dare to blame Yi Yang, so all his anger was naturally directed at his son. What's wrong with that? You have to imitate others and show off. It's okay to show off. He doesn't even have eyes yet. He actually got into trouble with Mr. Yi. He had thoughts of hanging Huang Yu up and beating him to death, but Huang Heping finally understood that he had to find a way to calm down Yi Yang's anger. First, after sobering up, he said, brother, I will ask the finance department to raise money immediately. Call us, no matter what, we can't make Mr. Yi dissatisfied with us. You don't have to say that. Huang Hexing angrily turned off his cell phone. Last time something happened to his daughter, many people in the family left him alone. Now that the third brother's son has also caused huge losses to the group, he has to find an opportunity to Let the third brother feel the feeling of being criticized. Mr. Yi, the money will arrive soon. Huang Hexing kept talking. Yi Yang nodded with slight satisfaction. Then I can finally leave. Huang Yu stood up excitedly. Hey! Why are you so anxious? You have only fulfilled half of your bet. Wang Xiaozong sneered and pushed Huang. You back, what are you looking at? Lie down on the ground and learn how to bark like a dog. You. Huang Yu was so angry that he stared angrily. Leave a little bit of caution in your life so that we can meet each other easily in the future. I advise you not to. Snapped. Before Wang Xiaozong could reply, Huang Hexing kicked him first. Uncle. Huang Yu was kicked in the crook of his leg. His knees softened. And he knelt on the ground. If you brag about your awesomeness, just settle it yourself. Don't think that if you get into any trouble, your family will settle it for you. Remember to restrain yourself when you go out this time. Damn it. Huang Hexing said coldly. Huang Yu looked at the cold air in his uncle's eyes and knew that he couldn't escape today, so he had to turn around and lie down on the ground, facing Yi Yang and Mo Jingjing. They started barking like a dog. Woof woof woof. Tan Mingqian showed a trace of disgust in her eyes, and she probably didn't want to see this so-called old classmate again. Alas. Mo Jingjing's eyes flashed with sympathy, but she thought that Huang Yu had proposed the bet himself, and he was so annoying and aggressive. It was purely his own fault. Thinking of this, the sympathy in her eyes disappeared. Huang Yu was in great pain, secretly thinking that he shouldn't have pretended to be so arrogant before. I will never be ashamed to appear in front of my former goddess again. Enough, aren't you tired of being a dog? After barking dozens of times, Yi Yang frowned and kicked her. Remember the content of your bet. From now on, if you harass Xingxing again, I will kick you into a broken-back dog. Huang Yu was kicked hard by this kick. After barely listening to this sentence, he fainted and lost consciousness. Ahem, Mr. Yi, now we can go. Huang Hexing rubbed his hands and came up. He even felt that he was quite lucky. After all, although Mr. Yi was cruel, he was very principled. As long as he followed his rules, he would never cause trouble in the future. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Remember, 3 times is the limit. If the Huang group dares to do it again, there will be no place for the Huang group in China. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Hexing nodded repeatedly and swore in his heart that when he returned, everyone in the Huang group, from the 99 to the youngest, must remember Mr. Ye's glorious and handsome image. First update. Call. Huang Hexing helped Huang Yu, who was unconscious, and left the racing track in embarrassment. It is foreseeable that in the near future, all employees and family members of the entire Huang group will remember Yi Yang's appearance more clearly than their own father. Oh my God! What kind of super distinguished guest did I receive? The owner of the Speedway was standing by as a crowd during the whole thing, but the meal was so big that everyone's mouths were so full that they couldn't close their mouths. Originally, he thought that Wang Xiaozong was the young master of Yida and should be considered the strongest among the group of people. As a result, Mr. Yi seemed to be somehow better than Wang Xiaozong. Even if Wang Silin comes in person, he may not be able to scare Huang Hexing of the 100 billion group into this. The hidden god of racing? The leader of the underworld? Business tycoon. Mystical and extraordinary status. The labels emerged one after another, making his hands and feet numb. Several coaches on the side were not repaired. At this time, Xie Guangqiang and the people from the Huang group had left, and they relaxed and enjoyed themselves. What a shame! Not only does this Yishan have incredible driving skills, he also looks like he has an awesome identity. Awesome, really strong. Eternal God. Coach Lao Wang, who had thought Yi Yang was not good enough before, now became so excited that he became a professional Yi Chue. I finally don't have to worry about this greasy guy appearing in my life anymore. Mo Jingjing sighed. Huang Yu is still very sticky. Mo Dongshan was guarding him in the capital, and Huang Yu had been rejected by Mo Dongshan. So he knew enough not to pursue Mo Jingjing in the capital. But once there is a good opportunity like Mo Jingjing leaving the capital, he will go directly to it like this time. But after this time, I'm afraid he will never dare to harass Mo Jingjing again. Come on, Jingjing is in a good mood today, let's have a good meal. Yi Yang waved his hand and smiled. Obviously, boss, you want to eat it yourself. You complained. Silently. Yi Yang is a foodie. She knows it very well and can find any reason to eat a super luxurious meal. Yi Yang shrugged, not caring, and laughed. Life is about food and sex. The old sage Mencius summed it up more than 2,000 years ago. Food and beauty are human nature. After you become successful and famous, if you don't eat all the delicacies in the world and see all the beauties in the world, it's hard to call yourself a cool life. Master, what should we eat? Mo Jingjing asked again and again. There seems to be a lot of precious ingredients in that royal fresh food that we haven't eaten, right? Yi Yang came up with the idea of royal fresh again. Although the three beautiful chef sisters have been acquired by themselves, they will not have to worry about how to cook seafood in the future. But the best ingredients are hard to find. Royal fresh is more popular. It is rare to be able to get this kind of top-notch ingredients from all over the world. Let's go, royal freshman, let's go. Yi Yang waved. Royal fresh? Mo Jingjing was a little confused. This was the first time she heard about it. But Tan Mingqian was different. She was also very surprised at this time. It was the most expensive restaurant in Hainan. A top-notch meal can easily cost hundreds to tens of millions. Haha, brother Yi, I'll treat you this time. Wang Xiaocong said repeatedly. Come on, you're too poor to afford a treat, so you'd better just eat with me. Yi Yang shrugged and said disdainfully. Wang Xiaocong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If someone else said this, he would have to argue with them. After all, he was the son of the richest man in China. But it was Yi Yang who said this. He had no temper at all and could only silently acquiesce. The female internet celebrity you brought back last night, it seems to be the one named Jingma, how is it going? Yi Yang suddenly remembered and couldn't help but ask. He's already at home. Plate. Wang Xiaocong shrugged, although she is weak, her skills are amazing. So fast. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This Wang Xiaocong is truly a professional internet celebrity hunter. Eating meat and drinking wine is boring without the company of beautiful women. Yi Yang waved his hand. You can also find some girls to come. It's crowded and lively. You can also go to the beach to hang out after eating. Haha, I understand everything. Wang Xiaocong saluted directly, and there was never too much beach bikini. After dinner, just in time for the sun to set on the beach, it's a good time to have some romance. Mr. Yi, your car has not been fully maintained. Several coaches reminded him repeatedly. Is that so? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said silently to Yu, then let the car show bring my Aston Martin 187 over. Good. Umo nodded repeatedly. Oh my God. Is this a majestic car? Koenigsegg 11 has more than 100 million, and here comes a big luxury car worth about 60 million. Several coaches called him a good guy. Yi Yang obviously just came to Hainan for tourism. The two large luxury cars on display are so impressive. How spectacular will the luxury cars in Shanghai be? Thinking like this, several coaches are very greedy. After all, for those in the racing industry, luxury cars have a fatal attraction. Soon, Aston Martin 187 drove over. Yi Yang led his sister and drove towards Royal Fresh. Hiss. These are all luxury cars. I'm so jealous. These luxury cars must be worth 1 or 200 million yuan in total. On the roadside, people who saw Yi Yang's team were envious. Just the 187 at the head, it's a status symbol. It's still a concept car on the market. This Hainan Auto Show is the first time that China has officially released it. He got it just after the auto show. I have to say that the owner is really capable. The knowledgeable person was explaining it while drooling with envy. Zhou Jinan and her three sisters also received the notice and returned to Royal Fresh, where they had just resigned to wait for Yi Yang to come. The boss lady of Royal Fresh also came out to wait with the three sisters. Although there are few chefs who can cook seafood to perfection, with her connections, she can naturally find someone to replace the three sisters very quickly, but they are all rough men, and the gimmick of beautiful sisters is gone. But the reputation of Royal Fresh has been spread, and there is no shortage of top diners. Those who are willing to spend tens of millions on a meal are all the richest gourmets in the world. They will naturally be very happy to meet a top chef. The boss lady of Royal Fresh has long been accustomed to things like Yi Yang hiring the chef in the store. But she is not angry, but feels very happy. It is these actions of the super rich that make Royal Fresh famous. In the world of top rich food, it can be said that she wishes that more top rich people would come to her restaurant for dinner and take the chef away. Second update. I'm coming. Zhou Jinan looked at the fleet of luxury cars roaring in front of him. Hiss. If I remember correctly, he came in a Koenigsegg 11 that day, right? The beautiful boss Chen Qiqian raised her eyebrows. She was indeed a bold and powerful person who directly offered to poach people at a premium of 10 times the salary. It was indeed different. She has a good relationship with several beautiful chefs, and she keeps in touch even after they leave. Knowing that Yi Yang not only owns a lot of luxury cars, but also lacks a place to live, he casually bought the King of Buildings in the Dragon King Palace, the Dragon King Palace, worth 2.5 billion. It can be said that wealth is bottomless, like sea water, immeasurable. In her heart, Yi Yang has been listed as the most senior guest. Otherwise, I wouldn't come out to greet him in person. Over the years, there have been many super big figures who have come to Royal Fresh Food. Many of them are big bosses who are active on the international stage, either openly or covertly, but there are only a handful of them who are qualified for her to go out and greet them in person. She seems to be just a boss lady, but she has also accumulated strong connections internationally over the years, and her status is not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain such sought-after top ingredients from all over the world. Moreover, it also ensures the highest level of freshness. Aston Martin 187 made a beautiful flick and stopped in the parking lot outside the store. In Chen Qiqian's eyes, a super handsome guy walked out of the car. Is this your new boss? He is really handsome. No wonder you are willing to follow him. If I have to follow him, haha. Chen Qiqian nodded slightly. Oh, boss lady, you are really good at crowding out people. Zhou Ziqian and others knew that Chen Qianqian was not blaming them, so they gave Chen Qianqian a good beating. Chen Qiqian frowned and said, how can I become the boss's wife? Haha, the three Zhou Jinan sisters laughed, because, boss lady, you look like a perfect match for the boss. Oh. I'm already old, how can people think highly of me? A hint of charm flashed between Chen Qiqian's eyebrows, enough to make thousands of men fall under her pomegranate skirt. Boss, you are a strong woman. Although you are now 28 or 9, you have never had sex with someone before. Moreover, your skin is as tender as that of a 17-year-old girl, so the boss won't mind. Zhou Jinan chuckled and said, would you like me to help you match them up? Haha, then you can't ask for it? Chen Qiqian didn't know whether she was serious or joking. So happy? What are you talking about? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and walked up. We are discussing the boss's lifelong affairs. The three sisters all laughed. Ahem, I'm still young. Let's talk about such heavy topics as lifelong events in 2 years. Yi Yang waved his hand, he didn't want to get married yet. Oh, the three sisters all pouted, seemingly a little regretful. Who is this? Yi Yang also saw Chen Qianqian. This woman has an extraordinary temperament. She stands there, shining and moving. Domineering yet gentle. It can be said to be the best. I am Chen Qianqian, the proprietress of Royal Fresh. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi. Chen Qianqian stretched out her hand generously and shook Yi Yang's hand in a ceremonial manner. I have to say that Chen Qianqian took good care of her. The feel of this hand is simply wonderful. However, Yi Yang is used to seeing the prosperity of the world. He is no longer the young boy he was before, so he will not be moved by this. Go directly to the top-notch ingredients section. The little lady has bought all the ingredients for today. Chen Qiqian said with a smile. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, are you sure? Just make friends with Mr. Yi. Chen Qiqian pursed her lips and smiled, her expression also full of charm. It's such a good thing, but of course it's disrespectful. Yi Yang laughed and led a group of people directly into the top food area. I want this, and this. Yi Yang lit randomly. Chen Qiqian on the side originally wanted to have a good chat with Yi Yang and take the opportunity to get closer. As a result, as Yi Yang ordered the food, the smile on his face became more and more unbearable, and finally, it froze. You know, the ingredients in the top food section are all obtained by her from all over the world. The auction fee is already very expensive, not to mention transportation fees, channel fees, simulated seawater costs, etc. Yi Yang looked like she was picking cabbage at the vegetable market. Even she couldn't resist it. What's wrong, Boss Chen, are you not feeling well? Yi Yang was thinking about whether to add 2 more big dishes when he realized that the boss lady who had been so proactive just now seemed to have suddenly disappeared. When he turned around, he realized that it was the boss lady whose expression suddenly turned bad. But relatives are coming? Qin Qiqian hissed, her whole body trembled, she didn't know what to say, and she started complaining madly in her heart, you just came to be a relative. Your whole family has relatives here. But he kept a smile on his face. I secretly thought that I had to pretend to be generous just now, because of Mao. The cost of Yi Yang's random order of ingredients alone cost her 30 to 40 million. You know, Royal Fresh's net profit for the whole month is just this. Yi Yang laughed and realized why. He just thought about eating better later, but he didn't think too much. It seems that Boss Chen is distressed. How about I pay for it myself and I'll treat you? Yi Yang said with a smile. After all, he is not particular about details. It's just a small amount of money of 30 or 40 million. Who spends it differently? No, or, Qian will treat you. Qian gritted her teeth and swallowed it. Even with her expression management, she laughed more ugly than crying. However, she had to make it happen even if she knelt down. A big man like Mr. Yi can't be met by spending tens of millions. Others would be eager to have the opportunity to chat with him by spending tens of millions. Qian knew this very well. Warren Buffett's lunch costs 30 or 40 million. Isn't Mr. Ye's meal worth her spending this amount? Thinking of this, she finally fooled herself and smiled brightly. Mr. Yi, please feel free to choose. Qian said she would cover all the expenses today, and she will definitely cover them. Okay. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but look at her with a higher opinion. Although Royal Fresh's profit looks good, 30 or 40 million is not a small amount for a restaurant. After all, this woman can support such a big family business at this age alone. The decisiveness of her willingness to give up is a temperament that most people can't learn in their lifetime. After ordering a few more main dishes, Yi Yang was satisfied. Calculated, it is estimated to be worth about 45 million. First update, thanks to the 99 urging signs of Han Xiaodan. It was the first time for Yi Yang to spend 45 million on a super meal. It could be said to be the most expensive meal he had eaten since he became rich. So he was looking forward to it. Let's go cook the ingredients. Boss and boss lady, you two can chat first. Zhou Jinan poked the two sisters beside him and laughed. Oh. That's right. Boss, you ordered a lot this time. We need to process for a long time, don't worry, you and the boss lady can chat slowly first. Zhou Jiqian laughed. The three sisters pushed and shoved into the kitchen. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Through the chat just now, he also learned that when the three sisters Zhou Jibei worked at Royal Fresh before, they called Qian the boss lady. Now the new and old bosses are present. In order to distinguish, one had to call the boss and the other the boss lady. Although there are some ambiguities, it is better to distinguish them. Wang Xiaozong went out to find an internet celebrity and will be connected in a while. Yu Momo, on the other hand, was curious about how top-notch food is prepared, so he took Mo Xingxing and Tan Mingqian to the kitchen for a tour. Haha, this title is just a casual remark, don't take it seriously. Yi Yang was afraid that Qian would be shy, so he comforted her. As long as Mr. Yi is not shy, Qian will definitely not be shy. Qian smiled. Boss Chen is so generous and has invited so many delicious food. I can't really let you spend too much money. I have to pay for the drinks myself. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, I don't like to take advantage of others for no reason. So, Mr. Yi likes to take advantage of others. For a reason, Chen covered her mouth and chuckled. Ahem. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman was really charming. But since Mr. Yi insists on this request, Chen will certainly satisfy you. Chen said meaningfully. Let's go, I'll take you to our wine cellar. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. If he was in college, he would think that this kind of woman was too dangerous. Getting along with her was like dancing with a snake. But today, the status mentality is completely different. Dancing with a snake is not a bad idea. Royal. Fresh, the deepest wine cellar. Chen can not only get the world's top gourmet ingredients, but also the world's most precious wine. The top wine here can only be tasted in Royal Fresh. Chen took Yi Yang to the high-end wine cabinet. Really? I have drunk a lot of good wines. Are you sure that I haven't tasted the wine here? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Of course, Chen casually pointed to the cabinet next to her. This is Diva Vodka, the Chinese name is Goddess Vodka. One bottle is worth $1 million in order to get this top-grade wine. Chen spent a lot of effort. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the super wine that was priced at 9 million Chinese yuan. It must be said that Chen Chan's collection really made him shine. He had drunk the most expensive Ship of Silence, Guijiafinjiu, and 1986 5-star Matai before, which were only 5 or 6 million per bottle at most. The collection here, just pointing at it, is actually priced at tens of millions. Compared with it, the 1982 Lafite that was widely circulated on the internet has really become 1982 soy sauce. It's really not up to the standard. Diva Vodka, brewed by natural spring water. The reason why it is so expensive is closely related to its brewing process. There are 3 filtrations in the brewing process. The first is ice filtration, the second is Nordic birch charcoal filtration, and the last one is to filter by crushing diamonds and gems into sand. The Goddess Vodka, you see, has a glass cylinder in the middle of the bottle. It is filled with gems and diamonds. This bottle contains red rubies and blue-eyed rubies, so the price at that time was higher than the average price. It was bought for 7.5 million, so it was marked at 9 million. Chen introduced with a smile, and there was a lot of pride in her smile. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Being able to get this kind of wine can indeed be regarded as a capital worth being proud of. You've said so much, it would be a shame not to order this. Yi Yang smiled, 2 bottles. Okay. Chen nodded slightly, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She is indeed a rich man, and she is really generous when buying wine. What is the most amazing collection here? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Now that it has reached this level, it is habitual to ask for the best when going to a place. After all, only in this way can it not be a wasted trip. Boss Yi, follow me. Chen led Yi Yang to the deepest part, and a solemn look appeared on her little face. Click, click. In the deepest part of the wine cellar, there is an exquisite wine box, guarded by multiple mechanisms. The wine box is inlaid with agate and gems, which is full of nobility. After removing the layers of mechanisms, opening the gem code lock, and opening the wine box, a bottle of golden brandy appeared in Yi Yang's eyes. The whole wine bottle is like a golden sun, exuding a heavy and valuable atmosphere. This is the royal wine that has been hidden in the bottom of the box, Henri IV de Dagnon Heritage Cognac. The Chinese name is Henry IV Grand Champagne Cognac. This Henri IV Grand Champagne Cognac has an aging time of up to 100 years. Therefore, this wine is also known as the DNA of cognac. It can be said that Henri IV Grand Champagne Cognac is one of the rarest and most expensive wines on the earth. The bottle is exclusively made by jeweler José Davalos, and the appearance is 24K. Pure gold and platinum. There are 6,500 diamonds inlaid on the outside. It weighs up to 8 kilograms and can hold 1,000 milliliters of brandy. The wine was brewed in 1776 to commemorate King Henry IV. Qin Qianqian said like a treasure. There's always someone better than you. Yi Yang was also a little surprised, looking at the price tag. 18 million. This can be said to be the most expensive wine he has ever seen. You really can keep giving me surprises, Yi Yang said with a smile. It's just SOSO. Qin Qianqian smiled and said, I'm a professional in the world's top catering. How can I do it without a few hidden treasures? That's right. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Then, this bottle of Henry IV Grand Champagne Cognac should also be counted. These 3 bottles of main wine should be enough. Good wine is good, but don't drink too much, Qin Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue. Well, as for the wine pairing, just find some Romani Conti or something like that. Yi Yang also nodded, indicating that it was almost done. Second update. 29 million plus 18 million of brandy. Yi Yang casually calculated, the total is 36 million, plus the supplementary wine and other things that will be served later. Let's count it as 40 million for your wine. Boss Yi. There are too many, too many. Qin Qianqian said repeatedly. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The difference is only 1 or 2 million, it's a small matter. After saying that, he swiped the card directly. He is indeed a real boss. Qin Qianqian sighed with emotion, and her eyes sparkled even more when she looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang's actions obviously made her very fond of him. I even feel that he is very different from the international financial tycoons I have come into contact with before. This young man has his own unique temperament. Boss Yi, you are really a strange person. She twisted her hair in front of her forehead and smiled. Oh? What do you say? Yi Yang smiled and put away the swiped black card. Although you are all very rich, compared to the big guys I have contacted before, you don't look like a businessman at all. Qin Qianqian said. Businessman? Yi Yang laughed. I am indeed not a businessman. Boss Yi is really good at joking. Qin Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not kidding. Yi Yang shrugged. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving the quality of catering in recent times. He spent 40 million on drinks and was rewarded with a super private yacht valued at 8.9 billion Chinese dollars. One on the streets of Monaco. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his heart. There is actually a yacht worth more than 9 billion yuan in the world? How luxurious. It must be. You know, the high-tech F-1000 he got from Gulfstream Company had a cost price of 2 billion. If it were sold, the transaction price is estimated to be only 3 to 4 billion. Perhaps the valuation methods for things like spaceships and private yachts are different? This Monaco street boat is the most expensive toy Yi Yang has ever obtained. Its own value alone is higher than the market value of many listed companies. Thinking like this, I also became somewhat interested in this super private yacht on the streets of Monaco. Where is it now? Yi Yang asked the system. The host location has been located. The Monaco Street yacht is heading to your location and will dock at the nearest port to you in a short time. The system replied. New. Yi Yang nodded slightly. There's no rush, let's eat first and then go see it. Although the $9 billion super yacht surprised him, relatively speaking, it was more important to have just the right amount of money. She and Qin Qiqian returned to the house with wine. Wang Xiaozong has already brought several internet celebrities he found to fight with each other. The three beautiful chef sisters also preliminarily processed the ingredients and started making sushi or stewed fish in gold soup and other bottom of the box dishes on the spot. Mo Jingjing was talking to Tan Mingqian. Seeing Yi Yang and Qin Qiqian back, everyone seemed to have regained the focus of the field and everyone looked over. Ah! The boss and the boss's wife are back. Which little corner did you just go to for a quiet chat? The beautiful sisters asked one after another. Go. 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 Qin Qiqian waved her hand. If you make these jokes again, your boss will spank you. Hey! Sister Qianqian, you are too fierce. The beautiful sisters all pouted, but they also felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes in the relationship between the boss and the boss's wife. Qin Qiqian shrugged her nose. But by the way, Brother Yi, what on earth are you doing? Wang Xiaozong asked doubtfully. Why don't you go get a few bottles of wine and feed you gossips? Yi Yang raised the golden sun bottle of brandy in his hand. Holy crap! Did I read that right? This is Henri Four Grande Champagne Cognac? Wang Xiaozong exclaimed and suddenly stood up. Several small internet celebrities around him also stood up one after another. They came here to serve Wang Xiaozong. At this time, Wang Xiaozong stood up and they did not dare to sit down. Oh, you know it very well. Yi Yang laughed and put the brandy bottle on the table with a loud bang. After all, the bottle alone weighed 8 kilograms. Then he said to Qin Qiqian behind him, there are 2 bottles of goddess whiskey behind. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Wang Xiaozong was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Brother Yi, you really spent a lot of money. These bottles of wine are almost half the price of the car you just bought, right? Yi Yang laughed and waved his hand. It's about 10 million, your guess is quite accurate. Huh. Tan Mingqian's eyes were burning. She knew that the Aston Martin 187 that Yi Yang mentioned was valued at 60 million. Half, that's not at least 30 million. A few bottles of wine, more than 30 million. She was breathing heavily, obviously a little too surprised. Is there really wine worth more than 30 million? Several internet celebrities were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. They stayed in place, and their hearts were ready to move. Give up, Brother Yi doesn't like internet celebrity faces. Wang Xiaozong looked at the internet celebrities who were extremely excited and stunned, and shrugged casually. He just brought them out for fun, he knew, and the internet celebrities knew it even more. Both sides knew it well, so there was nothing awkward about saying this. Hey, Mr. Xiaozong, don't get me wrong, we were just shocked. However, the polite words still had to be said. After the internet celebrities gave up They all stuck to Wang Xiaocong again, smiling charmingly. Qin Qianqian introduced the history and origin of the two wines. Again while talking. No wonder they can be sold so expensively. This wine bottle alone is worth at least tens of millions. Are you buying wine or wine bottles? Tan Mingqian muttered. Of course, I'm buying both the wine and the wine bottle. Mo Jingjing couldn't understand Tan Mingqian's words at all, and said as a matter of course. Ahem. I'm speechless. Tan Mingqian said with a smile. Pa Qin Qianqian clapped her hands and signaled the waiter. Soon, the top-notch appetizers were served one by one. These snacks are sold individually, at least 100,000 each. But now, they are available in unlimited quantities. It's really delicious. Everyone nodded and praised. Qin Qianqian was naturally very happy, but what made her happiest was that she met Yi Yang, the big boss, today. The Huashe Jinshu lobster platter is ready. Zhou Jinan brought the plate. In the plate was the Huashe Jinshu lobster platter that looked extremely tempting and cost 600,000 per kilogram. First update. Well, it's time to taste what these more than 10 million bottles of wine taste like. Yi Yang opened the Henri Four Grande champagne cognac, poured it into a goblet, added an ice cube, and took a sip. The mellow aroma of grape brewing explodes on the tip of the tongue. I just feel that from the mouth to the stomach. The aroma of fruit and oak is fragrant, and the taste is amazing, like a mixture of honey and sweet orange. Really not bad. Yi Yang put down the wine glass. It was indeed known as the DNA of brandy and cognac, a super wine with hundreds of years of history. The taste is indeed commendable. However, if you make a rational comparison based on price, it is nonsense to say that this thing tastes 18 times better than a bottle of Romani Conti, costing 1 million. However, for the world's top wealthy people, they are still keen to spend 10 times the price to try something that may taste better. After all, only they can taste that tiny bit. This is not only a symbol of money, but also a proof of power and status. Many wealthy people use this method to prove their unique power and status. But for Yi Yang, who was born in poverty, it does feel that it is not affordable. The evil world of capital only likes to play with these flashy things. I think this wine is only worth 2 million at most. He shook his head, but then he remembered the extremely luxurious workmanship on the wine bottle. Well, the remaining more than 10 million will be used to buy wine bottles as collectibles. I guess I won't lose much. Thinking this way, he felt much more comfortable. Then I thought about it, and thought that buying these bottles of wine also came with him a super private yacht worth 9 billion. Which would be even more worthwhile. Not only did he not lose money, he made huge profits. Thinking like this, there was even a smile on his lips. It's true, once a person has a certain amount of money, it's not easy to lose money. With his ability to drink, he can be overcome by any strong drink. Paired with the delicious shrimp meat from the world's top ingredients, you will feel extremely relaxed and enjoyable. The next dish is baked golden Canadian geoduck. Zhou Ziqian brought over some prepared baked geoduck clams. These Canadian geoducks, ordinary species, can only be sold for tens of thousands per kilogram. However, the ones we purchase from the Royal Fresh Top Ingredients section are all top-notch golden geoducks. After baking, the meat quality is perfect. It's golden color, hence its name. This is the top category among Canadian geoducks, and it can be called the king of geoducks. 1 kilogram sells for more than 400,000 yuan. Of course, if 1 kilogram of geoduck shells is removed, there is very little meat that can be taken out. If we count it as pure meat, 1 kilogram would cost more than 1 million. Chen Qiqian said with a smile. She was a treat to this meal, so naturally she also tasted it at the table. By the way, I also plan to get close to Yi Yang more often. Good. Yi Yang took a bite. An extremely fresh and sweet feeling filled his mouth. Geoducks are generally used for sashimi. Only this golden Canadian geoduck can be used for baking. Moreover, after baking until golden brown, it not only has the aroma of cooked oil and meat, but also retains its own freshness and sweetness. This is why it can be sold at such a high price and is precious. Emma. It smells so good. A few internet celebrities have never tasted this top-notch delicacy in the world, and it was so delicious that they almost shed tears. This taste can only be found in heaven. How many times can we taste it on earth? After Wang Xiaocong drank a glass of goddess whiskey, he also started to magically modify ancient poems, becoming a magically modified poet for a time. In this way, we were talking and laughing throughout the meal, and we had a great time eating. Chen Qiqian was also flirting with her. But Yi Yang was now well informed, so naturally he would not be easily seduced. Does Boss Yi have any plans later? Chen Qiqian was not willing to give in. She leaned on the desk and spread out the beautiful curves on the table, which made her mouth dry. It's okay. I said before that I would go to the beach to sunbathe before the sun goes down and have some fun. Yi Yang spread his hands indifferently. Sunbathing? Beach bikini? That's great. Qin Qianqian smiled and said, I've been busy with business recently and haven't had much free time. If you don't mind, Boss Yi, can you take Qianqian with you later? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Wang Xiaocong is right when he says that you can never have too many good cars. Think about it, the wonderful twilight shines on the beach, the sea breeze rolls the waves onto the beach, and there are all kinds of big white legs as far as the eye can see. At this wonderful moment, who would object to the sight of a pair of perfect white legs? Boss Chen, since you are interested, how about we go together? Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Then it's settled. I know that the sunniest beach in Sanya is near Ergang. I will take you there in a moment. Chen Qiqian said extremely positively. Let's go near Ergang. Wang Xiaocong showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. What? Are you in trouble? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with some confusion. Ahem, actually it's not a big deal. Wang Xiaocong sighed. A good buddy of mine, named Qin Feng, is also from Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Brother Yi, you should have heard of him. Huh? Qin Feng? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about the Shanghai emperor who had a balance of 9.9 billion and was particularly popular in the past 2 years? Yes, it's him. Wang Xiaocong said repeatedly, I have a good relationship with him. Although his family's financial resources are slightly less than ours, in terms of power, even my father cannot compare with his father. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feng was relatively prosperous in the past few years, but recently he has obviously understood the principle of a big tree attracting wind and has kept a low profile. I haven't been in the Magic City recently, so I haven't had much interaction with Yi Yang during the period of his rise. Why do you suddenly mention your good friend? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Ahem, he has been playing in foreign casinos in the past few months. Recently, I heard that he won a lot of money and bought himself a private yacht. He is now playing near Hainan Airport and asked me to visit him. Wang Xiaozong shook his head, although we have a good relationship. Sometimes we still have the stubbornness between good brothers. That big yacht looks very impressive. If we bump into each other there, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing? Ha ha ha. So you were worried about this? Yi Yang burst out, laughing. Ahem, brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong thought Yi Yang was making fun of him, and his face turned red. After all, I can't compete with others, and now I can't compete with others in terms of money. It's really embarrassing. What did I think? Let's go with my brother. If we happen to meet him by chance, I guarantee that he will not be able to pretend to be successful in front of you. Yi Yang waved his hand and assured. Second update. Okay, brother Yi, I will listen to you. With Yi Yang's guarantee, Wang Xiaozong became more confident. Wang Xiaozong was deeply touched by how awesome Yi Yang was when he saw it all the way. There is never a hint of bragging in what such super awesome people say, because they are awesome themselves. It was a very enjoyable meal. After all, I ordered tens of millions of ingredients and didn't even eat it in the end. The remaining ingredients were naturally packed and returned home. Finally, its dessert, caviar chocolate pudding. Chocolate, caviar and edible gold foil and finally paired with champagne. The best and most delicious caviar, the highest quality soft and waxy chocolate, and the wonderful taste of edible gold foil. Just such a small bite can be sold for more than 300,000 Chinese coins in a high-end restaurant. And today, there is no limit to the dessert after the meal. The three sisters introduced with a smile. Qin Qiqian really spent a lot of money today, so she ordered 1 kilogram of Jingui's top-quality wild caviar, which is enough to make a dozen servings of caviar chocolate pudding. If sold in restaurants, these desserts would sell for 5 to 6 million. This is so delicious, so delicious. Mo Jingjing, who likes desserts, licked the corners of her mouth and reimbursed 3 portions by herself. Hey, Jingjing, you will get fat if you eat like this. Tan Mingqian kept saying from the side. This chocolate is non-fattening and is top-quality chocolate. Zhou Jinan kept saying. Look. Mo Jingjing's eyes lit up. Sister Nan Nan, please give me some more of this good stuff before you leave. I love sweets so much. Good. Zhou Jinan snapped his fingers, but the cost of this thing is. Money is. Not a problem. My family is also very rich. We can pay as much as we have and then ask my father to settle the accounts. Mo Jingjing laughed. The 3 Zhou Jinan sisters looked at each other, dumbfounded. Good. Guy, the people sitting at the love table are all super rich second generations. Well, it's really good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. When making such a small dessert, although the ingredients themselves play a big role, it mainly depends on the skill of the chef. The 3 beautiful sisters are obviously very skilled in making desserts. This kind of sweet, but not greasy, soft and waxy taste with moderate hardness is hard to resist. A dozen caviar desserts were quickly sold out. Okay, let's go, before the sun goes down. Yi Yang looked at the time, it was already 5:30. But the sun in Hainan sets late. It often takes 6 or 7 o'clock to be considered dark day. It's sunset at 6 o'clock. The sun was still very bright at this time. I'm going to get my bikini outfit, Chen Qiqian said with a smile. Let's go and pick out the size too. If the size doesn't fit, it will be uncomfortable. Yes. The 2 pieces of steamed buns are going to be cut into 4 parts. Several girls teased each other. Help me pick out some board shorts by the way. Yi Yang instructed. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely pick you a beach suit that best shows off your masculine style. Several girls smiled like bells. Only Yi Yang felt that there seemed to be some malicious feeling behind this laughter. I'll contact the boss over there and clear the place for us, Wang Xiaozong said. After all, the beach is a place where you have to wear a bikini. Where there is beauty, there are indispensable perverts. Many people just stay on the beach and take advantage of the beauty, which is very unpleasant to the scenery. There are also many self-confident beach scumbags who think that they are swingers, pretending to be cool on the beach every day, and capturing the hearts of stupid girls. This kind of man often thinks he is humorous and open-minded. Even those who have boyfriends will lean on him and talk flirtatiously. Whenever his boyfriend frowns, he will say that his boyfriend is stingy. That is to say, the harmonious values of modern society have saved him. Otherwise, this disgusting piece of shit would have been buried in the sea countless times. Cleaning up the area in advance will save you all these messy troubles. Hello? Is this the beach management office? Wang Xiaozong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yes, what are you doing for me? A voice of inquiry came from the other side. I'm Wang Xiaozong. I'm going to take a few friends to the beach soon. I would like to ask you to prepare a place there so that you don't get disturbed by other people. Do you understand? Wang Xiaozong said. What? Are you Wang Xiaozong? There was a surprised voice from over there. Yes. Wang Xiaozong confirmed. I'm so willing to pay for it. Man, you're so interesting. This is a public beach and we don't provide private services, he replied casually. Wang Xiaozong's face turned dark, feeling that he was being treated as a telecommunications fraud. What happened? Yi Yang looked at Wang Xiaozong's face and felt a little funny. Well, they said the beach is owned by the public and private requests will not be accommodated, Wang Xiaozong said awkwardly. Bring me the phone. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Oh. Wang Xiaozong handed the phone to Yi Yang. Purchase me a clean place 500 meters square, half a day, 150,000 yuan. Yi Yang said calmly. There is a ticket for the beach, developed by the public contractor, and a person is about 20 or 30. If you spend a full day, the business of that area can reach 50,000 yuan, which is as high as the sky. Ahem, sir. What did you just say? Are you sure it's 150,000 Chinese coins? The tone of the fat man who answered the phone suddenly changed. Yi Yang hummed casually. Ahem, sir. The fat man was obviously very moved, but he was still extremely embarrassed. I am a businessman after all. 200,000. Yi Yang said calmly, if it succeeds. Forget it if it fails. After that, turn off the phone. Hey. Don't, this man. Look at your bad-tempered deal. I will also give you and your group a supreme service package. In addition, professional beautiful security guards will stand guard throughout the process to eliminate all distractions. I'm interrupting your leisure and elegance, sir. you satisfied? The fat man chuckled. That is it. Yi Yang returned the phone to Wang Xiaozong. Wang Xiaozong registered, transferred the account, and said in a dumbfounded voice, "What a shame. What this guy said is so mysterious. The rules of love are worth 200,000. Yi Yang shrugged, "If you have money, don't make money, you bastard." The two looked at each other and laughed. The clothes have been chosen. At this moment, the beauties also came out, each carrying a bag, obviously for changing clothes when the time came. What about mine? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. I'll show you when I get to the beach, hee hee. The three sisters all laughed evilly. Yi Yang looked at Yumomo. Ahem, boss, listen to us, that's right. Yumomo looked into Yi Yang's eyes sincerely. As if, what bad intentions can the little secretary have? Expression. First update. I don't believe you. Although he felt something was wrong, Yi Yang didn't think much about it. After all, it was just a pair of beach pants. How strange could it be? Let's go. Yi Yang waved his hand. Oh. Let's go. Go go go. A group of girls got into their respective luxury cars. Yi Yang was carrying Yumomo and stepped on the accelerator. Aston Martin 187 took the lead and rushed into the distance. Buzz buzz buzz. Finally. It was Qin Qianqian's Alpha, which stuffed in all the long-legged internet celebrities that Wang Xiaozong couldn't take care of. They talked and laughed all the way. Soon, they arrived at Ergang Beach. Wow. It's so beautiful. The canvas of gold, blue and emerald green in front of them made Yumomo, a rational secretary, feel moved. After all, no matter how capable she was still a girl. As long as they were girls, how many of them didn't love romance? Beach, ocean, seagulls, coconut trees, this is the background of romantic stories in the dreams of many people. Shou. The luxury car team stopped. Needless to say, a little fat man came over with many beautiful security guards. This gentleman must be Mr. Yi. The little fat man rubbed his hands and said with a smile. And your prince? Aren't you Mark Jean? Wang Xiaozong poked his head out and said unhappily. Please forgive me, Mr. Wang. The beach. A place where beauties gather. You will receive many messy calls when you have nothing to do. There are people pretending to be anyone, and there are also people pretending to be foreign presidents. It's really outrageous to make an appointment with a few girls to play beach volleyball together. Do you think it's outrageous? The little fat man laughed. That's really outrageous. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood today. Wang Xiaozong snorted. The fat man obviously knew that these gentlemen were a little unhappy with him, so he stepped aside sensibly. This is the captain of our female beach security team. If there is anything, she will solve it for you. That is, anything. The fat man also emphasized the word any. Yi Yang glanced at the spring-like female security team, smiled and nodded, but didn't care. After all, it was just an ordinary female security team on the beach. The general appearance is 6 or 7 points. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, they are all pretty. But in the eyes of an old pervert like him, they are a little dim, at least compared with the girls he brought with him. Even the most beautiful female security captain is much inferior. Let's not talk too much. Let's go in. Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Mr. Yi, please follow me. The beautiful security captain Shou. Zixia said with a smile. At this time, several internet celebrities were at the entrance of the beach area, sorting out their equipment and officially starting the broadcast. Several internet celebrities are outdoor anchors on the Shou platform, and they are quite popular. They are called outdoor anchors, but in fact, they are the kind of routine men who teach fans to pick up girls when they start broadcasting. This type of anchor usually has his own script, but they became popular because of their authenticity. They are very skilled in the routines of scumbags, look decent, and wear a set of rented top-notch clothes. The three brothers can often seduce stupid girls on the street. However, those who can be tricked are generally girls who want to play and seek excitement, and do not love themselves. In most cases, it is scumbags who seduce scumbags, so no one should blame anyone. Today, Brother Tao will show you how to kiss directly on the beach. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. Girls are actually very shy. They also want to be kissed, but they are just embarrassed. Brother Tao tells you, just go up and get straight to the point. You have to seize the girl's desire for excitement, understand? Why can't you get a girlfriend? Isn't it because you are too timid? Come on. Today I'll give you a live teaching, just kiss directly in 1 minute. Come on. Brother Tao, the strongest on the internet, give me a kiss. The title of the live broadcast room instantly attracted countless singles to click in. After all, who has a partner who watches this kind of stuff? These singles don't know that the reason they can't get a partner is because there are too many scumbags like this routine, which have harmed too many girls, and these honest people can't get a girl in the end. As a result, when these old scumbags start broadcasting, they seem to have seen their real fathers and masters, and they give gifts to others to help them pick up girls. It's almost laughable. Damn. Brother Tao is on air again. Today is so exciting. Beach, bikini, kissing strange beauties? This is so cool. If we learn it, we won't have to worry about flirting with girls in the future. Oh? He's on air again, to fool fools? A little trick to get slapped every day. Brother Tao frowned and blocked those who told the truth. The comments were relieved. Are those newcomers? Brother Tao. You've been broadcasting this a lot these days, it's not fresh anymore, can you come up with some new routines? That's right, it's not exciting anymore, do something difficult. Brother Tao looked at the requests of old fans and felt a little sad. Creating new things is a headache for every anchor. Brother Tao, are you done? If we can't come up with something new, we'll leave and stop watching. The audience all said with a smile. Haha, who said? I'm done. We brothers can do anything. Brother Tao glanced around, we've thought about it. Today's challenge is, kiss a girl with a boyfriend. Damn. Is it true? Brother Tao, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Haha, it's amazing, awesome. Plugging, this must be plugged. Brother Tao is really the #1 outdoor player. The barrage instantly started to fill with 666, and even some dogs gave gifts. It seemed that they had imagined the scene of poaching and digging the goddess with a partner into their hands, and they climaxed on the spot. Hee hee. Brother Tao and his 3 brothers looked at each other and looked for targets on the field. Soon they located a couple. He walked up directly. It's like this, we are doing a social survey, can you lend your girlfriend for a minute to cooperate with us? Brother Tao came up, and his second brother held up a camera and took pictures like a reporter. The third brother stayed where he was, pretending not to know them, preparing to set a trap later. What's going on? Because Brother Tao and the couple they blocked were right at the entrance. Shou frowned. Mr. Yi, I'll go and drive them away now. Second update. No need. Yi Yang watched this scene with interest. Interesting. To actually say this in front of her boyfriend. It is human nature to eat melons. Anyone who encounters something interesting will stop and take a look. Yes. Shou was not surprised by this. Brother Tao has been staying at the beach for several days. Fake kisses every day. And many beautiful girls will agree. He even defrauded many girls of their first kiss, which is extremely abominable. I learned it all from those foreigners, but in foreign countries, you can kiss almost anyone, the atmosphere is like this. Shou shrugged, but in China, this is still an exclusive action between lovers. Girls don't value this kind of behavior. Instead, they despise themselves so much that they can be seduced into kissing after just a few words. Maintaining the same behavioral logic, I was deceived by someone with just a few words, deceived, and finally dumped. I also had to go online and scold the scumbag. One more sentence, after all, I am the one who took care of everything. Absolutely amazing. Putting the blame on an entire group of men makes it seem like women are inherently destined to be victims, and there's nothing wrong with that. Such people are just out of their minds. How can a person like Brother Tao be a serious person? Doing this is exciting and fun. But since you wanted to play with this kind of scumbag in the first place, and you were played by him in the end, you have to admit that you are also a scumbag, and don't complain. Don't blame the opposite sex for the mistakes you made as a promiscuous maid and a promiscuous scumbag, and let honest people take the blame. In the end, you have to let others pay for it, as if others inherently owe her money. It's time to enjoy the excitement that should be enjoyed, and the blame for the breakup has been thrown away. They let them have their say in everything in the world. How can such people be so shameless? Finally, you must know that once you have been played, your value will be gone. Every time you are played, you will become less valuable. Don't go to the blind date market. You are a piece of shit. You still make all kinds of demands and treat yourself as a luxury product. You are not worthy at all. Shou said indignantly. Good girls look down on girls like this, who don't know how to respect themselves. After all, they are considered to be breakers of market rules. Girls who are very self-respecting don't know how to deal with themselves. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although he was just a security captain, he had surprisingly upright views. There are not many girls with such good outlook on life. I don't know which guy will be cheaper in the future. At this time. Inconvenient. Obviously, the boy in the young couple frowned and subconsciously felt something was wrong. What's the inconvenience? Miss, I didn't even say it was inconvenient. Miss, it'll only take a minute, I'll treat you to some coconut tea after I'm done. Brother Tao flipped his hair and said with a smile. What research? The girlfriend was obviously moved. After all, she likes to take advantage of small things. Now she heard that she could drink milk tea in 1 minute, so of course she wanted to participate. I'll do a magic trick. Guess which hand the coin is in at the end. If you lose, you can kiss me. If you win, you can slap me. Do you agree to this small request? Brother Tao smiled with a bright smile on his face. Xing, I'll buy you milk tea. When the boy heard this request, he said repeatedly, "Oh. This is so exciting. Lan Yuxuan, are you a man? Why are you so stingy?" When Lan Yuxuan heard this, he was stunned. "And I won't necessarily lose. If I win, I can get a cup of milk tea for free, right?" The girlfriend curled her lips. "Besides, you bought me some shitty milk tea. Your salary card is all mine. All your money is mine. You use my money to buy me milk tea? Do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Yang and his group of bystanders were immediately stunned. This girl is really outspoken, haha. She directly said what the other girls who control the man's salary card are thinking. Several security girls couldn't help laughing. A girl who wants a salary card before she gets married has no idea what she thinks before asking for it, but if a boy really hands over the only thing that can be treated as a human being by a money-worshipping girl, there is a 70% chance that this girl will never come back. Treat you like a human being. The money is all in other people's hands, you have no value at all, and you don't have any say. All the initiative is in other people's hands. You are a piece of shit. This Lan Yuxuan obviously had no right to speak. Under his girlfriend's threatening eyes, he had no choice but to bow his head and acquiesce. Iron-licking dog, haha. Yi Yang was so happy that he agreed to the kiss in person. After getting married, he would probably get a new hateberry day, and it would be the color specially provided by Qingqing Prairie. As he watched, he lost interest. The three in front of me are a scumbag, and a scumbag. None worth saving. Put together, they just make people sick. At this time, Brother Tao had finished his magic. "Hey, left." Xing guessed. With Yi Yang's current eyesight, he could naturally see that the stars were actually guessed correctly, but Brother Tao's magic hand was very fast and he changed positions in the blink of an eye. This was for ordinary people who were not good at dynamic vision. If you guess this magic trick, you will definitely lose. "Oh, what a pity we lost." Xing said, "Which side do you want to kiss?" "This way." Brother Tao pointed to his left cheek. "Okay." Xing didn't care about Lan Yuxuan's feelings at all. In her mind, this was just a small and exciting challenge. It's a new era now, and independent girls should do this. Any restraint is wrong. During the kiss, Brother Tao turned his face unexpectedly and kissed her mouth to mouth. Although Xing was startled, she felt that Brother Tao's kissing skills seemed to be better than her boyfriend's, so she didn't want to let go and kissed her for a long time in front of him. Haha, add WeChat? Brother Tao's courage suddenly grew. "You're going too far." Lan Yuxuan finally couldn't help it and shouted angrily. "Brother, she's not your wife, why are you so stingy? It's a new era now? Look at you like that. I can't stand it. Girl, this guy doesn't love you at all, believe me." Brother Tao laughed and provoked. He, a scumbag, doesn't care about others. Anyway, he doesn't want to be with this girl for a long time. As long as he can fool her today and get to home base, he may have a lot of fans. Reality is often more magical than fiction. Asking for a kiss in front of a boyfriend is a street prank video I've seen, adapted from a clip of a girl with a boyfriend. The feeling of not handing over the salary card is that a friend of the author recently experienced a similar thing. A few days ago, they broke up because of money, but because his salary card was in the hands of the girl, she took all his money. Although the amount was not much, I still sympathize with him, laughing and crying. First update. That's right. Why are you so stingy? It's just for fun. Xing chuckled and said. Lan Yuxuan was obviously an honest person. At this time, he was so stupid that he couldn't argue at all, making it seem like he was really wrong. After all, 3 people become tigers, and 3 out of 4 people are scum. An honest person will simply lose his insistence on morality. But Yi Yang was different. He would choose to slap the mouths of 3 scumbags directly. The reason why there are still combinations of licking dogs and scumbag girls in life is because most scumbag girls still have some basic IQ. They will not say what they think and say, leaving a glimmer of hope for licking dogs. It's rare for someone like this star to be able to curse whatever is on his mind. We usually call it junior low-level scumbag, haha. What happened here obviously attracted a lot of people to come and watch. Really? Your boyfriend? When Brother Tao saw that the woman had taken the bait, he became even more furious. Xing obviously knows what she is doing, but when a scumbag wants to do something bad, she will forcefully make excuses for herself, implying in her heart that she is a harmless white lotus, and then after doing it, she realizes that she has suffered a loss, so she blames all men. It's garbage. Don't worry about him. After that, the 2 added WeChat. Lan Yuxuan obviously couldn't bear it anymore and turned around and left. Hey! You're still angry. Xing stamped his foot angrily. Stop. However, the boy obviously had no intention of stopping. Xing said angrily, as expected, you don't love me. What a scumbag. As expected, it was me who shouldered everything in the end. No, I have to post on Moments to condemn this bitch. After saying that, he also walked away angrily. Brother Niu, Tao, just broke up with me. But the girls in front of you are obviously prettier. This star is a bit ugly. If you seduce those girls in front of you, I will give you 10 rockets. Holy crap, it's true. These girls in front are so pretty. My nose bleeds just looking at them. The main thing is that such a group of good-looking people actually got together. They are so strong. Brother Tao, come up. If you can successfully seduce someone of this level, I will give you rockets too. The screen full of promises to upgrade the rockets made Brother Tao's brain congested and his eyes red. He immediately said, I will try my best to succeed today. If I don't succeed, I will just turn off the broadcast. Such a guarantee instantly made the live broadcast room even more popular. For provocative live broadcasts, naturally the better the target looks, the more popular it will be. Is Brother Tao so confident? Cow, cow, cow. Ha ha ha. Many anti-fans are also fanning the flames here. When I look at the many beauties on the other side of the camera who can bring so many super beauties here, can they be ordinary people? Brother Tao was so blinded by the money that he wanted to go straight up and kill him. Of course they were happy to see it. The most aggressive ones, clamoring for gifts, are these anti-fans. But now Brother Tao still has the brains to tell whether he is a black fan or not. There is beauty in front of you and money behind your eyes. No one can stand the double offensive. And blessing. He swallowed and moved forward directly. What are you up to? Several female security guards immediately stopped them. Haha, let's take a minute to do a little social survey. It seems that these bosses are the ones who make a lot of money, so they shouldn't care about this, right? Brother Tao thought he was honest and said, with a smile, "You're not welcome, leave now." Several female security guards began to yell at people. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Our time is precious, so we can do interviews. Our time is calculated at 10,000, can you afford it?" "It's only 10,000. Of course I can afford it." At this time, Brother Tao was afraid that Yi Yang would not allow it, so he agreed repeatedly. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Okay, let's start now. First of all, I would like to borrow a girl to participate in my project. This young lady, are you willing?" Brother Tao showed a smile that he thought was handsome and smiled silently at you. Obviously, his success just now made him confident. He felt that all the girls in the world were proactive and could not match his charm. "Roll." Umo said coldly. "Ahem, it seems that this young lady has a bad temper." Brother Tao looked awkward, turned around and asked Mo Xingjing again, then this. "I don't talk to scumbags." Ugly rejection. Mo Xingjing snorted and turned her head. At this time, the barrage was all showing 666. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. Damn it. This is too funny. I'm so embarrassed that my toes are cramped. People don't like him at all. I'm embarrassed for him. All this, Brother Tao was immediately confused, and then turned to Wang Xiaozong, an internet celebrity who looked slightly less beautiful in comparison. "I go away. Trash. I have my whole heart for Shou Wang. Who do you think you are? I don't want to talk to you. The toad wants to eat swan meat. Get away." Before he could speak, several internet celebrities took turns to humiliate him. My day. Brother Tao's face turned completely dark. This was the first time he encountered this situation since he started working. And he couldn't help but be a little confused. It directly shattered all the confidence he had gained from the scumbag. "Ahem, then you guys." Brother Tao turned to the weaker-looking security team. "What are you going to do?" Chu Zixia frowned. She happened to notice that Brother Tao was unhappy, and she had been ready to beat him up. However, the scumbag actually came up to see if she didn't give him a good beating this time. Ah. Seeing that someone finally paid attention to him, Brother Tao couldn't help but feel extremely happy, and introduced the little tricks again. And again. "Oh? Okay." Chu Zixia agreed casually. It was another routine of guessing the wrong left and right hand. When Chu Zixia approached, Brother Tao wanted to repeat his old trick again. He had just turned his face and was about to launch a surprise kissing attack. Chu Zixia had already been prepared and turned around. Brother Tao was just stunned when he saw a footprint coming over. Pung! One kick sent him flying several meters. "Damn you. Scumbag, so disgusting." Chu Zixia moved her ankles and sneered. When she saw him breaking up the couple just now, she wanted to beat him up. "Now I finally got my wish, I feel comfortable." This kick was so powerful that it almost knocked Brother Tao unconscious. "Ha ha ha. You made me laugh so hard. Damn it. This girl has so much strength. Have you encountered a tough situation? You told him to kiss. He didn't get a kiss, but he got a kick instead. He was kicked several meters away." Is he dead? A wave of ridicule erupted directly in the live broadcast room. Thanks to FBI boss Shou *1 plus 114 likes, second update. Brother Tao finally struggled to get up, and the two brothers had already gathered around him, glaring at him angrily. I asked you why you are so stingy. Why don't you just kiss me? As for such a big reaction? Both brothers were filled with righteous indignation. Haha, isn't it just a kiss? Shou said indignantly, just because you don't value it doesn't mean that others don't value it. You go out on the street to trick girls into kissing you, and you also destroy other people's feelings. In front of hundreds of thousands or millions of fans. You promote this kind of spiritual opium and crap theory. There are so many rubbish views on love in this society, all driven by rubbish bloggers like you. A scumbag like you really deserves to be stabbed 1,000 times. Haha, you are willing, right? Brother Tao calmed down a little and sneered, if she refused from the beginning, I wouldn't dare to force her, right? Haha, if she really is a good woman, I can't provoke her. I can only say that I can seduce her. It's not a good thing in itself. Can you cure me or those sluts? If you abort me, it will at most prevent them from doing 1 or 2 slutty things. This won't mean there will be fewer Tauren in the world, ho ho. Wrong sense. Shou gritted his teeth and wished he could go up and kick him again. All right. Yi Yang waved his hand, and it could be seen that Shou was also a practitioner. Although he was not as perverted as Shao Qingxian, if an ordinary person was kicked twice in succession, he would probably be seriously injured. Boss. Shou pouted, obviously dissatisfied with letting go of this scumbag who broke up other people. In the distance, Lan Yuxuan, who had not gone far, had obviously noticed what was going on here. He glared angrily at the scumbag Xingxing, who was chasing after him. Look at this. Girl, this is called a serious outlook. I am really blind. You're so stupid. Just now I even doubted whether my outlook on life was normal. Now it seems that you two are just too abnormal. Xingxing gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. So what? Are you a man? You are so ordinary and yet so confident. I am so fond of you, because it is a gift to you. Why, you really dare to dump me? What salary do you have? I have all the cards, give me back. Lan Yuxuan stretched out his hand, we're done. Haha. You got this card in my hand and you still want to take it back? You men are really rubbish. You don't have any good things. You gave me your salary card, and you still want to take it back. After we broke up? With such a deduction, it really makes me laugh to death. Xingxing rolled his eyes. A man like you really deserves to be reviled by society. I will post on Weibo when I get back. And let my good sisters expose you and make you a hot search. You. Lan Yuxuan's clenched fist squeaked, don't go too far. Am I going too far? Who is going too far? You failed piece of trash. Fuck. Loser. Stinky. Snapped. A crisp and clear round of applause passed through the square. Lan Yuxuan looked at his palm in disbelief. He actually slapped the stars away. You, how dare you slap me? Xingxing touched the red palm prints on his face and stared at Lan Yuxuan in disbelief. Lan Yuxuan gritted his teeth, with a fierce look in his eyes, like a licking dog. He finally woke up. You deserve this, a bitch like you. Give me back your salary card. Lan Yuxuan finally got hard. Xing handed over the card subconsciously. Don't ever come to me again. I don't want to see you again in my life. Lan Yuxuan took the card away, turned and walked away. The way he gets tougher, he seems to be a bit handsome. Xing was stunned and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Brother Tao sighed. Haha, your boss is quite sensible. Brother Tao sneered, and stood up with the help of the two people. It's unlucky for us to overturn today, let's go. Walk? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered, you want to leave before the account is settled? What kind of account? I didn't get married. You've lost such a big face and lost a lot of fans, and you still want me to give you money. Why do you? Just when he was about to say a few harsh words, he saw the unkind looks in the eyes of these beautiful bodyguards, and he was so scared that Brother Tao didn't dare to speak anymore. If these beauties kicked him together, even if one of them kicked him, they would crush him to pieces. Ahem, isn't it just 10,000? I'll give it. Brother Tao pretended to be generous and said, haha, I have been doing outdoor live broadcasts for several years. I am in the top 3 for the outdoor area and the entire shark teeth. 10,000 yuan is nothing. Just feed the dogs. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. Who told you it was 10,000? Wang Xiaozong sneered, Brother Yi said before that it is calculated in time units. I'm afraid it hasn't even been a minute yet. Brother Tao's expression changed, and he felt that things seemed not that simple. Of course it's 10,000 per second. It's so easy to waste your time as Brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong said lightly. What? 10,000 per second? Do you think you have a money printing machine? Time is so precious. Brother Tao stared, and his whole body was stunned. Wang Xiaozong snorted coldly, my brother Yi can change his assets to hundreds of millions in a minute. I'm treating you very well without letting you, a brat, lose hundreds of millions. The boy who wanted to take advantage of me, Brother Yi, is afraid now. Was he beaten to death at home? The Huang group was hung in the living room and beaten. The half-dead Huang Yu sneezed, which beautiful woman is talking about me again? Turns out I'm not unconscious yet. Haha, keep whipping me. This evil obstacle. If you can't beat me to death, whip me to death. Huang Heping shouted angrily. Pa bang bang. Ah. Ah. I can't help it. It hurts so much. Please spare me, Dad, Dad. Beach entrance. Yi Yang looked at Wang Xiaozong. Wang Xiaozong smiled at him, meaning, look, Brother Yi, I understand you very well. Yi Yang shrugged. Originally he meant 10,000 per microsecond, but since Wang Xiaozong said so, he was not short of the 18 million. 10,000 per second would be 10,000 per second. You are simply bandits. Brother Tao was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run away. As a result, he was pushed to the ground by several security guards. And his head was stepped into the sand pit. Give or not? Chu Zixia said coldly, if I don't give it, I will suffocate you to death in the sand pit. Ha. Brother Tao and others wanted to give in, but their heads were stepped into the sand. As soon as they opened their mouths, they ate a mouthful of sand and were speechless. After torturing these scumbags for a while, Chu Zixia was finally happy and raised his feet, giving them a chance to speak. Ba. Brother Tao cleaned up the sand in his mouth. And when he saw Chu Zixia's beautiful legs that were about to step on them impatiently, his voice trembled with Fright? No, 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 I'm convinced. I admit defeat. I'll pay immediately. First update. Brother Tao wants to cry but has no tears. He just said that 10,000 is nothing, he was just bragging. He has been an outdoor anchor for 3 years. It took more than a year to find a way to become popular and accumulate some fans. After finally making more than 1 million, I squandered a lot in the club and now I only have 5 or 600,000 left. He had to work with these 2 buddies to get the money Yi Yang wanted. I tortured the scumbag and made him lose so much money. Shou was obviously in a good mood, so he kicked Brother Tao again before letting these people go completely. This little episode has made you unhappy. On behalf of the scenic spot, I apologize to you. No, I just wanted to see the fun. Yi Yang waved his hand, and you helped me make hundreds of thousands, haha. Not only did I spend nothing, but I also made money, haha. Everyone present burst out laughing. The venue fee was 200,000 yuan, but now I collected 600,000 to 700,000 yuan directly at the door, and in turn, I made a huge profit of 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. What a little business genius. You can always make a fortune unexpectedly by following Brother Yi. What do you think? It's so irritating that people are so popular. In addition to investing in esports, one of my IG teams won the championship and made some money. If I do anything else, I don't have good luck. Wang Xiaozong lamented that Yi Yang's financial fortune was too impressive. No wonder you are so rich. Gee, people have their own destiny. If you want to be truly successful, in addition to strength, you also need to rely on enough luck. After all, when it comes to strength, everyone has their own hands and feet. Even if you work from morning to night and learn to death, there will always be a bunch of 1.45 billion people in China who are just like you. Have the same strength. Of course, the above is based on hard work. Having no luck is actually not the worst thing. The worst thing is that when luck comes, you don't have the strength to catch it. That is the saddest thing in the world. There will always be times when you are lucky. Yi Yang patted Wang Xiaozong on the shoulder and encouraged him. The best time for me was when I asked my father for business capital. He only asked for 500 million, but he gave me more than 1 billion, haha. Wang Xiaozong said with emotion. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. That guy is lucky, but your dad is lucky. After thinking about it, he stopped worrying and just led a group of people into the beach area, following Shou. The best part of the beach area has been completely isolated, and beautiful security guards are guarding this area. Many ordinary tourists looked here curiously and discussed in whispers. Is there some big shot coming? Let's divide it up directly. This scene is too big. I'm going to envy you. They are all beautiful bodyguards. Their aura is simply incredible. When will I ever be so majestic in my life? Woo woo woo. It would be great if I could stand majestically in this partition and be worshipped by the people around me. Brother, it's probably not too late to sign up as a security guard now. Fuck you. In whispers, Yi Yang and his party finally changed into beach clothes and walked out of the VIP dressing room. Fuck. Oh, let me go, this figure. It's not good. This brother has severe nasal bleeding. Call the doctor. Oh no, it's too late. Call an ambulance. Cover his eyes quickly. Good guy. This is too white. It's too big. It's perfect. A bunch of people went crazy. The first ones to come out were Wang Xiaozong and his entourage. The female internet celebrities who can be clicked by Wang Xiaozong are the ultimate in the aesthetics of internet celebrities. Face, figure, both are excellent. Directly watch the old perverts on the beach spurting blood. Oh my God, no wonder this piece was divided. This is just amazing. The latter ones are even better. No, I'm a little dizzy. This is the rich man. The evil capitalist. All the tourists were angry. Not to mention these tourists, even Yi Yang, who was used to wind and rain, started to feel thirsty when he was squeezed in the middle by such a group of super perfect girls wearing only bikinis. Yumomo directly pulled his left arm into her arms, placing his arm next to her breast and tracing his fingers to her abdomen. The situation on the right is not optimistic either. Mo Jingjing, a cute little girl, has a bolder posture than Yumomo, the royal sister. In front of me is Chen Qian, who is half a step away from me. Let alone growing up, even if it is just normal, and you take a slightly bigger step, you will easily encounter it. The three sisters also find opportunities to exploit every opportunity, and there are always some places within their reach. As for Tan Mingqian, although she wanted to squeeze up, she wrapped Yi Yang directly in it because these girls were like seamless lumps of cream. There was no chance of joining in at all. I had no choice but to follow behind. Wow. The boss is so spectacular. All the way out, several girls were discussing excitedly. Yi Yang finally understood the evil intentions of these girls. It turned out that the carefully prepared beach pants actually had a ruler icon on them. Everything is clear at a glance. I will never trust you again next time and ask you to bring me pants. Yi Yang complained in a dumbfounded voice. Why are you so shy, boss? We are the ones who should be shy. Several girls laughed playfully. Yi Yang's face turned black. You guys look so shy. There's fire in your eyes. You want to eat yourself up. Hee, we're always shy. It's just hard to show it. Yeah, boss, you must believe us. Look at our sincere eyes. Several girls laughed and stared at Yi Yang's face with bright eyes. They said shyly. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. There are various facilities in the isolated area. There are also 2 lounge chairs. Next to the lounge chairs, there is a small table with coconut and lemon juice on the table. In front of them is the best view of the beach. Next to them is the place with the most sunshine on the beach at this time. Zizi. Yi Yang took a sip of the sweet and sour lemon juice and burped melodiously. A beautiful afternoon is often so simple and plain. And the life of rich people is often like this, plain and boring. Yi Yang put the lemon juice back on the small table and shook his head lightly. It's so boring. What's the next project? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Brother Yi, don't tell me, I have an idea. Wang Xiaozong snapped his fingers and laughed. Second update. What idea? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. How about our girls on both sides divide into 2 teams and play beach volleyball? The losing side will receive some small punishment. Wang Xiaozong chuckled. Playing ball? That's a good idea. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. You know, he has all-around sports, which of course includes beach volleyball. Poor Shou was still in such high spirits that he probably wouldn't be able to cry for a while. Wang Xiaozong has been trembling under Yi Yang's strong suppression since he met Yi Yang. Brother Yi is simply a perfect man with almost perfect skills. However, he has played beach volleyball since he was a child. After all, this kind of exercise is mixed with girls, and you can feel the sweat and the purest waves. From time to time, I fall on the ground with the girl, and I can still feel the softness of the beach. Besides the sport of hole-in-the-hole golf, Wang Xiaozong's favorite is beach volleyball. Bring it on. Yi Yang came. As he came, patted Momo's buttocks, and laughed. Brother Yi, do you want to add another bonus or something? Wang Xiaozong felt that he had a good chance of winning and couldn't help but say. Oh? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. This Wang Xiaozong is really taking the initiative. What kind of jackpot? How about all the remaining consumption expenses for today if you lose? Wang Xiaozong said with a smile that he didn't dare to bet too big. After all, Brother Yi was like a walking bug. If he really won by luck, the loss would be too great. Okay, don't regret it if you lose. Yi Yang chuckled. Beach volleyball facilities already exist. Wang Xiaozong chuckled. He is a veteran on the volleyball court. If you have never practiced volleyball, you can't even serve, let alone catch the ball. Is it possible for him to finally defeat Brother Yi once? He was looking forward to it in his heart. Pung. Ouch. On Yi Yang's side, several girls ran towards the volleyball. As a result, because they had no tactics, they collided directly with each other and performed a reel, hitting someone with the ball. Several girls screamed and fell to the ground. The volleyball was not caught, but each other's balls were caught a lot, and now each other's balls are still shaking. Gulu. Yi Yang finally understood why the second generation of rich people like this sport. It was such a feast for the eyes. Outside the divided area, there were 2 more tourists who had severe nose bleeding and were carried out. Bingo! Team Wang Xiaozong, get 1 point. Chu Zixia, who was keeping score on the side, turned over the scoreboard. Yi Yang chuckled, with a hint of unexplainable arc at the corner of his mouth. Wang Xiaozong's heart trembled, but then he shook his head. Brother Ye's reaction just now clearly didn't know how to play volleyball. Do not be afraid. After cheering himself up, Wang Xiaozong was also ready to catch the ball. 1 point was lost. This time it was Yi Yang who served. I'll come. I'll come. Mo Jiangjing ran up and took the volleyball. Hey! Mo Jiangjing stepped forward with his cute little white legs, and with a roar of an evil dragon, Mo Jiangjing swatted the ball out with great momentum. Everyone is waiting to see. Snapped. As a result, the volleyball was shot directly on the volleyball net and did not pass at all. Ah! How could this happen? Mo Jiangjing lowered her head in defeat. Yi Yang patted her little head encouragingly. Don't be discouraged, can you do it again? Huh? That's not good. You'll lose points. Mo Jiangjing scratched her head. Let's switch to Sister Mo. She is taller. It's just you, come on. Yi Yang encouraged. This is so cool. Mo Jiangjing regained her confidence. Just like that, for the 5th time, the volleyball finally crossed the net. Yeah. She jumped for joy. But his chest directly hit the volleyball shot back from the opposite side. Ouch. It hurts. Mo Jiangjing rubbed her chest and twisted her face. Ha ha. Everyone laughed when they saw her embarrassed look. Hey, Brother Yi, it seems that you have to pay for the rest of today's consumption. Wang Xiaozong laughed. Not necessarily. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Just like that, I admired the girl's superb skills. While admiring it, the score reached 24-0. Brother Yi, we won with 25 points. Wang Xiaozong was thinking about whether he should deliberately let Yi Yang score a goal. After all, if he missed a 0 goal for Yi Yang, it would be a bit disrespectful to Yi Yang. He doesn't dare to do this either. Then you have to get to the 25th point. The smile on Yi Yang's face finally fully bloomed, and he started his first serve since he came on the court. Wang Xiaozong was confused. Could it be that Brother Yi had been hiding his clumsiness before? However, before he could think about it, a quick and fierce blow hit him directly in the head. Pung! It was so powerful that it made a hole in the beach. I go. Wang Xiaozong opened his mouth and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Brother Yi, you can play volleyball. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Nonsense, I can't play volleyball and I'm still betting with you. I have money, but nowhere to spend it. After saying this, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have a bit of money, but nowhere to spend it. It seems that we can't be careless. Wang Xiaozong adjusted his mentality and served again. I'm leading by 24 points. I don't believe it, I'll win if I win one more goal. If I lose this, what's the difference between being shut out? But unfortunately, his idea was destined to be a dream. The volleyball skills seemed to be imprinted in Yi Yang's bones. With his superhero-level reaction and speed, even if Iron Man came today, he would lose. Not to mention that Wang Xiaozong didn't even have a Tony armor. Bang! Bang! Clean and tidy, basically every time Yi Yang jumped, a round was over. In a blink of an eye, in the stunned expressions of everyone, the score of Yi Yang's side instantly caught up with Wang Xiaozong's side. 2400 hours, 24. Ah, this. Wang Xiaozong was stunned. Brother Yi, you were hiding your skills just now. Haha, this is your first time playing volleyball with me, you just don't know my habits. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. What habits? Wang Xiaozong was already stunned, and couldn't help asking at this time. I always let the opponent score 24 points before starting the game. Yi Yang curled his lips. Okay, serve quickly. Wang Xiaozong's heart was full of madness, but he didn't dare to say it in front of Yi Yang, and his face turned red. As expected, the next two quick, accurate, and fierce smashes. The score between the two sides reached 26-24, and Yi Yang's team won. First update. Brother Yi, you are too perverted. Wang Xiaozong collapsed on the ground and muttered, what else can't you do? It's so hidden. Yi Yang took a sip of ice-sweet lemonade and laughed. If you want to take advantage of your Brother Yi, you will have to practice for hundreds more years. Wang Xiaozong was extremely emotional. To win in volleyball, if you lead by 2 points or more, you must win by reaching 25 points first. A direct handicap of 24 points means that Yi Yang cannot make the slightest mistake before their side reaches 24 points, confirming that he can at least win 24 goals in a row. This kind of confidence is simply admirable. I feel that at your level, Brother Yi, if you join the men's volleyball team, you can win the Olympic gold medal with the men's volleyball team. Wang Xiaozong shook his head. Brother Yi, you are so secretive. Xiaozong is convinced. I will Never compete with you in anything from now on. Yi Yang laughed. No, maybe you are lucky and happen to encounter an event that I haven't practiced before? Wang Xiaozong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then I'm really lucky. Ah. I'm so tired from exercising. Take a rest. The girls were all tired and lay down directly on the beach. They felt comfortable and started laughing and playing in the sand. After playing for a while, Tan Mingqian looked at the sun in the sky. As expected of Hainan, the sun is still so bright at this time. Yes. Your fair and tender back has been tanned red. Mo Jingjing said in surprise. Boss, come and apply sunscreen. For us. Several beauties kept talking. Ah, this. Yi Yang looked at Wang Xiaozong, who had already taken advantage of the internet celebrities he brought, and was about to ask a few girls if they wanted his help. These girls actually took the initiative to let me help. That would be disrespectful. As a handsome guy, how could he refuse such reasonable requests from beauties? Is this sunscreen you're talking about serious? The three sisters exclaimed with evil smiles. What? Don't you want your boss to apply sunscreen? You asked silently. Ahem, that's not true, alas. It doesn't matter if he's serious or not. The main thing is that this sunscreen looks good, don't you think? Zhou Jinand chuckled. Yes, yes. Who can resist such a beautiful sunscreen? The remaining two sisters nodded wildly in agreement. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. These girls are really not afraid of exhausting themselves. There is a total of 1000 g of sunscreen in his hand. I don't know if it is enough to apply it all to these girls. What if it is completely squeezed out before the application is finished? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? But now he can only bite the bullet. Ah. Master, you are so good. It feels so comfortable. Yeah, comfortable. The other girls couldn't help but be envious when they saw how comfortable Mo Jingjing was, who had been applied with sunscreen first. I was looking forward to letting Yi Yang go over and give them a massage, so that they would feel comfortable and refreshed. Almost every girl was very satisfied with Yi Yang's service, with just the right strength. Everyone felt so comfortable that their faces turned red. Suddenly, a comfortable humming sound spread all around the beach. Not far away, the internet celebrities who were served by Wang Xiaozong were looking at this side with great confusion. They were all obviously curious and envious, and wanted to know what it felt like to be served by the handsome Yi Yang. Although Wang Xiaozong is wealthy, he is also relatively young. But when it comes to handsomeness, compared with Yi Yang, he will be completely outclassed. Oh. I envy them so much. I really want to feel what it feels like. Yeah, looking at the expressions, demeanor, and voices of these girls, it's obvious that they are enjoying themselves. Several internet celebrities are extremely envious. Yi Yang himself is obviously in place. The girl's backlight and sunscreen feel great, call by the end, he was breathing heavily in comfort. Not bad, really good. After the last girl finished applying it, the tube of sunscreen in her hand was finally completely used up, with not a drop left. It's not resistant to use. Use it once and it's gone. Yi Yang shook the bottle and frowned. However, he was too lazy to dwell on this and simply lay down on the beach. I have served you for a long time, now it is your turn to repay the favor. Okay. The girls were very proactive and came over directly. Suddenly, Yi Yang was Surrounded by women, a man and a woman, with beauties all over his body and a dazzling array of beautiful legs. At this moment, Wang Xiaozong, who was watching this scene, was also very envious. It seems that the other girl's sunscreen application skills are better than his. Outside the partition area, the tourists were so envious that Baofeng burst into tears on the spot. I finally found the motivation to work hard to make money. Is this the life of rich people? Brother, how much is your salary? 4,005. Then you have a bright future. If you work hard for a few billion years, you will be as rich as others and enjoy the same treatment. Damn. What you said is really awesome. I suddenly feel that life is full of hope. Ha ha ha, he is applying sunscreen to the beautiful woman, he is being applied by the beautiful woman, and I am watching them touching each other's sunscreen, but we all have a bright future. Work hard together. Fight. Everyone outside the venue was excited. And excited. Call. After a while, the service was finally completed. Yi Yang stretched out with satisfaction and felt comfortable. Sunbathing for a while. Just get up. Just as he was about to drink a cup of tea to replenish the water he had just lost in his body, he heard the system prompt in his head. Monaco Street has docked at the port. The docking port is Hainan Port. Please pay attention to the host to check. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling happy in his heart. For him, this super expensive toy worth 8 to 9 billion is considered a very rare object. When he first signed in, he wanted to see what the real thing looked like. I was about to leave the beach and go to Ergang. Wang Xiaozong's expression changed. Damn, that's terrible. What's wrong? Yi Yang asked with a smile. I was so happy just now that I sent out the picture of us playing here, and it also came with its own location. It's over. Now, Qin Feng, the naughty king, will definitely see it. He might come over and drag me away after a while. Look at his new big yacht. Wang Xiaozong was about to cry, but because he was so happy, he didn't think much about it. When he posted it just now, it wasn't until Qin Feng gave him a like that he realized. What a bastard. I don't want to be pretended by him. Not finished mumbling yet. There is a small group of luxury cars parked at the entrance of the scenic spot. Wang Xiaozong took a quick look and said, Holy crap. I said Chow Chow and Chow Chow are here. How can I be so accurate? Second update. It click. The door of the luxury car was closed, and a young man who was dressed casually and simply, but who looked like a famous brand at first glance, stepped out of the Pagani-zoned R. He turned his head casually and looked back and forth. Several young people also got out of the luxury car that came with him. Without exception, they all held beautiful girls in their arms. Let me see. The young man at the head turned his head and looked for a while, then his eyes lit up. Yo. So here it is. After discovering Wang Xiaozong's trace, he raised his sunglasses and waved his hands. He looked very happy and grinned. Damn. This forced king. Wang Xiaozong covered his face, not wanting to be recognized at all, but it was obvious that he could no longer avoid it. He had no choice but to smile uglier than crying and wave at the young man as a response. When the beautiful security guard saw that this young man was acquainted with Wang Xiaozong, he knew better than to intercept them and let them directly enter the partitioned area. Hey! Brother Xiaozong, you are so leisurely and elegant. Why don't you tell me when you come to Hainan and follow brother Feng? The young man, Qin Feng, made a yo gesture to Wang Xiaozong, looking like a rapper. Ahem, I'm sorry to trouble you. Wang Xiaozong squeezed out an answer from the corner of his mouth. Oh, why am I such a picky person? Have you forgotten what we did together back then? I actually treat you, brother Feng, as an outsider. Qin Feng curled his lips and smiled, but he knew very well in his heart that Wang Xiaozong knew that he had bought a new big yacht, and he was afraid that he would be pulled over to see this new treasure and show off his face. Wang Xiaozong smiled bitterly and shrugged helplessly. This little brother is very unfamiliar. Where can I get the money? Isn't he still unknown? Qin Feng extended his hand enthusiastically. Although Wang Xiaozong and him disliked each other when they were pretending to be each other, overall, their relationship was still very strong. He could also see that this guy seemed to have a good relationship with Wang Xiaozong. Friends of friends are friends. As long as you can tolerate your tendency to show off, you can still be friends. Yiyang, Spring City, Ji Province. Yiyang also smiled lightly and shook hands with Qin Feng. Oh, Jilin is great. I really like chewing the corn cobs. There. Qin Feng sat on a stool nearby and drank a cup of black tea juice. Yiyang shook his head dumbfounded. This old man is still a foodie. Ahem, brother Yi, this is the Qin Feng I told you. My family, brother Feng, is very rich and powerful. Wang Xiaozong turned around again. Brother Feng, this is my new good brother Yi Yang, with a great background and extraordinary financial resources. Huh? As soon as Qin Feng relaxed, he sat up straight and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. How amazing would it be to be described by Wang Xiaozong as a great background and extraordinary financial resources? He knew that at least Wang Xiaozong would not describe Qin Feng like this to others outside. In other words, this young man's energy may be higher than that of the family behind him. But it doesn't look like it, does it? Why? With his tight beach pants with the ruler icon on them? Fuck. He let out a low breath. He hadn't noticed it before, but when he saw Yi Yang's beach shorts, he couldn't help but let out a low breath. It's so big. As long as you are a man, you will be extremely envious. Several people nearby were startled by Qin Feng's surprise and asked what was wrong. Ahem, it's nothing, it's nothing. Although Qin Feng has a carefree personality, he is not so aggressive as to say anything. What should I do if someone misunderstands me and I have a problem with my orientation? He scratched his forehead, and his self-confidence as a boy was hit when they first met, which aroused his competitive spirit. After chatting for a few words, he started to think carefully. Xiaozong, how long have you been in Hainan? Only 2 or 3 days. Wang Xiaozong said casually. Oh, Qin Feng said melodiously and chuckled, you must not have visited the good places in Hainan yet, right? So be it. Wang Xiaozong knew that he could not escape the fate of being pretended, so he had no choice but to nod helplessly and wait for the next step. TSK, how can this work? Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder and laughed, I'm telling you. Insomnia. The scenery in Ergang is very beautiful. At night, the night view is simply amazing. Ah, yes, yes. Wang Xiaozong nodded helplessly and agreed. Let's go, I just bought a new yacht over there. Come to my yacht in the evening, let's have a party and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Air Harbor at night, okay? Qin Feng drank all the black tea in the cup with great pleasure, and it was about to come to his favorite part of showing off again. If he loses to Big Brother, he wants to get it back with Big Baby. Ahem, Brother Yi. Are you going? Wang Xiaozong blinked and looked at Yi Yang. When he came, Yi Yang said that he would never let the other party succeed in pretending. Let's go. Yi Yang laughed. It just so happened that the new toys I bought were sent to Ergang. Wouldn't it be nice to go for a walk after dinner? Wang Xiaozong blinked, not sure what medicine Yi Yang was selling in his gourd. Toy? Hearing this, Qin Feng winked. Brother Yi, you are very good at it. This toy you are talking about, does it have positive energy? That's quite positive. Energy. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Positive energy is good, positive energy is good. Qin Feng obviously thought wrongly, with a lewd smile on his face. Should we sunbathe here for a while, or should we leave now? There's no rush, let's finish enjoying it first. Yi Yang waved his hand. After all, the sunscreen on the girls hasn't even dried yet, so what if they go out and people misunderstand them? After a while, the sun sets, and the beach is left with only the last trace of warmth. Let's go. Yi Yang waved his hand and smiled. Walk. Qin Feng stood up, raised his chest and raised his head with bright eyes. Boss, are you leaving? Now? The fat man who was the beach manager rubbed his hands and said with a smile, will you be back in the evening? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I won't let you make up for our money until you come back, don't worry. Being seen through at a glance, the little fat man was extremely embarrassed and could only smile and say goodbye. Those bosses, please go away. By the way, Xiaozong, what car are you driving now? Qin Feng turned his head and saw Wang Xiaozong driving out a Bugatti Veyron from the parking lot. He couldn't help but shook his head. Brother, your Bugatti Veyron costs more than 30 million. Have you been driving it for several years? I haven't changed it yet. Wang Xiaozong twitched the corner of his mouth and whispered in his heart. It's starting again. Look, brother, I bought this Pagani Zonda a few months ago. I just bought a yacht recently. Money is a little tight. I only have a budget of more than 40 million. I can barely drive it. For a few days. Qin Feng laughed. The Pagani costing more than 40 million yuan should be the most beautiful car today, right? Boom. But when the next car drove out of the parking lot, the smile on his lips froze. First update. This is Aston Martin 187. He walked around Yi Yang's sports car and exclaimed. Sigh. Koenigsegg's thing is too unreliable. I took it for repairs after a quick walk. Today I had no choice but to drive the 187i. Just bought out for a walk. Yi Yang shook his head and sighed. Puff. Wang Xiaozong laughed out loud immediately. Qin Feng's face was full of questions, and he was completely confused. Look. This is human language. He has always been the one to show off to others, but today he actually failed them one after another. You grew up eating Versailles, right? He cursed inwardly. Even if it's an Aston Martin, it's still a 5800W super luxury car. It's 15 million more expensive than his. I can buy a few more ordinary Ferraris. Turns out you said this thing was a random replacement, and you still have a Koenigsegg, and it broke down once you drove it. There is no doubt about the quality of this imperial sports car. There is only one possibility that it breaks down. The car owner didn't take the car seriously at all and drove it blindly. Day. After analyzing this wave, it is simply the essence of pretense. Qin Feng felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, thinking that he would meet his opponent today. He suddenly became nervous and sat back in his Pagani Zonda, but after all, it's just a sports car. I'll arrive in Ergang soon and see my big baby. Then it will still be my home court. Thinking like this, he regained his confidence, tossed his hair, put on sunglasses, stepped on the accelerator, and led the way. Buzz buzz. A line of luxury cars sped away. Soon, we arrived at Ergang. Ergang is one of the largest ports in Sanya. Nearby is the most prosperous Bay Area in Sanya. At night, the neon lights converge, which is very beautiful. Near the port, various ships sailed. It seemed very busy and smoky. Inside the port, people are also rushing back and forth, including those loading cargo, those sailing away, and those discussing business. Of course, there is also a group of second-generation rich people who are showing off their wealth. Luxury cars and the like are already a bit too cheap for the top rich second generation. Among the mass-produced sports cars, Koenigsegg, the most powerful sports car emperor, only has more than 100 million, which is not enough to squander their huge money. At this time, some more expensive big toys are needed to show their wealth and power, such as airplanes and yachts. In this large tropical port, you will always see some rich second generation showing off their newly purchased yachts. Wow! Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng just said he was looking for Brother Shou, and he really did find him. The people present were obviously all wealthy second-generation people. When they saw the two of them, they were very familiar with each other. This is your brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong took the initiative to give up his position and introduced Brother Yi. Hello, Brother Yi. These rich second-generation people all showed a sense of surprise in their hearts. Wang Xiaozong even took the initiative to give up his position and call him brother. This Yi Yang must have an extraordinary status. But they all thought Yi Yang was unfamiliar. However, as China is so big, there is always a problem of crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It's really normal to see a few second-generation people who have never heard of them before, but whose wealth is so rich that they can't even imagine it. Therefore, they don't dare to make mistakes, and most of them are obedient and call them Yi Go. Yi Yang didn't put on much airs, nodded slightly, and responded with a faint smile. Brother Feng, you said before that you wanted to show us your new yacht. Where is it? Yeah, didn't you say that when we saw this yacht, we would be so surprised that we could fit 2 eggs in our mouths? I'm also very curious, I want to see if I can fit 2 eggs, or a duck egg. These second-generation rich people are obviously very passionate about yachts, and they are all looking forward to it. Haha, since everyone is paying attention, I won't hide it. Qin Feng called the yacht directly and asked the other party to drive over. Hoo-hoo. In the distance, a superyacht over 70 meters broke through the water. The height alone is nearly 6 meters. Even if the draft is 2 meters, the height above the water is still over 4 meters. This sense of oppression made everyone shout that it was awesome. Brother Feng, you spent a lot of money now. This is a private yacht. Damn, it's so big. I didn't spend much money. Qin Feng floated up again amidst the praise, feeling that he was so light that he could reach the sky. However, who made him like this kind of pretentious feeling? I just won a few $100 million in The casino outside. You said that I can travel around the world if I have nothing to do. How can I not have a better means of transportation? Didn't I just see this captain's one on the internet and it is very beautiful, so I placed an order? Let's talk about this boat. It's really good. It has a KTV, a telescope, a swimming pool. It has everything you need. It feels like a home floating on the sea. This is simply a mobile mansion. I envy Brother Feng. My father is so stingy. He only gives me 10 to 20 million yuan in pocket money a year. How can I live like this? Damn it, people are so irritating. When can I be like Brother Feng and be as arrogant as I want? Throw a few 100 million. That's right. Your dad is actually pretty good, but my mom is. She's so picky that I really want to change my mom. Over the years, they have only given me 300 million in total, which is not enough for Brother Feng to buy a yacht. Why don't you kill her? Hey. That's right. Whoever wants a mother like this can have one. Haha, I feel relieved when I compare myself to you. After all, my father gave me 400 million yuan as a startup fund for starting a business. Suddenly, all the second-generation rich complained about their parents and began to compete with each other in disguise. Are these guys holding a Versailles conference here? Wang Xiaozong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These guys complained openly, but they were actually competing with each other. Old Versailles people. But birds of a feather flock together. Qin Feng is a master of pretense. Those who hang out with him naturally learn a few tricks from him. How is it, Brother Yi? Qin Feng patted Yi Yang's shoulder with a laugh. Now. There is no chance for you to kill me back. Yi Yang looked up and down at the yacht, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Overall, it's still good. It's just Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he felt something was wrong. What is it? TSK. It's really too small. I can't even play golf on it. Yi Yang shook his head, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Fuck. You still want to play golf on a yacht? Is that a yacht? That's an aircraft carrier. Qin Feng was simply confused. Hey, Brother Yi, you're wrong. From the tone of your voice, it seems that you've driven a yacht that's even cooler than Brother Feng's. Several of Qin Feng's loyal brothers were immediately unhappy. Yi Yang was very surprised. Is it worth being surprised that you've driven a yacht bigger than this? Second update. What? A group of second-generation rich people feel that their ears are broken. Listening to what you said, it seems that driving a yacht bigger than this is something that everyone should have experienced, and it is not a trivial matter that is not appreciated by outsiders. Is there any mistake? Looking at the expressions of the rich second generation, Yi Yang shrugged. Oh. I misunderstood. I thought you all had it. I bet you really think that every one of us has a super yacht over 70 meters long. Several rich second generations almost scolded them on the spot. Although Brother Yi has just met him, his skill in showing off is so proficient. They all made them wonder whether Yi Yang was showing off or was feeling emotion from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yi, what you said is a bit too big. Yes, you know, there are not many supersized private yachts in the whole of China. 50 meters is considered very big. Brother Qin Feng's 70 meters, at least in our understanding. Anyway, in all these years, I have never seen a yacht more awesome than Brother Feng's super private yacht. A group of rich second-generation people are all connected. After the younger brother set the stage for the atmosphere, Qin Feng was the appropriate end. He smiled and patted Yi Yang on the shoulder. Brother Yi, I know you have a higher vision, but, sometimes, you have to respect objective facts when speaking. That's good. What do you think? Yi Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. You mean, I have never seen a more powerful private yacht than this one, so to say this is a bit too ignorant, right? This. Qin Feng didn't expect that Yi Yang would dare to speak so clearly. If he can't come up with hard goods soon, he will be embarrassed. How will it end soon? Do you still remember that I just said that I would come to airport to pick up a courier? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Of course I remember. Qin Feng nodded doubtfully. And then there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. The express delivery you are talking about is. Yi Yang laughed and said, yes, it is a private yacht that I just bought recently. I just told me that. It has arrived in Ergang. I stopped by to take a look. What a coincidence. Qin Feng was shocked, but he was not completely panicked just yet. After all, his yacht has been one of the top yachts in the world of private yachts in the past few years. If it was any higher, it would have been driven by the world's top richest man. The wealth of the top rich is beyond counting. They are generally super bosses who control some important economic lifeline of the world. Comparing him with such a big shot, it would be like a firefly competing with a bright moon. It's simply impossible. Do you want to say that Yi Yang is such a big boss? Then it is even more impossible for him to believe it. He obviously looks about the same age as himself. He is one of the top rich second generations in China. They are both rich second generations, so how can the gap be so huge? Various thoughts came and went in his mind, and finally he smiled lightly. I wonder if Brother Yi can give us a face and let us open our eyes today and see Brother Yi's super yacht that can play golf on it? Want to see it? Okay. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He was not a stingy person. Since everyone wanted to see it so much, he pulled it out to show off. Hello? Yes, it's me. Bring the yacht over. After making the call, everyone stared at the port in the distance. After all, what Yi Yang said just now really shocked them to the point that people couldn't help but suspect that he was bragging. It would be funny if a 50-60-meter private yacht suddenly opened up. The ocean in the distance was covered with hazy fog due to the dusk and the water vapor kicked up by various ships. At this time, a hazy shadow slowly appeared in the mist. I'm coming. Is it this ship? The rich second generation looked at the hazy huge shadow with expressions of disbelief on their faces. After all, that shadow is really too big. Did you see it wrong? It's actually a cargo ship. Can't you? When someone called here, a boat came in from the other side. It should be Brother Yi's boat. This is too big. Just the shadow of the ship in the mist made the second generation people feel oppressed. Crash. The private yacht broke through the mist, finally revealing its true appearance to everyone's eyes. This is. Qin Feng pulled away the rich second generation in front of him and stared blankly at the yacht in front of him. As an enthusiast in the private yachting circle, Qin Feng pulled away. Naturally, the origin of the yacht can be seen at a glance. OMG. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the streets of Monaco. What Monaco streets? Yes. Many second-generation rich people heard this name for the first time and couldn't help but ask in confusion. This is one of the top 10 famous yachts in the world. Qin Feng exclaimed, looking at the entire private yacht industry, this is a masterpiece. It is the most top-notch existence among private yachts that can be called gods. Is it so outrageous? The thin man wearing glasses next to him pushed up his glasses. Outrageous? I think the size is quite outrageous. All the second-generation rich people nodded in agreement. The streets of Monaco are more than 200 meters long. This yacht is designed based on the urban structure of Monaco. It can be called a replica of Monaco. It is built according to the country's most famous landmarks, replicating Monte Carlo Casino, Monaco's best hotel, Hôtel de Paris, Café de Paris, and other iconic buildings. In other words, a yacht is a city. There are real cafes, green belts, streets, hotels, hair salons, casinos, swimming pools, and even stadiums, courtyards, gyms, libraries, and cinemas. It can be said that it has everything and will never lose to any city. Moreover, this yacht also has a large swimming pool and jacuzzi. In order to facilitate the entry and exit of its owner, a unique platform was built on the yacht to accommodate small yachts entering and exiting. The most outrageous thing is, this yacht actually moved the F1 racing track to the sea. This track is similar to the track used in the Monaco Formula 1 race and is also a landmark building in Monaco. In other words, if you are a racing fan, you can have a racing addiction on the sea. But these are not its core. The core of the yacht is its atrium. The atrium connects the upper and lower living areas, including 7 guest cabins. Each cabin has its own living room, bathroom, dressing room, bedroom, and balcony. The most amazing master suite occupies 3 floors. And this is the myth of the sea, the streets of Monaco. Qin Feng clenched his fists and couldn't believe that this maritime myth appeared in front of him like this. This is too outrageous. Fuck. Awesome. After listening to Qin Feng's popular science, all the second-generation rich people were completely confused. Such an awesome private yacht costs more than $1 billion. Someone said in horror. More than $1 billion. Qin Feng laughed directly. A few years ago, when it was not so famous, the cost alone was announced to be more than $7 billion. Now the valuation is estimated to be more than 90, close to $10 billion. What? A group of rich second-generation people opened their mouths wide. Now, not to mention 2, even 3, or 5 eggs could fit in their mouths. 10 billions for a yacht. Watma, poverty limits my imagination. First update. A yacht worth tens of billions. Oh my god. It's so amazing. This yacht is even higher than our group's valuation. Hey, it's so irritating to compare people to each other. It's like a knife in my ass. It opened my eyes. All the second-generation rich people couldn't pretend any longer and collectively broke their defenses. Not to mention them, even Qin Feng was completely speechless at this time. The anger that Yi Yang felt after being forced to fight back several times disappeared instantly. All that's left is shock, admiration, and amazement. Owning a tens of billions of yachts is a symbol of the world's top financial giants. The young man next to me is actually a top international financial giant. This He looked at Yi Yang in confusion, and saw the calm expression on his face, as if it were taken for granted, and his heart was shocked. No wonder Wang Xiaozong used such words when introducing Yi Yang. Although Wang Xiaozong felt a storm in his heart at this time, after all, he had known Yi Yang for a long time. What kind of miracles had he not seen? There are tens of billions of islands, hundreds of billions of houses, and trillions of companies lined up. It's not surprising that such a super boss comes up with any kind of rare gadgets. However, to be honest, when the Monaco street was completely revealed, he still felt a heartfelt shock. That kind of visual shock cannot be overcome by being mentally prepared. Not to mention playing golf on it, you can even drive a racing car. You call this a toy? Qin Feng shook his head. At first, hearing Yi Yang's description, he thought he had sensed something indescribable, an adult inflatable toy. As a result, they turned out to be the top 10 superyachts in the world. Do you have any misunderstanding about the words toys? Of course, aren't you buying this just for fun? Yi Yang shrugged. Otherwise, what would you call it? Office tool? Qin Feng couldn't laugh or cry, and found that he was speechless. Haha, this is the first time I've seen it since I ordered it. Yi Yang waved his hand. Why don't you go on my yacht to visit first? It's a dream come true. Qin Feng kept saying that he was very interested in yachts, let alone the world's top super yacht. I'm going to tell that girl Chu Haijiao about this when I get back, haha. She's going to have to book a flight overnight tonight and come over to find you for a PY deal. Qin Feng smiled. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth trembled, remembering the girl on Dongsha Island who was willing to sleep with him in order to drive an F-1000 and who was inspired to become the pirate king, Chu Haijiao. However, such a little paranoid girl still looks cute overall. Of course, it is under the condition that you can satisfy the other party's paranoid hobby. In the eyes of boys who can't afford a yacht, such a girl would seem a bit scary. After all, a normal girl would at most want you to buy a brand name bag for the Chinese New Year. But during the Chinese New Year, this kind of girl might directly ask you to buy a world-class ship. Who can withstand this? We can also enjoy the blessing. Several rich second generations were rubbing their hands together, and they all wanted to see how terrifying a tens of billions of yachts can be. Chi-chi. The high-tech elevator was lowered. Everyone followed Yi Yang up. As soon as we arrived on the deck, we were warmly greeted by several beautiful girls. Each one was dressed in a tropical style, very cool. Ouch. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. As the most famous superyacht in the world, the service team on board is naturally international. There are girls of all skin colors. But without exception, they all speak multiple languages, and are naturally proficient in Chinese. Speaking in Mandarin may make some Chinese people with a local accent feel ashamed. Not bad, really good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. These international foreign girls are indeed refreshing. After all, the fresh is always the most attractive. You are our new master, right? Foreign girls are obviously more unrestrained in character. Even in front of a group of people, in public places, they can still use this title. Tisk. Yi Yang was very pleased and nodded with a smile. I am the leader of the Monaco Street Service Group. My name is Marjorie. You can call me Shally. The woman is tall, with wonderful curves, big blue eyes, and flaming red hair. Like a waterfall on the back of her head, with natural curls, which looks very beautiful. Like a mermaid princess. In a fairy tale. The only difference is, it's not a fish tail underneath. Shou? It's a very Chinese name. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Master, please come with me. I will take the master and guests to browse the facilities on the ship first, so that we can better enjoy the night at night. Marjorie blinked at Yi Yang. And said clearly. Umo frowned on the side. She was the more daring and flirtatious person around the boss, but compared with this foreign wavy girl, she was still far behind. She felt the gap, and the sense of crisis made her secretly determined to become better. TSK, this. Qin Feng and the rich second generations behind him secretly swallowed. But I didn't dare to think too much. After all, this is Yi Yang's ship, Yi Yang's private territory. Who dares to act rashly? This is a restaurant built in imitation of the Grand Hotel de Paris in Monaco. Here, you can enjoy the world's top catering services. Margaret twisted and turned in front, teasing. Seeing this, several rich second generations almost had nosebleeds. Following Margaret, I walked for a long time before I could barely see the green belt on the ship, including streets, hotels, big restaurants, hair salons, casinos, swimming pools, gyms, courtyards, gyms, libraries, and cinemas. It was so dazzling that people could only exclaim that it was awesome. After I walked out, it was already dark, and the vicinity of airport had also entered its most beautiful time of the day. Second update. The lights of high-rise buildings near Ergang are flashing. The neon lighthouse guides many ships traveling in the sea. Near the port, ships pass by. A scene that exemplifies busyness and prosperity. Among the hurried lights and ships, Monaco Street is moving slowly. In this rush and complexity, a leisurely beauty is added. Yi Yang sat on the lawn of the boat, savoring the Esmeralda coffee produced in Shangri-La manner, feeling the warm taste throughout his body. He likes silence. But the silence he likes is not pure silence. He only likes the unique silence in this noisy environment. In this way, he can not only be in the prosperous world, but also enjoy the unique comfort and beauty. As expected of a handful of thousands of dollars, the world's top coffee beans, the coffee that comes out of the grind is fragrant. Just one sip of this will cost you money. Yes, yes. It tastes much better than the brewed coffee I drink. Hey, sister, you actually drink instant coffee. I don't even drink it from Starbucks. Starbucks? Is there any obvious difference in taste between it and instant coffee? It is just different anyway. Oh, the internet celebrities or lovers brought by the rich second generation are all chatty. However, they were all far away from Yi Yang, and they could only vaguely hear the discussions they had never seen in the world. As for Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng, they have naturally tasted all kinds of expensive coffee. When they heard the comments, they both laughed and shook their heads. I really can't stand listening to it anymore. I'm going to teach them what the real way of coffee is. Qin Feng stood up, forcing the king's soul to burn again. Today, it can be said that Yi Yang crushed him to a pulp. His self-confidence needs to be regained by beating a few weaklings. Master, how should we decide our route? Should we circle around or explore the vast ocean? The beautiful first mate in the cab ran over and asked. Our journey is, of course, across the stars and the sea. Yi Yang laughed. With such an awesome private yacht, it is really boring to just cruise around the port. Brother Yi, do you want to drive a little further outside? Qin Feng suddenly became interested, and even his interest in pretending to be cool faded a lot, and he asked again and again. Yes, what's the matter? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked, with some confusion. There is actually something that can make the other person stop his desire to show off. Then, brother Yi, are you planning to go out to the high seas? Qin Feng rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Now that Yi Yang has completely impressed him with the strength he has shown, he naturally does not dare to call him Brother Yi casually, but directly calls him Brother Yi. Brother Feng, just say it clearly if you have anything to say. Why bother? It makes me feel so itchy. Wang Xiaozong said repeatedly. Ahem, didn't I say that I won hundreds of millions gambling abroad? Qin Feng sat back again and said excitedly, do you know where I won? How would I know? Wang Xiaozong curled his lips. Let him continue. Yi Yang actually became a little interested. It was obvious that this matter had something to do with the fact that he would not be able to leave the high seas for a while. In fact, many international countries prohibit gambling, so those cities and regions that allow gambling have become the most popular places for the world's top gamblers. In addition to these cities and regions, there are also many ships on the high seas that almost never dock and whose fuel is supplied by other ships. They exist specifically for this industry. These ships are known in the gambling world as the Eternal Holy Land floating on the sea. I earned several hundred million on one of these holy places, the Parrot. And the Parrot has recently been operating in waters outside the high seas of Hainan. That's why I appeared in Hainan. If it weren't for showing off, no, sharing my newly purchased luxury yacht, I would have won enough billions. Before leaving the Parrot, Qin Feng said it all, and his eyes also showed excitement. Parrot? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he had never heard of these statements, but as a veteran in the gambling industry, it was not surprising that Qin Feng knew these. Ahem, to be honest with Brother Yi, I really want to go back and earn hundreds of millions. Qin Feng rubbed his hands. Look. Yi Yang laughed. With such a novelty, of course he had to experience it. He was worried that his life of luxury was boring, so it seemed like a good choice to visit this novel and exciting gambling holy land. Then let's follow the route given by Qin Feng. Yi Yang waved to the first mate. Hello, master, the first mate agreed and turned back to the cab. After all, they are an international team. Wang Xiaozong and Yi Yang find it novel, but they are already familiar with an existence like the Parrot. Time passed quickly. The coffee was also finished, and many of the refreshed rich second generation were no longer sleepy. It's scary to be sleepy at night, and the extra energy will be useless. At this time, it's time for the lovers and internet celebrities they brought to appear to calm the anxious hearts of the second generation. There are enough rooms in the streets of Monaco to accommodate a few people who want to make trouble. Master, it's time for supper. Marjorie put her arm on Yi Yang's shoulder and spoke affectionately. Night snack? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What to eat? Marjorie carefully selected the best quality abalone from Shou, England. Marjorie blinked her blue eyes and said playfully. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What is Marjorie's hometown? It's the town of Shou, England. Marjorie chuckled. Oh, Yi Yang suddenly realized it and laughed. Then what are you waiting for? It's supper time, let's go. It's really quick and accurate to strike. Yumomo gritted his teeth, but after returning to land, the boss will be mine every day and night. You little red-haired succubus can't take away too much of his time. Thinking. Like this, she calmed down. Qian, do you know why the boss went to the room to eat abalone? With. Such a good thing, we can share the duck together on the deck. Mo Jingjing asked doubtfully. Ahem, this abalone. Is not that abalone? Tan Mingqian saw that Mo Jingjing was even more confused. What? Anyway, this abalone from Shou, England, can only be eaten in the room. Do you understand? Oh fine. Mo Jingjing nodded honestly. Oh, I haven't eaten such a strange abalone before. I really hope that I can be as good as master in the future. And can eat this special abalone. Ahem. Tan Mingqian rolled her eyes. If you want, you can do it tonight. Ah? Mo Jingjing blinked. Hey, come with me, I will share with you the fish I have treasured for many years. Tan Mingqian took Mo Jingjing's arm and happily dragged her into another room. Well. Mo shook his head, feeling the depression in his heart getting a little heavier. First update. Well. Yi Yang threw Marjorie on the bed of Xuanwan Roche Beaubois, which was worth nearly 1 million yuan. This is the room with the best floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious decoration, and comfort on the entire Monaco Street yacht. It is also the master bedroom in the master suite. It's on this yacht modeled after Monaco, the real palace of the king. Yi Yang put his fingers on the expensive mahogany decoration, looked at Marjorie, and walked all the way to the retro gramophone. Place priceless vintage film records from the 20th century in the gramophone. The sound of cello played by female musician Anne-Lise Schmidt de Nevu sounded in this vast bedroom. With a simple and primitive beauty that travels through time and space. The voice from 1956 echoes in our ears today. Yi Yang closed his eyes and listened for a while and sighed. Classical music, if you listen to it occasionally, is indeed very charming. Sentiment is also very important. Only when both parties reach the most relaxed state can they get the best feedback from each other. The knowledge of adjusting the atmosphere in advance is the mood. Of course, in the eyes of girls, this is called fatal romance. I didn't expect you, master, to know classical music. Marjorie blinked and asked in surprise. No, it's because there is a date and information next to the film. Yi Yang smiled slightly. And Marjorie shook her red, wavy hair and was amused by Yi Yang's straightforwardness. Okay, master, before you eat midnight snacks, pay attention to your hygiene. Marjorie walked into the gilded pool paved with roses. Yi Yang shook his head, but it was necessary to pay attention to hygiene. He sat in without saying anything. Crash. Wrapped in bathrobes, the two sat on the blanket. Master, abalone is only found in my private territory. This territory has never been occupied by anyone. Today, it will belong to you. This is the most delicious abalone in Shou Town, England, and it also belongs to you. Marjorie chuckled. Really? I have to check it myself to know whether it is the most delicious. Yi Yang laughed. As expected of a foreign girl, everything is exaggerated. You can feel it even more after being honest with each other. He felt like an old man on crutches, climbing over hills, leaping over grass, and exploring deep valleys, enjoying himself. The fiery red waves rolled up, and the room was suddenly filled with various sounds. The sound of rushing water, the rustle of wind blowing through the grass, the whine of wild geese. I do not know how long it has been. Everything was restored to tranquility. Yi Yang moved a bit and walked to the window. The sky was polished. I have to say that foreign girls have high endurance. Looking at the sleeping red-haired elf-like Marjorie, Yang's mouth twisted. No matter how strong his endurance was, he was still completely conquered by his strength, comparable to that of a superhero. With his current physical condition, he would not feel too tired even if he continued to fight for a week without sleep. So, I just squinted for a while, and I felt refreshed when I got up again. At this time, the morning light on the horizon has completely brightened. Really not bad. Naturally, Marjorie hadn't recovered yet and fell asleep. After Yi Yang got dressed, he walked out of the bedroom and had a simple breakfast worth hundreds of thousands with the maid, Wang Xiaotsong and the others. Just came to the deck. Now we are beyond the high seas. The first mate ran over and reported the progress. According to the route Mr. Qin gave us, we will probably reach our destination soon. Yeah, well done. Yi Yang nodded slightly and gave the first mate a thumbs up. Hey. The first mate scratched his head helpfully and smiled. Master, I'm going back to the cab first. Yi Yang looked at the maids next to him. Apparently they were all wondering why the leader, Marjorie, didn't show up today. However, there were also a few understanding sisters who looked calm and knew exactly what was going on. They didn't ask, and Yi Yang couldn't go into too much detail. After breakfast and playing golf on the boat for a while, a surprised voice came to my ears. Look. What's that in front of you? Oh my God, this is so big. It seems like a ship, no, more like an aircraft carrier. Several internet celebrities were whispering and standing on the observation board, discussing in surprise. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. In the distance, an endless stream of steel lines appeared in the eyes. Looks very majestic. But he knew very well that there should be no such huge ship in the world. After all, the longest aircraft carrier ever seen in history was only about 400 meters. Even the Freedom boat built by the United States a few years ago shocked the world's shipping industry and is said to be the largest human-made maritime creation in the world's history. It is only 500 meters tall. The flow of steel lines in front of me felt like it was nearly 2,000 meters long. As he drove closer, Yi Yang suddenly realized it's a whole fleet. Similar to the chain of iron chains during the Battle of Chibi, they formed a huge fleet. Among them, the Big Mac at the beginning is a supergiant ship of more than 400 meters. Behind the giant ship, there are more than a dozen small followers of about 100 to 200 meters. Many of them are for the supergiant ship, Parrot, which is specially used to transport fuel. Proof of assets is required before boarding the ship. If you are worth less than $1 billion, you can only enter those follower ships to gamble. Only those with a net worth of more than $1 billion are qualified to step on the Parrot. Qin Feng introduced. The high seas are not like the domestic. There are no laws on it. All rules are made by the Emperor of the Parrot, Dai Luan 8. When you get on the ship, you must abide by the rules, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He is a man who abides by the rules. Isn't he? But as the Emperor of the Parrot Fleet, he must also ensure the personal safety of the rich people on board. Otherwise, the Parrot's reputation will be ruined, and he will have no way to make money. This is what he doesn't want to see. Qin Feng saw that Wang Xiaotsong's face was a little pale, and he was obviously backing down, so he couldn't help but add comfort. Ahem, okay. Although Wang Xiaozong likes to play with internet celebrities, he is still a very honest person in other aspects. He has never touched these things. He has also heard about the cruelty and terror of the high seas. Deep down, he is still reluctant to approach such places. Yi Yang doesn't care, but is full of curiosity. Second update. Hulala. The Monaco street number slowly approached the Parrot. On the deck of the Parrot, there were many mercenaries with live ammunition patrolling back and forth. Before going on deck, you will be searched. Before Yi Yang and the others, there were one or two small boats of tens of meters approaching. The wealthy people on board boarded the boat with their bodyguards. Some even checked out C4 and RPG in the bodyguards' carry-on boxes. Those who are unwilling to hand over their weapons will be expelled. After the expressions of the rich men changed, they finally nodded in agreement and boarded the boat with the leopard print girl and bodyguards. It's really strict. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I'm a little scared, Brother Yi, otherwise, let's go back first. Several rich second generations were so frightened by this battle that their legs weakened. All residents in China are well protected, and few people have seen real modern weapons. Especially these rich second generations, they have never killed a chicken. Suddenly seeing so many mercenaries with guns and live ammunition on the ship who were obviously bloody, my face suddenly turned green with fear. People are still subconsciously afraid when faced with weapons that can kill them with just a flick of their fingers. Ahem, it's actually very safe. I've been up there for several days without any problems. You'll know when you get up there. Seeing the cowardice of the rich second generation, Qin Fengqi was worried that Yi Yang would be frightened by these boys and returned directly. Then, his small goal of making 1 billion yuan will be temporarily ruined. If you are really scared, just stay on the boat and wait for me to come back. Yi Yang shrugged. The skilled man is bold, possesses genetic serum and the ultimate in Chinese martial arts, and it is difficult for ordinary thermal weapons to cause any harm to him. Moreover, the Parrot has been drifting on the high seas for decades, and has even earned a reputation as the so-called Holy Land in the gambling industry, so its safety should be guaranteed. What about you? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked several girls. Wherever the boss is, as his personal secretary, naturally he should be there. You. Momo held his chest and said. I feel safer following master. Mo Jingjing muttered. This. Tan Mingqian had no choice but to nod in agreement. Although she was a bit mean, she was sincere to her best friend. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Chen Qiqian, who has been active in the international seafood industry for a long time, shook her body expectantly, and suddenly the waves started to surge. Woo! Finally, Monaco Avenue docked with the giant ship Parrot. The already extremely large Monaco Avenue still looks a bit small in front of the Parrot. Giant oil tanker. Yi Yang and Wang Xiaozong came directly to the deck of the Parrot under the guidance of Qin Feng, who was familiar with the road. The attitude of the mercenaries responsible for the search was not very good. These women also need to be checked. Several mercenaries looked at the beautiful girls brought by Yi Yang and said with unkind expressions. Yi Yang frowned. This was the first time he had seen a guy who was so rude to guests. If these rough guys really insisted on a body search, he wouldn't mind ending the trip here. And giving this so-called the Holy Land of gambling left a deep impression. Several mercenaries stared, patted the AK-47 on their bodies, and threatened unkindly. Guys, this is my certification plate. I know what the real rules are on. The parrot. Don't ask me to call you to lead the team. Qin Feng took out an authentication card and frowned. Silver card. The expressions of several mercenaries suddenly became serious, and their eyes towards Qin Feng also became kind. Several women who were responsible for body searches were called over and checked Yu Momo and his party. Please, there is a special rest area for silver VIPs. After passing the body search, Yi Yang and his party were greeted by the polite maids and waiters. One before the other, it can be said to be a huge contrast. What? Silver card? Wang Xiaocong asked with a blink of an eye. If you have a net worth of $1 billion, you will be eligible to board the ship, and you will be issued a bronze card. If you have a net worth of $10 billion, you can get a silver card. If you have a net worth of $100 billion, you can get a gold card, and if you have a net worth of $1 trillion, you can get a black gold card. Qin Feng shrugged. Although my family's assets can apply for a gold card, my father only gave me an asset certificate of about $10 billion. Under the leadership of the beautiful waiter, we came to the card processing office. On the ship, except in the assigned rooms and in public places such as the deck, you must not stray too far from the VIPs who are following you and have the card. This is the class mentality on board the Parrot. Qin Feng reminded, for example, if the girls I brought are too far away from me and there are no card-holding VIPs around to support them, when I provoke them, then they will be black households on the Parrot and will lose any human rights and be arbitrarily dealt with it. In this case, the corner of Yi Yang's mouth curled up, and he said to UMO, then I will apply for a silver card for all of you. Ah. Several girls' eyes widened. And they all got one. Since Mo Jingjing and Tan Mingqian are from aristocratic families, they can still provide proof of assets. Although Chen Qiqian has made a lot of money over the years, her assets are only assessed at 3 to 4 billion Chinese coins. Not even $1 billion. As for Yu Momo, although the salary given by Yi Yang was terrible, it was still a long way from getting a card. Yi Yang shrugged and transferred 100 billion Huaxia coins to each of Yu Momo and Chen Qiqian. Is this okay? Gulu. Chen Qiqian blinked. This is too scary. Holy shit. It was so atmospheric that it reached the sky. Although she knew that Yi Yang was rich, she never imagined that Yi Yang would be so rich. You can mobilize hundreds of billions of massive cash at will. I'll transfer you back after we get off the boat. Chen Qiqian repeatedly said that she would not dare to accept such terrifying cash if it was really given to her for free. Not urgent. Yi Yang shrugged casually. It was only 100 billion. During this period of time, he had no idea how much more cash reserves he had than when he showed off his balance at Baoli High School. He didn't bother to calculate it. He estimated that he had at least 500 to 600 billion. After all, there are more than one company with trillions of assets under its name than at that time. Sir, please show proof of your assets. Yi Yang thought about it and decided to keep a low profile and only showed some of the trillion-dollar companies under his name. Even so, several staff members of the property notary office stood up with their mouths wide open and handed a gold card to Yi Yang with great respect. Yi Yang nodded slightly. $1 trillion if all the assets under his name are counted, he can even exceed it. Especially the trump card of Hurricane Company cannot be valued at all. However, its influence is huge internationally. If it really needs to be valued, at least for Parrot, its value is no less than that of China's top company with a market capitalization of trillions. Companies. But this way. He exposed all his bottom, and he didn't like this feeling. First update. I'm actually a gold card user. After Yi Yang and his party left, several service staff at the notary office looked at each other in confusion. Go and tell the emperor quickly. Although in name, the highest level of Parrot is the black gold card. However, a super boss with a net worth of trillions of dollars would hardly take the risk to come to the Parrot. It can be said that it would be good if the gambling scene between black gold members can only happen once in more than 10 years on the Parrot. Today, 80% to 90% of people on the Parrot are bronze members. 10% silver card member. There are no more than 5 gold card members like Yi Yang. The arrival of such a super boss will definitely alarm the owner of the Parrot, Dai Luan 8. Parrot cruise ship, extremely luxurious captain's cabin. The waiter stepped on the leather blanket and passed countless precious murals. After several inspections, he was allowed to enter the captain's rest area. The gilded hearth burned. The Dai Luan family made their name on the sea with the Parrot in the last century, so the decoration inside is very retro. Next to the fireplace, the firelight danced. An old man with white hair on his temples, about 50 or 60 years old, listened to the waiter's report and gradually opened his light gray eyes. A new gold card member? Very young, and he is still open. Came along the streets of Monaco. Yes, even the Huasha silver card boy, who made tens of millions of dollars before leaving, is back, the waiter reported. A sneer flashed across the corner of Dai Luan 8's lips. Let's all follow the rules. Let them win first, and then. But, that young man with a gold card, you should pay more attention to the Monaco on the deck. It may be loaded with heavy weapons. After confirming the level of hidden dangers, we can then make plans for this person. Clear. The waiter nodded repeatedly, raised the corners of his mouth, then turned and left. Dai Luan 8 slowly closed his eyes. Again. Having run Parrot for decades, he has long boasted that he has seen through human nature. There is no fairness in casinos, only human nature and means. As the largest bookmaker and the macro regulator behind it, every win or loss on the Parrot has his shadow behind it. It is this kind of control power that has allowed him to earn wealth that is the envy of the world's top richest people over the years. Even the military equipment and mercenary combat power on board the Parrot are enough to attack some small countries. You know, arms are basically the most expensive industry in the world. Without a huge economic pool, it would be impossible to support such a huge mercenary team. Please pay the boarding ticket and the regular fuel fee. How much? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The ticket price is $100,000 per person, and the fuel cost is based on the size of the ship you are driving. Yours is an extra large model, which costs $200,000 a week. The waiter's smile was sweeter than candy. Are you trying to steal money? Mo Jiangjing frowned and scolded. And we won't be here for a week. We might get bored and disembark soon. Are you going to charge us $200,000 for fuel? Tan Mingqian said unwillingly. Rules are rules. The waiter shrugged, and the meaning was very obvious. Just get off the boat if you don't want to pay. Ahem, if you can play on the parrot, the win or loss will not exceed $1 million. There is always a charge for the operation of the parrot. Qin Feng was on the side to smooth things over. Brother Yi, I'll help you pay for the fuel. No need, doesn't this make me look too stingy? Yi Yang sneered. Anyway, he would always get a system rebate when he spent money, so he would never lose money. Ding. The host is detected to be making special consumption, triggering special rewards. Unlock a $100 million gambling pool. Unlock the top gambling skills, the effect, have the most powerful gambling skills ever before in mankind, and also have the highest level of luck within the time limit of similar activities. Sure enough, the system's rewards are related to the direction of spending money, and it is also related to my own psychological appeal when spending money. Yi Yang smiled faintly and looked at the waiter with interest. The parrot thought it had earned him hundreds of thousands of dollars, but in the coming time, he had to be prepared for heavy losses. The waiter was so frightened by Yi Yang's eyes that he quickly ran away after collecting the money. Gold card VIPs are the most powerful celebrities in the world. They have a very high status. Especially since Yi Yang came here on a super yacht like Monaco. At least he is not something that a little waiter like him can afford to offend. Running away as soon as you finish the money is the smart choice to save your life. It's really too much. Mo Jingjing waved her pink fist and said angrily. Haha, they are the ones who think it's too much for a while. Yi Yang rubbed Mo Jingjing's little head and laughed. I feel like I'm very lucky now. Why don't we go to the business area and try a few first? Qin Feng rubbed his hands and said expectantly. Can? Yi Yang nodded slightly. Wasn't it just to see what this so-called gambling holy land looks like? He brought a group of beauties to the business area. The business area is the first and second floors of the entire parrot, which is very large. The interior decoration is very luxurious, and there are various forms of gambling from all over the world. There are Chinese pai gow, mahjong, and dice, as well as British bridge, Japanese shogi, and even niche cards such as tarot. The most interesting thing is that you can also see trendy card games such as Three Kingdoms and Yu-Gi-Oh! Those who play these are usually the second generation of the rich from various countries. This is not the same as the gambling scene I imagined. Wang Xiaozong scratched his head and muttered. The essence of gambling is to determine the ownership of a large amount of wealth by winning or losing. As long as there is a game of winning or losing, it can be a form of gambling. Qin Feng obviously understood it very well, but then he approached Yi Yang's ear mysteriously. Don't look at the first floor with a smile. The atmosphere seems to be very good, but the first and second floors are completely different worlds. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The second floor is the real cruelty, the real gambling world. What black boxing, even playing Russian roulette, betting on death dates, and various extremely perverted forms, are set up to satisfy some wealthy people with special fetishes. They are all dark acts that must not be seen in the light. Qin Feng shuddered when he thought of the scene he glimpsed on the second floor. Try not to get close to the second floor. Those who play there are not normal people. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had no interest in dealing with psychopaths and perverts. Bet. $100,000 a time, bet on it. The shouts came from the dice area next to him. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The parrot obviously still respected China. All the languages On it were played in Chinese and English. I just got the top gambling skills. I'll try the simplest one. First. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and walked towards the dice area. Second update, Kivn, 1054/117/329, welcome to chat. Here we come. There are obviously quite a few Chinese people around this place. After all, Chinese people are naturally familiar with dice. Buy it and leave it, buy it and leave it. The dealer shook the dice and said repeatedly, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and his ears seemed to be more sensitive to the sound of the goo bell. The goo bell was placed on the table, and the sound of the dice rolling down after landing came. As if instinctively, the image of the dice inside appeared in Yi Yang's mind, and he counted upwards. Listen. To the dice? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had heard of this ability in various gambling skills decryption programs. But those who have this ability have to go through a long period of hard training. Because he obtained the top gambling skills, he also directly possessed this ability. Brother Feng, you are so powerful, give me a suggestion. Wang. Xiaozong winked at Qin Feng. Ahem, I'm good, because mathematical probability can roughly calculate the size of the poker cards. How can I guess the size of this kind of guessing that is purely determined by luck? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and shook his head. I think, just bet on it randomly. Bet on big. Yi Yang raised his lips and put his chips in the big area. If you want to make money, invest with me. Okay. Mo. Jiangjing and Yumomo naturally trusted Yi Yang unconditionally, and put down the chips in their hands directly. Hey. $100,000. My pocket money for half a month. I must win. Mo Jiangjing clenched her palms nervously. Tan. Mingqian pursed her lips, are you reliable? If not, don't pretend to be a master like others. $100,000 is enough for me to get a world-class beauty card for a year. Yi Yang shrugged and wanted to say something to her, but after raising his lips, he thought of a more interesting way. If you don't believe me, just bet the opposite of me. Betting. Tan Mingqian snorted. After all, she has been disobedient since she was a child. It's a rebellious character. You have made so much money and are so good at racing. I don't believe you can also learn gambling skills. How can there be such a great person in the world? Tan Mingqian gritted her teeth and said stubbornly. What if I really guessed it right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and teased with interest. Lucky. What else can I do? Tan Mingqian shrugged. What if I guessed it right 10 times in a row? Yi Yang smiled. Guessed correctly 10 times. Tan Mingqian laughed. You haven't been to school. Do you know that in probability theory, what is the probability of being able to guess the size correctly 10 times? As a top student, Yi Yang naturally knows how to calculate, but he still raised his eyebrows and pretended to be puzzled. And asked, how much? Hee, 1024th. Tan Mingqian rolled her eyes. Don't talk about you, even if the gambling king comes, he can't guess 10 out of 10. What if I happen to be a gambling god? Yi Yang laughed. If you really guess all correctly, I'll let you deal with it. Tan Mingqian gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Yi Yang laughed, deal, but I have to add one more condition, these 10 times, you must bet, and you must bet all on the opposite side of me. Okay. I admit defeat. Tan Mingqian showed her little fist. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. and said to Qin Feng, "I'll accept the defeat." Tan Mingqian. This little girl is not very likable. After being tamed, this kind of unruly girl often has a higher degree of admiration for the person who tamed her than the ordinary tamed girls. He will teach this girl a lesson today. Yi Yang turned his head and found that the atmosphere seemed a little subtle. He couldn't help but look at Qin Feng. Why are people around looking at me? He just teased the little girl? Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Brother Yi, here, the gambling king and gambling god, don't brag easily. In the gambling world, these are real and sacred words that cannot be mentioned casually. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. In the gambling world, there are recognized masters of gambling, and each of them has an incomparable status in the gambling world. The titles from low to high are Gambler, Gambler King, Gambler Saint, and Gambler God. Generally, a country only produces one Gambler King every 10 or 20 years. There are very few people who can be honored as Gambler Saints in the entire world, looking at an era. And the Gambler God. There are only 3 of them still alive on the entire earth. Qin Feng said slowly. Is there such a thing? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. According to the system's usual temper, since it is said to be the top gambling technique, then it should be given to him at the level of the Gambler God. I don't know who will win if I really go against the Gambler God, who only has 3 in the world. He also had a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Who is the most powerful of these 3 gambler gods? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. After becoming a god, everyone is careful about their reputation and won't show up easily, let alone participate in competitions. Qin Feng shook his head. In the gambling world, there is even a saying that gods don't see gods. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It seems that every industry has its own rules. Open. The dealer opened the goo bell, and on the table, it was 5, 6, 5, big. Really? Thank you, master, for letting me earn an extra half-month's pocket money. Mo Jingjing clapped happily. Tan Mingqian's face turned black, frowned and muttered, "You are lucky." Lucky? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at the goo bell that had been shaken again, and said lightly, "This time I bet on big." Great. Mo Jingjing and Yumomo placed their bets directly. Wang Xiaocong was a little skeptical at first, but he won last time, so he didn't hesitate and placed his bet directly. Qin Feng was doubtful and prepared to observe again. Open. 6.4.6, big. Damn. It's amazing. Qin Feng was completely stunned, and became even more suspicious. He looked at Yi Yang. Could it be that he can listen to the dice? But if you can master this kind of magical skill, you are at least a gambler, and you are a master in the gambling world. But he doesn't even know the title and classification of masters in the gambling world. Dice is the most basic gambling technique. If the technique is right, the dealer can even accurately control the points of each dice he throws, and controlling the size is naturally a piece of cake. And masters can also listen to the dice. Therefore, without superb gambling skills, coming to the casino is just a leak that comes to give money. If you don't know the inside story and don't have superb gambling skills, you must not enter this circle. After all, gambling is harmful to health. For ordinary people, it is a violation of core values and a behavior that harms others and oneself. First update, For those who understand the intention of the last paragraph, I suggest you type on the public screen, full of desire to survive. Brother Yi, what are you going to do this time? Qin Feng asked again and again. It's even bigger this time. Yi Yang grinned. It was obvious that the dealer was manipulating people's hearts, thinking that since the previous two times were big, many people would definitely choose to bet on the small this time. This? Qin Feng gritted his teeth and went down directly without caring about the situation. I don't believe you are so lucky every time. Tan Mingqian gritted her teeth and pressed down. Open. 666, leopard, big. Ah, this. Tan Mingqian stamped her feet. Angrily, you don't know how to have clairvoyant eyes, do you? Yi Yang laughed. You guessed it right, I really have X-ray eyes. After saying that, his eyes scanned Tan Mingqian twice. You. Tan Mingqian shrank back and her face turned a little red. Haha, I lied to you. Yi Yang shrugged, it's just good luck. Scumbag. Tan Mingqian muttered. But her heart was filled with excitement. Although she lost $300,000 in the blink of an eye because of her bet with the scumbag in front of her, she felt more and more that this man was unfathomable. For a girl like her, the more elusive a man is to her, the more attractive she becomes. Keep it small this time. Yi Yang put his chips on the community. And Wang Xiaozong and Chen Qiqian were extremely confident in Yi Yang at this time and kept following him. Open, 3, 3, 1, small. Ah. Tan Mingqian felt like she was going crazy. $400,000 was no small amount for her. I'm so depressed, I really want to vote the same as this man, because I really want to win. But I made another bet just now, so I can't lose face. Her eyes flickered, sometimes looking at Yi Yang, sometimes looking at her own chips. She was already crying in her heart, but she had to pretend to be strong on her face. Soon, it was the sixth round. Many nearby guests noticed Yi Yang. After all, just now Yi Yang boasted of being the god of gambling. At that time, they were internally mocking Yi Yang for not knowing the rules, but in the end, he actually guessed 5 out of 5. Even if he is not a god of gamblers, he is still a king of gamblers and a hero of gamblers. These are super thighs. At this moment, they were all jealous and their faces were red. Blushing and ashamed that he dared to mock this young man just now, jealous and excited that following this young man is almost a sure win. What's next this round? The ladies and big men in suits and ties next to them were rubbing their hands, waiting for Yi Yang to place a bet. Obviously, Yi Yang became the focus of the audience silently. This time, Shou. Yi Yang pointed. What else are you going to do? Just stay stunned. Someone kept saying. Immediately, most of the people present followed Yi Yang and got off the bus. Only a few people who did not believe in evil followed Tan Mingqian and chose university. 111, extremely small. Hiss. It's amazing. This guy is definitely a supermaster. We were all fooled by his appearance. I regret it. I just got along with him. All the guests were either amazed or complaining. The dealer opened his cup and looked around the field. He obviously noticed Yi Yang's side, and his eyes darkened. Guess the size, it is to neutralize the funds on both sides, and double the compensation back and forth. If there are fewer people who guess right, there will be more people who guess wrong. Then in addition to the double bonus paid, the dealer can still earn $100,000 for each person who guessed wrong after offsetting it. If more people guess correctly than wrongly, the banker will lose money. The role of the dealer is to use the psychological effect on the field to make the number of people who guess right less than the number of people who guess wrong, allowing Parrot to make money. But Yi Yang's appearance obviously directly changed this situation. Haha, ruining the place? A sneer appeared at the corner of the banker's mouth. Do you really think I've been messing around on the Parrot for nothing? Can I be the banker of the Parrot if I don't have any skills? After saying that, he instantly changed the method of shaking the goo clock. Under this method, the difficulty of listening to the dice is greatly increased. Even if you are a gambling king, there is still a slight chance that you heard wrong. As for the gambler, he can hardly understand it. Let you listen. The dealer angrily slammed the goo clock in his hand on the table and looked at Yi Yang provocatively. In his opinion, this was no longer an ordinary roll of the dice. It was a battle of gambling skills between him and Yi Yang. Yi Yang also raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously the sound in his ears was more chaotic than before. But, who made this gambling skill a gift from the system? This little trick can't even fool the gambling saint, and you still want to fool him. Keep it small. Yi Yang said lightly. At this time, except for the bitter Tan Mingqian, the other guests no longer hesitated. And all had sex. Tan Mingqian murmured bitterly in her heart, I want to be younger too. She looked at Mo Jingjing for help. Master. Just as Mo Jingjing was about to speak, Yi Yang smiled lightly and shook his head. You can't afford to lose now? TCH. No one can afford to lose. Tan Mingqian was so irritated that she immediately pursed her lips, but her voice was obviously much softer than before. The more you convince and teach this kind of unruly girl, the more she will respect you. As long as she believes in her heart that you are the peak that she can never surpass, she will have trust and admiration for you that ordinary people can't imagine. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Since you don't want to give in, please continue. Tan Mingqian scratched her little face. She had lost $600,000. If she didn't make some money back, she would lose all the pocket money she had saved for a year. In the future, she would have to eat ordinary meals of a few hundred yuan to fill her hunger. I give in. I give in. Qiu, you. I was wrong. Tan Mingqian blushed and bowed her head to admit her mistake. I will admit defeat. You can do whatever you want to me, but don't use too much force when the time comes. I'm afraid of pain. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. This girl has a big imagination. Okay, if you know you are wrong, come and make money with me. Hee hee. Tan Mingqian no longer dared to be sarcastic to Yi Yang, and nodded sensibly. The dealer saw that Yi Yang didn't take him seriously at all, and he was ashamed and angry. He was hired by the Parrot with a lot of money. He once made several gamblers fail. The most famous record was that he made a gambling king make a wrong judgment under his dice-shaking skills. How old is this young man? He looks like he is only 25 years old at most. How could he have such a terrifying hearing? Could it be that he is comparable to the gambling king at such a young age, or even has surpassed him? He continued to shake the dice in disbelief, and directly used the strongest unique skills he had studied throughout his life. Let's see how you can guess this time. This technique uses the cracking sound of bones to imitate and cover up the sound of the dice in the goubelle. It can almost make it look real. But every time he uses it, it will cause great damage to his fingers, so he usually doesn't dare to use this technique to shake the dice. Back then, the gambling king was defeated by this technique. Let's see how you can guess. Second update. Boom. He placed the goo clock directly on the table and stared at Yi Yang fiercely. His provocation was self-evident. This sound is indeed confusing, but unfortunately, it is still too obvious. Yi Yang shook his head slightly and said calmly, 3, 4, 3, big. Zhang Wei, the dealer who rolled the dice, suddenly turned pale and trembled all over. How is this possible? In the end, he deliberately imitated the sound of 4 o'clock on the dice as 3. If you don't pay attention, you can hear 10 o'clock as 9 o'clock. You are so confident that you reported the points directly. This. Wang Xiaozong and others blinked in surprise, obviously shocked by Yi Yang's confidence. Qin Feng swallowed. My God, Brother Yi actually knows how to listen to the music. It's ridiculous that I was giving him various master titles in the gambling industry just now. Maybe he is already a big shot in the gambling industry. It's just that I didn't want to look like a fool, so I just acted with myself on purpose. This kind of concern and care for the gambling novice is so meticulous and touching. As he thought about it, he felt warm in his heart. Zhang Wei's heart trembled, the corners of his mouth trembled crazily, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he raised his fingers to do some small tricks. If other people on the ship knew that he lost a fight to a young man in his early 20s, they would be laughed to death. Will he still hang out on the ship from now on? He only needed to tap the goubelle lightly to change the size of the dice inside. He swallowed, just as his finger was about to tap it. A strong hand stopped him. A trace of horror flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. He looked closely and saw that it was the person in charge of the first floor. Gulu. Cold sweat broke out all over his body instantly. This kid is not simple. You can even think of cheating in front of such a real master. Zhou Yuan, the person in charge of the first floor, snorted in Zhang Wei's ear, just open the cup. The captain hasn't moved him yet. Don't scare away such a big fat fish and even destroy it for a mere few $100,000. The credibility of my parrot. Yes, yes. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly, not daring to think any more, and opened the cup directly. Wow. It's really 3, 4, 3. Master, are you so awesome? Mo Xingxing's eyes widened in surprise. It's real. Qin Feng looked at Yi Yang with some admiration. He was really a super master. At least he is a master of gambling at the level of a gambler. Even, he might be the youngest gambling king in China in this era. With such a big leg, how can you not be excited? It can be foreseen that in the future, this will make a lot of money. Zhang Wei's mentality had completely exploded at this time. Looking at the surrounding tourists' admiration and praise for Yi Yang, in comparison, this fight was a complete failure. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Zhou Yuan smiled and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, and then came to Yi Yang. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Zhou Yuan, the person in charge of the first floor of the parrot business. Yi Yang. Yi Yang shook hands with him. What's the matter? Zhou Yuan retracted his hand, frowned slightly, and felt surprised in his heart. This didn't look like the hands of a gambling king. This is too normal, it doesn't Feel like I have practiced magic at all. Could it be that he just has better hearing? Have you reached an expert level only in listening to dice? He can become a first-level general manager, so he is naturally extremely expert, and his own gambling skills are at the threshold level of a gambling king, otherwise he would not be invited to be entrusted with important tasks. You can even get a huge annual income share from Parrot. His purpose was to find out Yi Yang's background before cutting Yi Yang's leaks. Mr. Yi is such a master, why waste time on this small gambling game that only costs 100,000 US dollars? After all, if you win too much in this sure-win game, it seems boring, right? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, how about playing other projects? What do you think? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Gamblers already have the skills to play dice. I'm afraid there are many masters who have come to take advantage of the dice money in recent years. Zhou Yuan's words have already made it obvious. It is impossible for Parrot to make money by listening to dice all the time. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He came here purely to test the strength of the gambling skills provided by the system. After all, winning 100,000 US dollars in one hand was too small. Even if Zhou Yuan doesn't come forward, he won't keep wasting time here playing this. The efficiency of making money is too slow. Not exciting enough. After the exchange, Yi Yang also took Qin Feng, Wang Xiaozong, and a few girls to fight all the way. I experienced the characteristics of each region, such as Mahjong, 10-9, Shogi, Stud, Hong Kong 5-card, Indian 13-card, Texas Hold'em. He was invincible along the way, winning a huge amount of US dollars in a short period of time, and his fame also caused an uproar on the first level. Almost all tourists know that there seems to be a great person on board the ship. Moreover, this person with great gambling skills is still extremely young. As word spread, the rumors became more and more outrageous. Some people say that Yi Yang is a super master, and his various deeds in China have been well compiled. In the end, everyone recognized him as the new generation of China who became famous at a young age, overwhelming Yaogong, and the youngest gambling king in history. This point, especially after Yi Yang's shogi room lost to Japan's 4 major gamblers, became even more popular. Many tourists simply gave up their poker games and followed Yi Yang just to catch a glimpse of the so-called young gambling king. Captain's cabin. Zhou Yuan casually stood next to Dailuan 8, frowning slightly as he stated his observations about Yi Yang. I touched his hand specifically. If I hadn't deliberately taken precautions and carried out special treatment in advance, I could have touched it out, but it turns out he's just an ordinary hand, just stronger. I'm not a magician, but I am really good at hearing, at least at the threshold level of a gambling king. But judging from his recent performance on the first level, his gambling skills are almost omnipotent. He can listen to calculations and play, and he can do everything. Especially in the shogi room, he lost to the 4 major Japanese gamblers in a row. I doubt he is the real gambling king. Such a young gambling king is simply unbelievable, unheard of, and unseen. Zhou Yuan sighed. Dailuan 8 tapped his fingers on the back of his chair. How much money has he won? Nearly 200 million US dollars, of which at least 60 million US dollars were earned from our parrot. Zhou Yuan did some math and reported. Well, let him win first, and then cut him after he floats. Dailuan 8 thought for a while and decided, after he wins 100 million US dollars from us, we will start to counterattack him. The owner of trillions of Chinese currency assets. Once you get the hang of it, making billions of dollars directly from Jiangjing is no longer a dream. First update. Sorry, I won again. Jiangjing revealed his trump card, for aces of spades and a queen, directly crushing the opponent. Take it all. Holy shit. Not only can I do calculations, my luck is incredible. I'm a dick. The English gentleman at the opposite table suddenly stopped being a gentleman, his beard stood on end, and he left the table on crutches. Get the sack, collect the money, collect the money. Jiangjing waved his hand casually and played with him. He didn't even make preparations for an emotional explosion. That's ridiculous. I have never heard of my title as Ye Gambling King. In the past few days, everyone has been touting him as the king of Ye Gambling. And he has gradually accepted it. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng had already become very skilled. When the old British gentleman left the table, they came up to him and swept the chips in with a sack. These chips can be exchanged for real huge amounts of US dollars before disembarking. King Yi do. I'm convinced. Accept me as your disciple. Please, a Malay man pleaded, speaking broken Chinese. You are the 43rd person who wants to become my disciple. In the past 2 days. Please wait in line behind you. Jiangjing rolled his eyes and said. That's okay. There was a hint of regret on the Malaysian's face, but he kept saying, I will pay you 300 million US dollars to become a disciple. Quite generous? Jiangjing laughed. Over the past day, the apprenticeship fees offered by those who wanted to be his apprentices were getting higher and higher. If they all accepted it, the apprenticeship fees alone would have exceeded 3 billion US dollars. Qin Feng and Wang Xiaozong were both extremely jealous. Wang Xiaozong has been working hard for so many years, and his personal assets are only about 1 billion US dollars. Qin Feng has a little more, but it's less than 2 billion US dollars. No one can charge as much apprenticeship fee in one day. It seems that I have discovered some good opportunity to get rich. Well, if it were back then when I was still an ordinary worker, I might have just accepted it. Jiangjing shrugged, but now he no longer has to rely on labor in exchange for assets. 3 billion US dollars may seem like a lot, but after all, he still has to spend time and energy teaching these fools how to gamble. Too tired to teach. So they all declined. If these foreign gambling masters who wanted to learn from Jiangjing knew Jiangjing's true attitude towards rejecting them, they would vomit blood on the spot. After all, they have achieved some success, so why are they stupid? Also, that's 3 billion US dollars. You actually don't want to accept it because you are lazy. This is simply inappropriate. After all, we have earned 300 million US dollars so far. Wang Xiaozong counted the chips and Jiangjing agreed that they would help him as laborers in the past few days and give them 5% of the money they earned after leaving. 300 million US dollars is equivalent to 2 billion Chinese coins. 5%, that's 100 million Chinese coins. This is pure cash. Carrying bags and working hard, you can earn 100 million in one day. Oh, it's impossible to get a part-time job unless he gives you too much. It smells so good. Neither Wang Xiaozong nor Qin Feng expected that as the two direct sons of China's top aristocratic families, they would one day work part-time. Moreover, he fought so willingly. I feel a little guilty for all the money I earned. Brother Yi, why don't you give me a second thought? Otherwise, I'll feel guilty even if I'm holding this money. Qin Feng said repeatedly. He has been working hard in various gambling holy places outside for several years, winning or losing, and he has a narrow escape. The dozen or so buddies who went out with him at the beginning all lost their pants and returned home in despair with the help of their parents. He was the only one who made several hundred million Chinese coins. In total, it was not even 100 million US dollars. And now, in just one day, he earned 100 million Huasha coins by working for Yi Yang, which made Jier feel so happy. But Yi Yang obviously doesn't feel anything about this. It's only 300 million US dollars, and entertainment is more important. He even wanted to find someone who could beat him and experience the feeling of losing money. After all, if he loses money, maybe the system will reward him more than the money he wins? Oh. I really want to lose. Duguqiu is defeated. Yi Yang looked up to the sky and sighed, feeling that he could understand Dongfang Booby's mood hundreds of years ago more and more. Puff. The crowd of people who were watching with envy at first were almost spitting out blood at this moment. They all came to the parrot hoping to win, but in the end, this kid actually lamented that no one could let him lose. Do you want to be so pretentious? Hee hee. Zhou Yuan, who was watching this scene from a distance, sneered, laugh. You have already won our parrot. I count 100 million US dollars. Next, this is the starting point for you to suffer, be screwed, and lose money. It's my turn to take action? Next to Zhou Yuan, a rather slovenly old man muttered. Mr. Mike pretends to be a down-and-out old man. It's really deceptive. Zhou Yuan said with some surprise. Harmful. The art of gambling inherently contains the effect of deceiving the heart, deceiving others, and deceiving the intellect. Mike shook his head. Is this kid the target this time? Yes, he is still very powerful. Mr. Mike, don't underestimate the enemy. Zhou Yuan reminded. I've seen it all. This guy is at the level of a gambling king at best. Want to compete with my old Mike? I'm afraid he's not qualified yet. Old Mike waved his hand lightly, with a hint of kingly demeanor on his sloppy face. Oh, that's good. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. This is a commonly used routine on the parrot. First, deliberately let the tourist win a bunch of money, making him think he is invincible, and then take the bait. Finally, find some powerful masters, package yourself, pretend to be a dishonor, pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. The tourist who just thought he was invincible in the world made a big bet and asked the tourist to spit out 10 times what he had eaten before. Almost every tourist falls victim to it. After all, human greed has no end without environmental restrictions. The reason why this trick works every time is not because the regular tourists on the boat don't remind you, but because every new tourist with increased self-confidence feels that he is the only one in the world, that he is special and the chosen one. He is a born gambler. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Many gamblers have lost their families and their lives because of this inexplicable self-confidence. Ahem, Mr. Yi, your gambling skills look so good, you are invincible in the world. Old Mike pretended to be honest and naive, and walked forward with a silly smile on his face, which was very confusing. Second update. The planning for the gambling section is still very big. These chapters are still in the foreshadowing stage. There will be a tentative small climax, and a big climax soon, so stay tuned. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at old Mike intently, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What this old man wears is too eye-catching. At first glance, he looks like the sweeper on the parrot. After all, he grew up in China, and he is very familiar with the routine of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, which is different from many straight people in foreign countries." His first reaction when he saw old Mike was that he was a low-key master. "It's an award, I'm just lucky." There was a flash of surprise in old Mike's eyes. He had won $300 million US. According to normal people, he would have been in high spirits for a long time. His words were so polite and his demeanor was so humble. This state of mind was already too rare. He sighed, feeling that his plan was about to fail. Such a young man who is neither arrogant nor impetuous wants to fool him into making a huge bet with him, and then deceives him. How can he succeed? Is something wrong with you? Yi Yang had actually heard the conversation between the two people just now, and he raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly. Ahem. Old Mike frowned. Although he thought the possibility was low, he still had to try. How would he know if Yi Yang was pretending to be modest if he didn't try? Although he is known as the gambling king, Dai Luan 8 is the emperor. On the parrot, he still has to do his best to meet the other party's tasks. My little friend, your poker skills are so strong, I just want to come and ask you for advice. Old Mike bared his teeth and smiled, trying his best to look like a fool. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, pretending to be surprised, and said, I feel like you are also a master. It's broken. It's really revealed. Old Mike felt a little broken inside, and twitched the corner of his mouth. He was about to say excuse me, but he didn't expect Yi Yang to look quite happy. Then what are you waiting for? Let's serve it. Yi Yang pointed to the Texas Hold'em poker table in front of him. Ah. Old Mike was stunned, but after Zhou Yuan winked, he still reacted and sat across from Yi Yang. Since this kid felt that I was a master, why did he agree? Hiss, isn't this? Who is this old man? Apparently someone from the gambling community vaguely recognized old Mike. It seems like it. But the style is so different from his previous appearances, I'm not sure if it's him anymore. All the tourists were discussing. If it's really him, then this little brother is in danger. Listening to the tourists' comments, Zhou Yuan also had a sneer on his lips. This old Mike was once the strongest gambling king in Europe. He had a decisive battle with the gambling sage from Europe in France, but was defeated in the end and failed to be promoted to the gambling sage. Even so, he was hailed as the strongest gambling king in Europe. Today, after that failure, he became disheartened and traveled around the world. Finally, by chance, he was gathered by Dai Luan 8. Now he is a guest on the parrot. This is also the strongest and most powerful existence among the resident guests of the parrot. Sending him to appear was enough to show how much Dai Luan 8 valued Yi Yang. After all, when cutting leeks, you must be steady and ruthless to ensure that you have a 100% winning rate. Previously, there were almost no gambling king-level experts on the parrot. Even if there were gambling king-level experts, they would fight with each other on the parrot and would not participate in ordinary small gambling games. Naturally, there is no chance of being cut by the parrot. This is the first time in recent years that old Mike has been sent out to trick people. So none of these tourists recognized him just now. I recognize him. He's old Mike. OMG. the legendary gambling king in Europe. After he failed to challenge the gambling king in Europe more than 10 years ago, there was no news at all. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared on the parrot. Oh. It's really him. He used to wear suits and leather shoes and looked very aristocratic, but now he's become so sloppy. This is a legend. These young Chinese people are in danger. Although he should be a real gambling king after losing to Japan's 4 major gamblers in a row, he is still far behind the strongest old gambling king like old Mike, who has been famous for who knows how many years. Hiss. All the tourists obviously recognized old Mike and were surprised. Old Mike's expression changed. He didn't expect that he could still be so famous after disappearing for so many years. He really couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Are you really the strongest gambling king in Europe? Yi Yang's hearing was much better than that of ordinary people. At this time, he obviously heard the discussion next to him and raised his eyebrows. Sigh. I wanted to finish this battle with you as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, I am too famous to stop you. Old Mike shook his head, his whole demeanor changed, as if the dust on the sword had been wiped away. The sword was unsheathed, and his momentum became stronger. Yes. I have shown my cards. I am known as the strongest gambler in Europe today. King Mike Sayers at the threshold of gambling. Hiss, he admitted it. Such momentum. He is definitely right. Mr. Yi, I think you are also a reputable person. If you don't know my name, you will regret not betting. Mike Sayers asked calmly. The provocative method has no meaning to me. Yi Yang looked at the sudden change in the expression on Mike Sayers' face and smiled faintly. However, these few days, I have been winning all the time, which is really boring. Finally I met a master. If you want to run, I will not let you go. Huh. Mike Sayers laughed out loud. According to your Chinese language, you are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Well, today I will teach you a lesson. What is meant by humility makes people progress, and pride makes people fall behind. Who is the dragon and who is the worm, we will know after the gambling. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. You are an old gambling king, right? In this case, you should be quite rich. I am so bored that I want to vomit by gambling millions of dollars every day. Do you dare to play a big game with me? Mike Sayers was still planning how to get Yi Yang to agree to gamble with him, but he didn't expect that this young man actually proposed it himself. Ignorance is really fearless. I misjudged you. He stroked his beard. You are not a humble person at all, you are simply proud to the core, but this arrogance is too extreme, which makes you look humble in your normal state. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Did I tell you that I am a humble person? You are probably a freak of imagination, right? Really? Manager Shou? After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile. Mr. Yi, I don't know what you are talking about. Zhou Yuan was suddenly cued and had to act like a fake smile boy. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Others did not notice the conversation between Zhou Yuan and old Mike just now, but for him, whose 5 senses surpassed the extreme of human beings, the wave just now was tantamount to loudly plotting the dirty plan. In his ear. First update. Bet big? How big do you want to bet? Old Mike asked. How much money you have? Yi Yang did not question Zhou Yuan, but asked lightly. How much? Mike Sayers laughed. The surrounding tourists also pricked up their ears, obviously extremely curious about how much money this top gambling king has. You are quite ambitious. But it doesn't hurt to tell you. Old Mike shook his head. I have been fighting for many years in my life, winning and losing. Now, my total assets are about $3 billion US. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This number should be quite similar. The Chinese gambling king, who once dominated Hong Kong and Macau, had several companies and holding groups under his name, with total assets of only 20 to 30 billion Chinese dollars, equivalent to more than 4 billion US dollars. Old Mike obviously did not develop his own career. After being hit, he became depressed and wandered around the world. Without his own company or group, he only relied on his super gambling skills and his share of the parrot in the past few years. 3 billion US dollars is already a lot. Then, how about we bet 3 billion until we lose all? Yi Yang said with a faint smile. What? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. The silence was followed by a storm of wonder. Bet $3 billion. Are you crazy? This is too arrogant. The other party is the strongest gambling king in Europe at this time. Oh my God. I have long thought that Mr. Yi is not a mortal, but what he said today is shocking. The tourists were confused. Even Zhou Yuan was stunned. He thought he could coax Yi Yang to squeeze out more than 1 billion US dollars, but in the end, he actually directly squeezed out 3 billion US dollars. This is an oolong scene. He really didn't know whether to praise Yi Yang for his courage or to ridicule him for being a fool. I thought he was a little different at first, but now it seems that he is. Just that, he is much better than ordinary people. He has grown to this extent thanks to his gambling skills. Zhou Yuan muttered, but he still had a creepy feeling in his heart. The scene where Yi Yang looked at him with a faint smile was really weird. It stands to reason that the scene just now was so chaotic that it was completely impossible for the other party to see or hear the two of them conspiring. How on earth did he know? Brother Yi, think twice. Qin Feng's face turned pale with fright, and he tried to persuade him again and again. That's $3 billion. 2 billion Chinese coins. I can buy 2 school districts in Shanghai. What are you afraid of? If I win, you can get an extra 7 to 8 billion Chinese coins? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. This. Qin Feng and Wang Xiaozong were about to persuade again, but they suddenly lost their voices. In the face of such huge interests, they were a little confused for a while. Then you have to win first. Seeing that Yi Yang simply regarded victory as something in his pocket and ignored him at all, Mike was so angry that his face turned red. You are in such a bad state of mind. How did you become the king of gambling? Yi Yang glanced at Mike and complained with a smile. You. Old Mike suddenly realized, so you were trying to trick me. You think too much, you don't deserve it. At all. Yi Yang spread his hands casually. Fuck me. Old Mike almost lost his temper. It's better to start quickly, you old man. If you can't breathe in a while, I will lose the 3 billion US dollars. Yi Yang looked at the dealer. What are you doing standing still? Are you dealing the cards? Well. The dealer finally reacted and started dealing cards. Old Mike clenched his fists. This young man didn't take him seriously. He vowed to Make the other party pay a heavy, extremely painful price. When he became angry, he realized how skillfully Yi Yang used psychological stimulation. No, I can't fall victim to his schemes. He took a deep breath to calm down. Gambling skills, at their level, are also gambling on the state of mind. Whoever's mind is confused first will lose the rationality to calculate and lose easily. Old Mike looked at Yi Yang intently. Between a few words, he seemed to feel that this young man was becoming more and more extraordinary. He is indeed a man who can become a gambling king at such a young age. It's really extraordinary. Thinking this way, he became more and more excited. After all, he hasn't fought against such a master for a long time. The surrounding audience were talking a lot, discussing who would win between Yi Yang and Old Mike. However, the vast majority of knowledgeable people support Old Mike. After all, the name of Mike Sales was so big back then. If there was no gambling sage, who could beat him? You want to say that Yi Yang is a gambling sage in his early 20s? Even if it means making them laugh to death. What a gambling saint. Looking at the world, there are only a handful of them in an era. Such a young man's gambling skills are at the level of a gambling saint. It's too funny. Is this old man really that powerful? Wang Xiaozong was suddenly unsure. Master, he will definitely win. Mo Jingjing said with a puffed-up face, why are you two looking like this? It seems like Master will lose. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng looked at each other, and their wry smiles deepened. Although Zhou Yuan was a little scared by Yi Yang's question just now, he still had great confidence in Old Mike. After the dealer started dealing the cards, he took out the intercom and talked to Dai Luan 8. 3 billion? US dollars? Dai Luan 8 raised his eyebrows and muttered in disbelief, this young man is very courageous. Keep watching and adapt to the situation. After giving the instructions, he called up the real-time video of the first floor and began to watch the game remotely. There are very few gambling games that can interest him in person in all these years. After all, he is the emperor of the parrot, and he has been in the gambling world for decades. There are too few things that can interest him now. The bottom cards are dealt. Start to invent cards. Yi Yang looked at the red square 3 in his hand lightly, and his eyebrows raised slightly. This card is a bit low. Under the current rules, this is the worst card. And the opponent, the first card he showed was the spade Q. It seems that Mr. Ye's luck is not very good today. Mike began to play psychological warfare in a sarcastic tone, and then confidently put forward the chips. Since you want to play big, then well, we won't be stingy. 80 million US dollars, do you want to follow? Second update. $80 million? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and laughed, follow. This doesn't look like the character a gambling king should have. Mike Sales shook his head, it seems that the constant victory these days has gone to your head. Red 3 is the smallest card, and he got almost the largest card from the beginning. From a probability perspective, following a card is very risky. If he didn't follow the cards, he would only earn Yi Yang's $10 million deposit. It's only the first card, isn't it a little too early to say this? Yi Yang smiled lightly. The dealer begins to deal the second up card. Texas Hold'em poker is the most authoritative gambling method in the world's gambling industry. This gambling method is generally used to determine status in the gambling industry. It can be regarded as The main subject, with the largest proportion among the many categories of gambling. It is usually played by 2 to 8 people. The rule is to deal 2 whole cards first, and then deal 1 card to each player in each of the 5 rounds, so that in addition to the 2 whole cards, the players can also have 5 up cards. Every time a bright card is dealt, one person needs to choose to raise the bet. If he does not follow, it is equivalent to giving up. The money that the person who gave up will also belong to the person who followed the bet. If you follow the bet normally for 5 rounds. When the cards are finally drawn, everyone who is still on the table selects 5 cards from their own 7 cards to form a combination. The one with the largest combination of cards takes all the chips that have been bet on the table. Ace of Hearts? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. King of Spades. Mike Selkson's heart moved. Just now there was a Queen of Spades, and now there is a King of Spades. Could it be a straight flush? A straight flush is the biggest card in Texas Hold'em poker. If you really get it together, you are bound to win, but the chance is very low. He has only played it once in all the years he has been a gambling king. Yi Yang dealt a big hand this time, and it was up to him to decide whether to follow or not. $300 million. Yi Yang casually pushed out the pile of chips in front of him. Mike Sayers was stunned. This kid was so excited when he saw a good card. Is this really the gambling king? Young people are young people. Mike Sayers raised the corner of his mouth, feeling that his chances of winning were already very high, and he had nothing to say at all. Send the third one. He smiled slightly and said to the dealer. Gulu, this is so exciting. In just 2 rounds, both parties have bet a total of $700 to $800 million US. Yes. Qing Feng wiped cold sweat, 7 to 8 billion US, equivalent to more than 4 billion Chinese coins. Only 2 rounds. 3 more rounds. In all his years in the gambling world, this is the first time he has seen such a big bet. Even just watching a collision of this level, I felt extremely excited and my palms instantly became sweaty. Only a super tycoon like Brother Yi can throw out billions of Chinese coins at will, and his face is so calm and calm. Wang Xiaozong said repeatedly. Master, come on. Mo Xingzheng raised her pink fist and cheered silently. Can you tell the winner now? It's still early, at least you won't be able to see anything until the third card comes out. Poker card arrangements and combinations are ever-changing. From a probability perspective, things are changing rapidly. Maybe the last bright card can turn the tables. Is this so? There are more and more tourists gathering around. After all, a battle at the level of gambling kings is not easy to see. It was an eye-opener to encounter such a rare and incomparable battle. If it weren't for the prohibition of video recording on the Parrot, they would have quickly taken out their mobile phones to record this precious scene. In the third card, Yi Yang got a red 6, while Old Mike got a black K. There are 2 kings. According to probability theory, my chance of winning is now more than 65.5%. Every gambling king is an absolute human brain computer, able to calculate all possibilities in a very short period of time, and then compare the sum of losing situations with the total of winning situations to calculate his own probability of winning. Gulu. His eyes are sharp, and with such a huge chance of winning, there is no reason not to follow. $350 million. And Yi Yang directly followed the bet without saying anything. Old Mike is confused, why don't you hesitate? Do you understand probability or not? Yi Yang smiled lightly and said without any concealment, I don't understand. He is really good at probability theory, but compared to a gambling king-level humanoid computer, he is just a scumbag. However, since it is gambling, it cannot be based entirely on probability theory. Of course, it also depends on luck. And he happened to be full of luck in this regard. He shrugged, Mr. Old Gambling King, you are too cautious. Your winning rate is 60 to 70%, and you only follow this little. It really disappoints me. I have a name. Don't call me Old Gambling King. Mike obviously knew some Chinese, and his expression changed at this time. Ha. Ha. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. The system gave him the top gambling skills. Although he did not learn the probability theory very well, with the blessing of the system, his gambling skills and probability theory were directly at the full point. It was easy to calculate the respective winning rates of both sides under objective circumstances. If you can figure it out, why are you so confident? Old Mike felt that he could not see through this young man more and more. Guess? I'll tell you if you guess it right. Yi Yang said with a faint smile. Old Mike rolled his eyes and was speechless. The fourth up card was dealt. Yi Yang got a 10 of hearts, while Old Mike got a 9 of hearts. Old Mike shook his head, do you want to add more? You're open. Cards, A, 3, 6, 10. Unless you can get another A for the fifth open card, otherwise you have already lost the open card part. You're bound to lose, and you know how low this probability is. Such a bad brand, I suggest you give up and run away as soon as possible. Yi Yang sneered and pushed out most of the chips in front of him. Place your bet. 2.2 billion US dollars. This. The momentum of pushing a mountain of chips directly suppressed the forced words in Old Mike's mouth, making him turn pale with fright. You are such a monster. He shook his head. After the fourth round of dealing, he mentally calculated that his winning rate was close to 73%. This is already an extremely high probability. It is rare to encounter such a high probability of winning. And Yi Yang's actions obviously did not respect this result at all, and even directly pushed more than 2 billion US dollars in chips under such a disadvantaged situation. This is simply sensational and unheard of. Oh my God. Even if I don't know how to calculate probabilities, I can still see that this young man is going to lose. I don't care about this. I only care about when I can be so bold and push over 100 billion Chinese currency chips. Damn, I feel like my blood is suddenly getting hot. When do you even need to ask? Of course, when I was dreaming. First update. The whole place almost exploded. This is a round to determine the outcome. Is this going to be a direct bet of 3 billion US dollars? Here, why do I feel like Mr. Yi is trying to lose money on purpose? Damn, my eyes are open. Qin Feng, Wang Xiaozong and the few rich second generations who followed were also completely dumbfounded. Brother Yi is too fierce. Qin Feng took out his computer and made calculations. The more he calculated, the worse his face became. Brother Ye's winning rate seems to be very low. How can he bet so much? No matter how rich you are, you can't help losing like this, right? Billions of dollars in one hand. Wang Xiaozong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Maybe it's just for the pursuit of excitement, right? I'm convinced. Qin Feng swallowed and couldn't believe it. In the captain's cabin, Dai Luan 8 was sipping champagne, his eyes flickering. What's going on? Even he couldn't figure it out. After decades of gambling, I have never seen anything like this. How can I put it, this is too high-spirited. Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped thinking about it. Dai Luan chose to continue observing. Are you scared? Are you going to follow? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. With a smile. You are absolutely crazy. I have to say that these $2.2 billion did put a lot of psychological pressure on him. Although Dai Luan 8 had promised him that he would be compensated if he lost, but would he really compensate him for billions of dollars in losses or wins? This is almost all of his net worth. If he follows, if he loses, he will be completely doomed. He really became a down-and-out old European tramp. No need to pretend anymore. This risk, no matter how high the winning rate is, even if there is a slight possibility of losing, he doesn't want to take the risk. Hoo-hoo. His breathing became heavy, and his whole body was caught in a fierce psychological struggle. Although you know that this is Yi Yang's psychological offensive, the biggest feature of the psychological offensive is that even if you know that he is using a strategy, you still have to choose to fall into the trap. I have to admit, you are really good at psychological offensive. Old Mike sighed. What, you don't plan to follow? It's really disappointing. Yi Yang shrugged. You old guy, you have lived for such a long time, why are you so cowardly? Do we children all know how to give a try and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Yi Yang himself is indeed not using psychological combat skills subjectively, after all. This thing is already his instinct. Of course, the most important thing is that whether he wins or loses, he is making money, and there is no psychological burden at all. Of course, how can he bet comfortably? If this poor old man hadn't worked hard all his life and only saved $3 billion, he would have wanted to try making $10 billion to see if it would give him a sense of excitement. Old Mike gritted his teeth and was in a dilemma. He was fighting fiercely in his heart. Even the battle with the gambling sage back then had never made him so anxious and uncomfortable. By following the bet, he currently has a 73% probability of winning close to $3 billion. All of a sudden, your assets double. But if he loses, he will almost go bankrupt, leaving only tens of millions of dollars with him. For a gambling king, this is simply a great shame and humiliation. If he doesn't follow the bet, he will directly lose $7 to $8 billion, which is not a small amount for him, and this is still on his own side. The current winning rate is so high. I have to say that your psychological tactics are really superb. Old Mike seemed to have figured something out, and suddenly changed from anxious to confident and sharp. He leaned back on the stool, a sneer flashed on his face. But you are wrong. I am the strongest gambler in Europe. Disciple. I don't believe in anything in my life. The only thing I believe in is probability. This is God's creation. This is my truth. He suddenly leaned forward, pushed out a mountain of chips, and said fiercely, "Follow." After saying this, he leaned back on the stool again and breathed a long sigh of relief, as if this push had exhausted all his courage and strength. At this moment, I declare that your psychological tactics are bankrupt. And I will win the final victory. What old Mike said was categorical, but his chi was a bit weak. Ha ha ha. Ha. Yi Yang burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Old Mike asked in surprise. You're obviously feeling guilty now. But you're still pretending like that. It's so ridiculous to me. Look at how hopeless you are. Wouldn't it be $3 billion if you lose? That's it. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. I'm going to fuck you directly. Old Mike couldn't keep his face any longer. Even with his state of mind as a gambling king, he couldn't help but use swear words at this time. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Hurry up. And deal the fifth bright card. Old Mike calmed down his mood, and then he realized that this young man was really terrible, and he was just toying with him. Whenever he felt that he had seen through the other person's intentions, he would immediately realize that he was just falling into another of its emotional traps. Another 3? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that you are not very lucky today. K. Ha ha ha. Old Mike was beaming with joy. I have at least one big 3 in my hand. And you? You only have 2 3s in your hand. The rest are just discontinuous junk cards. With his calculation ability, he could of course calculate that his current winning rate is close to 80%. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In a gambling game, 80% is almost like declaring that you have won. Give me another 3 billion chips. I want to bet. Old Mike didn't realize at this time that his mentality had changed subtly under Yi Yang's ridicule. Old Mike. Dai Luan only gave me 3 billion. As the highest authorization. Zhou Yuan's face turned black. Old Mike was selling himself out. It turned out to be Old Mike invited by the parrot. That's what I said. It's the same old trick of cutting leaks. No wonder Mr. Yi lost so badly. Alas, shady dealings. It's all shady dealings. The shady stuff about the parrot is actually true. Zhou Yuan was very upset, but now that it's been exposed, he has no choice but to bite the bullet for the billions of dollars. After all, this is billions of dollars. It takes a lot of waves to cut the little leaks. And Yi Yang is obviously the thickest and strongest leak in all these years. He is sure to eat Yi Yang, Zhou Yuan said. Even God can't save him. Second update. Although he was full of enthusiasm, Zhou Yuan still had to ask Dai Luan 8 through the intercom. Give it to him. Consider it as a loan from him. At least in terms of the loan, no matter whether we win or lose, our parrot will not lose no matter how we calculate it. Hee hee. Dai Luan 8 showed a unique smile of a profiteer and laughed strangely. Got it. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and asked the waiter to pile up more than $3 billion in chips and piled them on Old Mike's side. I'll show my hand. How about it? Now it's time for me to start a psychological warfare against you. Haha, how about it? Old Mike almost danced with joy, feeling quite refreshed. How about it? Do you dare to follow? It's just a poker. Before Old Mike finished speaking, Yi Yang rolled his eyes and pushed all the chips in front of him out. Old Mike was stunned. He actually dared to follow. He actually dared to follow. He actually dared to follow. Why would he dare to follow? This is a losing hand. Why would he dare to follow? This completely violates his understanding of probability, and his worldview is about to collapse. Okay, wait for your loss. Old Mike gritted his teeth viciously. Yi Yang shrugged slightly, ignoring the noise and endless exclamations in the venue, and just stretched out his hand calmly and covered his 2 cards. He was going to use these two cards to create an absolute miracle. God of probability theory, bless me. He kissed his open cards and prepared to open his hidden cards. I love mathematics. The whole audience fell silent. The opening of these 4 hidden cards will determine the ownership of 12 billion US dollars, or 70 to 80 billion Chinese yuan. This unprecedented feat in the gambling world was actually staged in front of him. Gulu. This is the first time I've ever seen such a big bet. Everyone present was muttering in a very low voice, fearing that their voices would disturb the outcome of this terrifying gambling game. 70 to 80 billion Chinese yuan was higher than the total asset value of most people present. Moreover, they were betting with cash. This feeling made the so-called rich people from all over the world feel ashamed and embarrassed. Ahaha. With trembling fingers, he turned over his 2 whole cards. Old Mike almost jumped up with joy. The bloodshot in his eyes suddenly expanded. Amazing. Lucky. 2JS at the bottom. Full house, full house. Old Mike's body was shaking. It was not the first time in his life that he had a full house, but it was the first time that he was so excited. It's not that the gambling king has a good mentality, it's just because the gambling king has money. When it comes to gambling games worth tens of billions, they will easily get jealous and howl, and look no different from ordinary gamblers. Yi Yang looked at old Mike coldly, his face flushed and neck thick, and shook his head with a faint smile. Full house is 3 identical cards with a pair. It is an extremely rare type of card in Texas Hold'em. The only cards that can be bigger than this type are 4 of a kind and a straight flush. And his cards are not consecutive, so it is impossible to make a straight flush. It can only be 4 of a kind. And the only pair in his hand is 2 threes. If he wants to make a 4 of a kind, these 2 bottom cards must be threes. Yi Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile made old Mike's crazy smile instantly restrained. Zhou Yuan was stunned. On the spot. In the captain's room, when Dailuan 8 saw the smile at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth, he stood up from the stool in shock for the first time. Could it be those 2 trump cards? This thought exploded in their minds at the same time, causing their eyes to flash with intense horror. Yi Yang was too lazy to look at it, and directly turned over the hand covering the 2 trump cards. The 2 trump cards were suddenly exposed to the public's view. Pa. Old Mike stared at the 2 trump cards firmly, his eyes changed from endless joy to astonishment, to anger, to unbelievable, to powerlessness, to doubting life, to giving up everything. All these emotions almost instantly cycled through his eyes. Then, he rolled his eyes, his heart was dead, and the whole person fell straight backwards with his back facing up. Bang! The straight body that no one reacted to rush to support fell to the floor like this. It woke up all the tourists who had been unable to close their mouths for a long time, woke up Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng, and also woke up Zhou Yuan and Dailuan 8, who was far away in the captain's room. Pa! The champagne in Dailuan 8's hand slipped and broke on the ground. The wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars soaked into the bearskin carpet, exuding a charming aroma. How is this possible? This thought appeared in almost everyone's mind. The 2 trump cards were nothing else but the only possibility for Yi Yang to win, 2 threes. Luck is like the biggest black hand that dominates this world, disrupting the endless possibilities. In the ocean of countless decks, he grabbed the only winning situation and stuffed it into Yi Yang's hands. It's impossible to lose. Win, win. In such a desperate situation with the cards revealed, he actually won. Wang Xiaozong stared at Qin Feng blankly. It seems, yes. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He was still worried. It turned out that the victory was already destined. Damn it. Damn it. Brother Yi is awesome. Wang Xiaozong was so excited that he hugged Qin Feng in his arms and almost jumped up. Hey! You make others misunderstand you like this, Qin Feng said repeatedly. Damn it. I won 30 to 40 billion from that old man, 5%. 2 billion. 2 billion in cash, brother Feng. Do you still care about others misunderstanding you for being gay? Even if I really do it with you 1,000 times, it's worth it. Wang Xiaozong said repeatedly. Damn. You're right. Qin Feng reacted instantly. Yi Yang promised them 5% of their working fee. He hugged Wang Xiaozong back. He had to hold someone now. Otherwise, billions of cash would fall from the sky. He was really afraid that he would be caught off guard and it would float away. Cash and assets are different. When Wang Xiaozong started his business, Wang Silin only gave him less than 1 billion in cash, while Yi Yang gave him more than 2 billion. Wake up. Wake up. Old Mike is old. A group of emergency personnel are really afraid that he will be scared to death. They pinched his Renjong and performed CPR. First update, the provincial exam will be tomorrow. The update depends on when I can go home. Cough cough cough. After a long time of rescue, old Mike finally recovered his breath. His face was a little pale and blue. He was helped to sit up slowly. He looked at Yi Yang with a look of shock and fear. What, are you? Why? He couldn't believe it at all, and couldn't understand it. This is completely against the theory of probability. This is completely anti-mathematics. Yi Yang shrugged, spread his hands, and smiled faintly, because I hate math? Old Mike glared, almost rolled his eyes again, and kicked his legs completely. Yi Yang shook his head. It would not be good to really kill him later. Just fill up the luck. Yi Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. Gambling is based on probability, but its essence is still luck. After all, the higher the level of the card type, the smaller the probability of winning. The highest level of royal flush, the probability of winning is only 1 in 22351974068953663668301559999. No matter how proficient in probability theory, if you don't have luck, it is impossible to open such a deck. To put it bluntly, in the end, it's still luck. Otherwise, what's the point of gambling? Of course, you can cheat and deceive people. But old Mike knows that Yi Yang is at least at the level of the gambling king. Cheating in front of him is almost the same tricks. And everyone knows it, and basically can't be deceived. Only by entering the realm of gambling saint, turning the magic hand into the mysterious hand, reaching the level of creating something out of nothing, and the heart and hand are connected. Can you change the bottom card at will, and basically win? He has studied all his life, but he has not reached this realm. He just studied probability theory thoroughly, and trained himself into a humanoid computer, but if he really encounters the level of gambling saint, he will almost certainly lose. Yi Yang shrugged. He knew that it Only took luck to defeat the gambling king level, and there was no need to use the mysterious art to peek at the cards and change the cards. It was completely a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. In the gambling world, the gambling hero has mastered the skills of cheating in certain aspects, and his probability theory is also good. The gambling king has practiced the cheating skills to the level of magic hands on the basis of the gambling hero. Unless it is a king against a king, the hand speed is so fast that normal people can't see it clearly. Similarly, the gambling king has practiced probability theory to the extreme. After almost every open card comes out, the probability of winning or losing can be calculated within 1 second. The gambling saint has practiced the magic hand to the mysterious hand, creating something out of nothing, and the heart and hands are connected. He can change the bottom cards at will. No matter how bad the open cards are, he can make a perfect hand by changing the bottom cards. As for the gambling god, it is the highest mystery in the gambling world beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I actually won. Damn. I didn't think so before, but now it seems that old Mike is working for the parrot. Yes, if you calculate it this way, the parrot has lost at least tens of billions of dollars this time. This is a big piece of meat. I don't know how painful it will be to cut it off. I don't know if the parrot can hand over so much money so easily. After all, this is someone else's territory. I made tens of billions of dollars from them. I'm afraid this money is not easy to take. Haha, you underestimate the parrot. It can be called the holy land of gambling, but it can't afford a few tens of billions of dollars. Its reputation is much more valuable than these tens of billions of dollars. Yes, if they refuse to honor it, I dare not come again anyway. If this matter gets out, the parrot's reputation will be completely stinking. That's right. Which tourist who comes here doesn't have the dream of grabbing a handful of parrot leeks? They were on the same psychological front with Yi Yang at this moment. If the parrot really refused to pay, they would definitely help to say a few words. Rumble. The heavy door opened at this moment. Zhou Yuan and other staff members were at a loss, and only when they saw the door open did they regain their brilliance. Mr. Dai Luan. Yes, it was Dai Luan 8 who walked out of the door. He sat on a gold-plated wheelchair, and several burly bodyguards stood on his left and right with guns and live ammunition. The aura was strong. The atmosphere was also suppressed in an instant. After all, everyone knew that whether the sky-high chips would be fulfilled in the end still depended on the intention of Dai Luan 8, the only emperor on the parrot. I have been on the parrot dozens of times, but this is the first time I have seen Dai Luan 8. That's right. The mysterious lord of the parrot has finally shown up. The voices in the field were all lowered, but they were obviously surprised that Dai Luan 8 was willing to show up. Yi Yang also looked over. Dai Luan 8 sat in a wheelchair, wearing a fur-collared cape, which was out of tune with the short-sleeved clothes of the others in the field. He must be afraid of the cold. The overall outfit gave people the feeling of an old European count in an oil painting. After putting on the cape, he looked like Emperor Napoleon. But his face looked a little older, more like Louis XVI, who was beheaded during the French Revolution. The door was on the high platform on the second floor. Dai Luan 8 could overlook the whole scene as soon as he came in. He nodded slightly, signaling the bodyguard behind him to push him along the wheelchair staircase on the second floor to the first floor. He always had a kind smile on his face. He was completely different from The gloom on his face in the captain's room. Yi Yang looked at him coming towards him and raised his eyebrows. Mr. Yi, congratulations on defeating the most powerful gambling king in Europe, Mr. Mike Sales. Parrot will exchange the chips on your table for real US dollars at any time. This is Parrot's credibility. Dai Luanate said with a faint smile. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This Mr. Mike should be the strongest on the Parrot, right? Dai Luanate was stunned for a moment, then nodded inexplicably. Then just exchange it into US dollars now. There's nothing interesting about it. Yi Yang shrugged. The feeling of loneliness and defeat became more and more serious. After the climax of the major victory, he felt dull for an instant. Mr. Yi. Dai Luanate's kind smile suddenly froze. Has the delaying strategy failed? Shouldn't the normal thinking be that even the strongest person on your ship can't defeat me? As long as I stay, I can get rich easily. What the hell is it that just slaps the butt and leaves? Mr. Yi, don't be anxious. Dai Luanate's heart changed, and then he said, I am very pleased to see that your young hero can defeat the veteran gambling king at such a young age. So, what? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't have a good impression of this old gambling lord. After setting up a stall on the sea for so many years, it didn't take much to know that he was a ruthless master who would do anything. He didn't believe that the other party was really a kind-hearted guy. I just don't know, Mr. Yi, do you dare to take a gamble with me? Dai Luanate crossed his hands and asked with sharp eyes. Second update, search Yi Jiuyang on Douyin and follow him. With me? Hiss. The captain of the Parrot, Dai Luanate, personally went out to gamble? I've never heard of Dai Luanate having a gambling battle. It's rare for him to even appear. Every time he appears, it's big news, let alone him participating in a gambling game in person. Everyone thought that Yi Yang and old Mike could call it quits after finishing their bet. Unexpectedly, the next wave seemed to be even more bizarre. They couldn't help but stopped and looked over here. A bet with you? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Do you know how to gamble? Dai Luanate smiled lightly. I have been in the gambling industry for decades, so naturally I understand a little bit. Okay, let's serve it. Yi Yang shrugged. Ahem, although I know a little bit about it, I haven't yet become a gambling king. I'm afraid I don't have any chance of winning against Mr. Yi. Dai Luanate smiled lightly and shook his head. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, waiting for Dai Luanate's next words. He didn't believe that the other party was joking just now. Wang Xiaozong and the others also came over, looking nervously. I would like to invite someone to represent the Parrot to have a bet with you, Mr. Yi. I wonder if Mr. Yi has the guts to take it? Dai Luanate asked with a faint smile. Is it because the old guy you sent just now lost and cost you a lot, so you want to find a chance with me to make up for the loss? Yi Yang didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly. With a sneer. Mr. Yi, don't say that. Dai Luanate's eyes flashed. This was still on his territory, yet he spoke so openly and rudely to him. No need to say it. Let's talk about the bet. I'll think about it before talking about it. Yi Yang shrugged. He could see the other person's purpose at a glance. There was no need to hide it. It was more comfortable for him to make it clear to each other. He doesn't like fake smiles. Dai Luanate took a deep breath and comforted himself. forget it, making money is more important. After thinking for a while, he tried to ask, how about 10 billion US dollars? Hiss. 10 billion dollars. Real or fake? Holy shit. It's getting crazier. A group of tourists nearby burst into a loud noise. The 6 billion US dollars just now made them doubt their lives. Now it's tens of billions of US dollars. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth trembled, and he couldn't hold it back and laughed again. Mr. Yi, what are you laughing at? Dai Luan 8 frowned and asked. I'm laughing at you, the dignified captain of the parrot. After all, he is also a man who is known as the emperor. You actually come out to bet with me with such a small amount of chips. Did you come out specifically to embarrass me and make me laugh? Yi Yang shook his head and laughed. There was silence. What did he just say? It seems like 10 billion US dollars, embarrassing. After reacting for a long time, everyone was sure that what Yi Yang meant was what they understood. There was no hidden meaning in it. He just simply disliked the tens of billions of dollars in bets. It was too rubbish. You. Dai Luan 8 clenched his hands tightly into fists. If someone else had spoken like this, he would have had the mercenaries shoot him to death. But the man in front of him has a net worth of several trillion Chinese coins, and he is probably hiding something. His background is so large that even his network cannot find out the existence of all his assets. And now what the other party said clearly meant that he might bet more than 10 billion US dollars against himself. And he is bound to win. This time. For more than 10 billion US dollars, it is worth it to him to endure it. Although the parrot is known as a holy land in the gambling world, there are usually no gambling kings, gambling sages, or any other major events that shock the gambling world. The annual turnover is only about 20 billion US dollars. As for pure profit, it is even less. I don't know how long it will take to win tens of billions of dollars. After all, although the annual flow of funds on the parrot looks scary, the parrot itself only charges a service fee and a very small amount of venue fees, and a very small banker's ratio when exchanging chips. The capital flow on the parrot must reach 1 trillion US dollars every year, and the parrot itself can only make a profit of 20 to 30 billion US dollars. A pure win of more than 10 billion US dollars is too tempting for him. As you wish, Mr. Yi, how much do you want to deposit? Dai Luan 8 asked. Yi Yang touched his chin. For him, this was also an opportunity to get rich. I have to get hundreds of billions of dollars in chips. Dai Luan 8 was so frightened that he became mute, let alone the other tourists. After a long time, Dai Luan 8 asked intermittently, how much? Gulfstream Airlines is under my name and has a market value of approximately 200 billion US dollars. Yi Yang said calmly, how about you pick an asset of about this amount to bet against me? Do you dare? What the hell? Dai Luan 8 was almost so angry that he cursed. You must know that the entire parrot, together with all its assets, activities, and relationships, are valued at about 200 billion US dollars. If you just say that you want me to bet all my wealth on you, it's over. What a roundabout way. The old emperor was speechless. A bet of 200 billion US dollars. Ah. This. The tourists were all dumbfounded. They were obviously shocked by this terrifying number. Mr. Yi, are you kidding? Dai Luan 8 paused for a long time before asking coldly. Do I look like I'm kidding? Yi Yang spread his hands. To you, this 200 billion is your entire fortune. To me, it's just one of the many assets under my name, the most ordinary one. Betting with me, you don't even have this little awareness, but you dare to say it. I admire you very much. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What kind of emperor is the parrot? He is actually an old poor bastard and a coward. Gulu. The ladies and nobles present all looked at Yi Yang with shining eyes. This man is so handsome. He is simply the most charming and courageous man in the world they have ever seen. Mo Jingjing and Tan Mingqian looked at each other in disbelief. 200 billion US dollars. Isn't that more than 1 trillion Chinese yuan? Just bet it. This is beyond their imagination? Wang Xiaozong and Qing Feng were trembling as they looked at Yi Yang's back. At this point, guys of their size are just a small boat in the storm. You know, their father's entire assets are just as much as the bet proposed by Yi Yang. If you don't dare, I'm too lazy to accompany you. Yi Yang gave an ultimatum and then turned around and left. First update, the exam is over, and I'm back. Etc. Seeing that Yi Yang was really going to leave and was not joking at all, Dai Luan 8 couldn't help but shout again and again. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, agree. Dai Luan 8 bit his lip. And his whole body fell into a fierce psychological struggle. The Dai Luan family has been running the parrot for more than one generation. He, Dai Luan 8, was born at sea. He had been floating on the sea for decades and had hardly ever set foot on land. He is the emperor of the gambling world, but after all, this industry is an industry that wanders on the edge of the laws of various countries, leaving the high seas. And the parrot, he would lose all his identity and would even be unable to find his own identity in most land areas. Working with the underworld bosses, to a certain extent, is the same as trying to clear your name and work in a serious industry. He had similar thoughts. Gulfstream Airlines gave him exactly what he had always wanted. On land, he also has a decent identity that is consistent with his original status. He will have a reputation that is popular in the world. He was struggling in his heart, even if he put all these aside, this was an opportunity to double his assets. For him, it was also a benefit that was enough to make him feel suffocated. His fists clenched loudly. The inner struggle has obviously reached its highest point. Finally, he thought of that figure and the existence he wanted to invite. Finally settled down. This is a must-win game. With such a huge benefit and a win-win situation, why give up? He is the emperor of the parrot, the holy land of gambling. If he still gives up such a huge profit if he must win, then he doesn't deserve to be called a gambler at all. Okay, but, if you want to default on your debt, my mercenary group will not agree to it when the time comes. Dai Luan 8, like an awakened lion, swept away his previous kindness and showed his ferocious fangs. He swept the entire audience. Everyone present today is a witness. Yi Yang shrugged. Until the results come out, Dai Luan 8 will abide by the rules. The parrot was afraid of losing its reputation, and Dai Luan 8 felt that he would be afraid of his guns. Such reliance on both sides has contributed to a situation where huge bets can now be safely discussed. However, in the end, when the parrot is about to be handed over to him, Dai Luan 8 will no longer care about losing his reputation, and he may not be afraid of his guns. This is why he has always been as stable as Mount Tai. There were no tourists present who dared not agree. No matter how rich they were still made of flesh and blood, and a single gunshot could take away their lives. No one dared to really offend Dai Luanate. On the parrot. Of course, except Yi Yang. In this way, as soon as he turned around, Dai Luanate regained his amiable expression. Please be patient, Mr. Yi, and wait for 2 days. It will take some time to invite my old friend to come. There's no rush, as long as it doesn't take more than 3 to 5 days. Yi Yang said calmly, 3 to 5 days are enough for me to earn another 200 billion US dollars. It's boring to stay here and waste time. Dai Luanate rolled his eyes and almost had a heart attack. From Yi Yang's anger on the spot. After the negotiation that shocked the whole audience. Several executives of the parrot in Zhou Yuan also quickly pushed Dai Luanate back to the captain's cabin. Arrived at the captain's cabin, Dai Luanate waited for a long time before gradually calming down. The reason why the big shots appear to be unfazed by favors and humiliations is because they have too much capital. Some small conflicts of interest have nothing to do with them at all. They are nothing more than making a little and losing a little. But when faced with this choice of further rising to the top, taking a step back and dying without a complete body, they may even be more vulnerable than ordinary people. After all, ordinary people don't have that much to lose. Captain, who is the person you want to invite? Is it worth risking all your wealth to participate in this fight? Several of Zhou Yuan's confidants couldn't figure it out and asked again and again. After all, Yi Yang can defeat even the most powerful gambling king in Europe, Mike Sales, the #1 gambling sage. Even if the gambling saint comes, it is really not yet known who is strong and weak, and who will win. On the parrot, in recent decades, there have only been a handful of duels between gambling saints. Those gambling saints don't seem to be very familiar with the captain. Will he appear for Dai Luanate and fight this battle of life and death? Dai Luan took a few deep breaths, and his face reappeared with the confidence and weird smile that controlled everything. If I am not 100% sure, how can I agree? You mean? Hiss. Zhou Yuan and others felt as if their bodies were struck by lightning, and an incredible inference flashed through their minds. God of gamblers? You want to invite the god of gamblers to come out? Several confidants were confused. Dai Luanate nodded slightly, confirming the guesses of the three of them. Really, the god of gamblers? They have been following Dai Luanate for at least 20 or 30 years, and they have always claimed to be the ones who know Dai Luanate best. But even they didn't know that Dai Luanate was even related to a god of gamblers. The god of gamblers, transcendent, is a myth in the gambling world. It is an untouchable existence in the gambling world. Mysterious, as if they are really just legends and myths. There are only 3 gambling gods in the world today. And the real names of these 3 people gradually disappeared from the talk of the town as they retired. Even in the parrot, there has only been one gambling god duel over the years, and that one happened in the last century. The result of that duel directly affected the economic direction of a certain international economic alliance at that time, and dozens of small countries in Asia, Africa, and Europe were shaken by the indirect impact caused by the result of this duel. That battle also raised the weight and significance of the gambling god to an unparalleled height. I don't know, the gambling god you are in contact with is? Several senior executives asked nervously. There are only 3 gambling gods left in the world today, one in each of the world's 3 major gambling cities, Stephen Kelly. In Las Vegas, Joe Dexing and Abdul Manassas Abbas in Monte Carlo. And the one I can invite. Is Stephen Kelly in Las Vegas? Diluanate's voice was excited, and his eyes were bright. God of gamblers. Stephen. Newcomers to the gambling world must be unfamiliar with this name. But for the older generation it is truly well known. It was this legendary figure who created the myth of Las Vegas. He transformed Las Vegas from a wild gambling city in the United States into an international and modern metropolis of world civilization. But he has rarely participated in gambling affairs in recent years. He is more like a real financial tycoon, investing and building all over the world. Are you sure he is willing to come? Second update. He owes me a favor, and it would not be in line with his character for him not to come to such a huge bet. Diluanate sneered and crossed his hands, looking thoughtful. Together, the stakes are $400 billion US. Such a legendary battle is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. He will definitely be very interested. Is that so? Zhou Yuan and others were obviously relieved. If that person is really willing to come, then it is almost certain that Yi Yang will lose. The god of gamblers is transcendent and cannot be speculated by common sense. They originally thought that Diluanate was going to invite a veteran gambler to board the ship. In this case, after all, it was still a gamble and there was no guarantee of complete victory. After all, after defeating Mike Sayers, it is doubtful whether Yi Yang is a gambling saint or not. None of them wanted to believe that such a young gambling sage would appear in the world, but he finally defeated Europe's number 1 gambling king. Therefore, they were quite panicked just now. However, it would be completely different if the god of gamblers could be invited to appear. When the god of gamblers appears, you will definitely win. Promote it well. These days, I only have this favor for him, and it will be gone when it is used up. Take advantage of this wave and make a lot of money. Diluanate said calmly. Yes. Clear. Zhou Yuan and others are all old foxes, so they naturally know what Diluanate means. Whenever a major event occurs, the number of passengers on the Parrot will increase dramatically, and many people will come to watch the excitement even if they are not here to gamble. Even just looking at the collision of billions and tens of billions of capital flows, the scene of reaching the sky and going to hell in one step, is enough to make people's hearts surging and their blood boiling. Not to mention, this time there is a gambling pool of hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, there is also a god of gamblers on board. Once this is publicized, the Parrot will be full again. This competition is only better than the god of gamblers that year, which indirectly affected the finances of more than a dozen small countries in Asia, Europe, and Africa. After all, the GDP of some small African countries is only a few billion US, or even more than $1 billion US. Influencing more than a dozen small countries sounds exciting, but in fact, the cash flow involved at the time was only tens of billions of dollars. Even with inflation today, it would be equivalent to 1 or 200 billion US dollars at most. Far less shocking than 400 billion US dollars. But, you also have to keep an eye on this kid. He gives me the feeling, he's very dangerous. Diluanate was silent for a while. I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't explain it. In short, keep an eye on it and report the information to me at any time. Clear. Zhou Yuan and others nodded repeatedly. No matter what, he definitely has some problems. A normal person would never gamble 200 billion. He definitely has something to rely on. It's best to find out and solve it before the decisive battle. Dai Luan 8 tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. We still need to find out why he thinks that I can hand over the parrot as he wishes when I lost all the parrot. I don't believe that such a handheld a tycoon with assets worth several trillion Chinese coins would be so naive. Yes. Speaking of this, Zhou Yuan and others also felt it was extremely strange. Forcing Dai Luan 8 to gamble with the entire parrot. Once he really loses, Dai Luan 8 can still hand over everything he owns on his own territory. You know, there is a whole regiment of mercenaries on board the parrot. Thousands of mercenaries. In the sea torrent led by the parrot, more than a dozen ships were on duty combat. Ships specially designed to provide accommodation for mercenaries. There are all war weapons on it. It can be said that the power in the hands of Dai Luan 8 is enough to overthrow a small African country with reasonable strength. Why does he think he can successfully take over the parrot in the face of such an armed force? This young man is really terrifying, mysterious, and terrifying. Of course, the possibility that he is bluffing cannot be ruled out. Dai Luan 8 shook his head and thought hard. He might not even be able to figure out the reason. Soon, under the instruction of the top management of the parrot, rumors spread throughout the parrot that the god of gamblers was about to board the ship. The entire parrot was excited. Tourists who originally planned to disembark had to pay exorbitant accommodation fees for several days because of this news. The tickets and consumption of the parrot have also increased in the past 2 days, and one ticket once reached $1 million. Even so, wealthy people and gambling bosses from all over the world still flocked to the place for this rumor. It's not because of anything else, just because the appeal of the word god of gamblers is really too terrifying. In the VIP living room, Yi Yang and Yumomo had just finished playing an exciting mini-game and walked out of the bedroom still full of energy. Then he saw Wang Xiaocong and Qin Feng, who looked worried. What's wrong? Looking sad? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Brother Yi, you still have the heart to do such a thing now. Wang Xiaocong looked unbelievable. Of course, even if the world is about to be destroyed, you have to sleep when you need to sleep, and eat when you need to eat. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? See how anxious you are. Brother Yi. Have you heard? That old bastard, Dai Luan, wants to invite a god of gambling on board. Wang Xiaocong said excitedly. God of gamblers? Yi Yang laughed. Very good, I just want to see him. Qin Feng and Wang Xiaocong were both stunned. Brother Yi, it's the god of gamblers. The god of gamblers. I'm not deaf. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. What should we do now? He is too shameless to invite the god of gamblers. Both of them were extremely worried. That's $200 billion. Even if they don't have a share in it, just the thought of losing makes them feel heartbroken. I didn't say he couldn't invite the god of gamblers. Yi Yang shrugged. It's better to get to know more girls and spend a few unforgettable nights with this time. Anyway, he asked us to stay for the past 2 days, and he will pay for all the expenses. In order to prevent Yi Yang from changing his mind, the parrot used both soft and hard tactics. On the one hand, many mercenaries were secretly mobilized to stand guard, and on the other hand, the highest treatment was provided, and all expenses were exempted. In terms of treatment, Yi Yang is now second only to Dai Luan on the ship. If you don't know, you might think he is the owner of the parrot. Brother Yi, what are you thinking? Now, whether we win or lose, we are in great danger. Wang Xiaozong was so shocked yesterday that he thought things through when he went back home at night. If they win, they can't really hand over everything they have. If they lose, then $200 billion will be given away for nothing. Don't worry, we will definitely win. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. As for the situation where they lose and don't deliver the goods, I have already arranged it, so don't worry. First update. It has been arranged long ago. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng were both extremely puzzled. That's right. Yi Yang nodded slightly. If Dai Luan 8 was not smart enough, he would not mind giving him a lesson he would never forget. And the world today. All forces that have 1,000 connections with the gambling world are eager to move. And the undercurrent is surging. I don't know how many luxury yachts set out from ports in various countries and headed for the high seas outside Hainan, just to see the rebirth of the god of gamblers. The parrot's publicity this time can be said to be extremely well done. That day, around the parrot, there were countless yachts and ships. The entire sea torrent reached 2 or 3 kilometers long. Some gray media with flexible information even hired helicopters directly and came to the parrot, preparing to broadcast this unprecedented battle with a total bet of $400 billion and 2.5 trillion Chinese yuan. Dai Luan 8 made hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising fees and related interests alone. However, the money will only belong to him if he wins this game. Once he loses, the money will all fall into Yi Yang's hands. It's really spectacular. Yi Yang sat on the open-air green sun lounger on the top floor of the parrot, looking at the surrounding scene indifferently. Yes. Even Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng, who claim to be born in the top wealthy families, have seen all kinds of big scenes all over the world since childhood. But being in this scene now, they still feel shocked from the heart, and their scalps begin to numb. After all, they are no longer spectators this time, but participants. Standing next to the core figure Yi Yang. Every corner of the world. At this time, countless pairs of eyes are watching this scene through the screens of the live broadcast of the cameras in the sky, in the sea, and around them. This is a grand event in the international gambling world. It is a rare appearance of the gambling god in a century. The legend of the last century ended. Since entering the 21st century, the major gambling gods have gradually restrained their wings and started to consider whitewashing. They rarely participate in gambling battles in person. One of the 3 gambling gods, Stephen Kelly of Las Vegas, even directly managed a magnificent city. The world was surprised. It was also under this atmosphere and environment. It is becoming more and more rare for the gambling god to personally participate in the gambling battle, and it is becoming more and more nostalgic and exciting. The gambling god is here. According to exclusive and reliable information, the one who will board the ship this time is the gambling god of Las Vegas, Stephen Kelly. This legendary figure has not participated in the gambling battle for nearly 20 years since he transformed into investment and finance. Today, will he really appear on the parrot and have a gambling duel with the youngest gambling saint in the history of the world that will eventually be recorded in the history of the gambling world? In the publicity of the parrot, Yi Yang has long been promoted as the youngest gambling saint in the history of the gambling world. Moreover, this Publicity also has the testimony of the strongest gambling king in Europe, Mike Sales, and the witnesses of many tourists present on the day, which undoubtedly enhances its legend and authenticity. I don't know how many people want to see the true face of this so-called youngest gambling saint in history. Is this Mr. Yi? Gambling saint Yi looks so young. As expected, just like the news spread by the parrot, he looks like he is just in his early 20s. I didn't expect that the record of the youngest gambling saint in the gambling world was broken by China itself. Yes. China has really produced many heroes recently, no matter in which field. It is shocking. Today's gambling god, Zhou Dexing of Australia Bay, is the holder of the previous record of the youngest gambling saint in the world, and the title of the youngest gambling god. At the age of 28, Zhou Dexing fought against the European gambling saint and won the battle, and was hailed as the youngest gambling saint. Oh my God! God! Mr. Yi is so handsome. He is simply perfect. If I can sleep with a man like this, I will not live in vain. The celebrities and wealthy women were all conquered by Yi Yang's appearance. Originally, the open-air lawn on the top of the parrot was not open to tourists. But today, for the appearance of the god of gamblers, in order to create enough gimmicks, the parrot directly transformed this open-air lawn on the top of the wheel into a battlefield. After paying the boat ticket, you have to pay another $1 million to enter the field to watch the battle. Dai Luan 8 sat opposite, seemingly calm, but in fact, his heart was still undercurrent, and he was extremely worried. After all, it was all his wealth, not a joke. Even if the god of gamblers was on the scene, the fear of losing everything was enough to make a person feel suffocated. The mercenaries with live ammunition entered the field, adding a touch of danger and solemn atmosphere to the prelude of this battle. The originally noisy venue suddenly became quieter. After all, people are naturally afraid of weapons that can take their lives. Here it comes. Dai Luan 8 looked at the white line in the distant sea and stood up from his wheelchair excitedly. As Dai Luan 8 stood up, the attention of the whole audience was attracted by his sight and looked over. The white line gradually became clear. The outline of the ship gradually appeared. Las Vegas, it's Stephen Kelly's ship. The god of gamblers is here. Ka. Instantly, all the cameras on the scene instantly shot towards the white line. The Las Vegas is big, handsome, and expensive. Everywhere it shows the uniqueness of its owner being the god of gamblers. On both sides of the hull, there are two gold-plated dice patterns, shining in the sun, reflecting a light that people dare not look directly at. Slowly, Las Vegas finally approached the parrot. A line of figures, escorting some hunchbacked old men, slowly boarded the deck of the parrot. At this moment, the whole audience stood up. Only Yi Yang just smiled lightly at those who came, without any intention of getting up. But even if he was sitting, as the opponent of the god of gamblers today, no one dared to block his sight, and all obediently made way for him. Ta-ta. The group finally boarded the highest open-air green terrace. Yi Yang finally saw the appearance of the legendary god of gamblers. The old man has strange blue-purple pupils and short, hard silver hair, which makes him look vaguely capable and strong as he was in his youth. However, time has made his temperament more reserved and modest. The loose dress makes him look like a mass in the church, rather than a legendary figure with titles such as once dominated the gambling world. One person influenced the economy of more than a dozen small countries, and creator of the Las Vegas myth. Second update. Are you the person my master wants to challenge this time? The girl in the lead raised her chin and looked at Yi Yang with a trace of scrutiny in her eyes. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, but did not answer. Hey! Mute. The girl frowned, feeling that Yi Yang was very rude. No rudeness. Stephen Kelly scolded lightly. Humph. Grandpa just has a good temper. The girl shrugged. The young man in front of her looked about the same age as her. How dare he challenge his grandfather? This is too outrageous. And this attitude is not modest at all. I feel very proud. Yi Yang looked at the girl indifferently. She looked pretty good, but her figure was much weaker than Marjorie. She was a foreign girl, but she was actually in an airport. He lost interest, shook his head slightly, and stopped paying attention. Mr. Kelly, your arrival really makes the parrot shine. Dai Luanate came up to him with a smile on his face. Stephen Kelly was very easygoing. After meeting Dai Luanate, he also looked at Yi Yang. The five senses of the god of gamblers are infinitely sharper than those of normal people. In his perception, in this noisy scene, Yi Yang was obviously very different, so he couldn't help but notice him. I think everyone should stop showing off and get started. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Etc. Just when everyone thought they could finally witness the god of gamblers take action, a voice broke the atmosphere of expectation. Everyone frowned and looked at the speaker. The speaker has blue hair and green eyes, and is wearing a suit and leather shoes. He looks like a skinny monkey, which makes people feel a little strange. If you want to compete with my master, you must first prove your qualifications. The thin monkey in a suit sneered, if you are not even a gambling saint, then you are not qualified to compete with my master. I am not talented. I just entered the threshold of gambling saint a few days ago. You and I will compete. If you win, then you will be the best qualified to fight with my master. What the hell? Is this Stephen Kelly's apprentice? I've never heard of it. What's he causing trouble here? We specially invited the plane here, mainly to see the god of gamblers come out. This idiot shows up to fuck a lot of hair. I really want to strangle him to death. If Yi Yang loses, wouldn't it mean that the god of gamblers won't be able to take action? Damn it. False propaganda. Parrot, please give me your money back. The whole place became noisy. The man in a suit was unmoved, with a trace of unruliness on his face. He is a close disciple of Stephen Kelly and rarely shows up. A few days ago, he finally defeated a gambling guru in private, proving his strength. He became a gambling sage at the age of 35, and his future is limitless. He came out this time just to hype himself up. In the name of helping the master test his opponent, he actually wants to make himself famous. Stephen Kelly was a little surprised. He obviously didn't expect that this seemingly honest disciple would suddenly say something like this, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He originally wanted to go back and teach him the core skills exclusive to the god of gamblers, but now it seems, forget it. The god of gamblers has an insight into people's hearts and naturally sees all of this disciple's thoughts at a glance. What? Do you dare to accept it? Brand, the man in a suit, asked, coldly. You do not deserve. Yi Yang said calmly. It's a gamble as promised, and his appearance fee and time are also very precious, okay? Ouch. If Yi Yang said such extremely arrogant words in a normal situation, he would definitely be laughed at by the crowd, but today was different. He refused to fight with the disciples of the god of gamblers, and the rich people and reporters who bought tickets could directly see the gamblers. God takes action. The whole audience made a sound of well done. Let this disciple go as far as he can. What we want to see is God of gamblers. I am a gambling saint. How dare you talk to me like this? Brand was so angry that his head was smoking. He gritted his teeth and wanted to force the food to the table. It is against the rules to sit at the table without taking a seat, as long as you sit on it and do not gamble. Come back, Stephen Kelly said calmly. Master. Brand gritted his teeth and looked back at Stephen Kelly with great confusion. He had been hidden away by this old man for so many years. He was extremely talented and had a bright future, but he was unknown. He had long been dissatisfied. With great difficulty, this battle attracted the attention of the whole world. He just wanted to use this battle to make himself famous, and then break away from the division and establish his own business. The name of a gambling saint represents too much. The benefits are far beyond what you can get when you are this old man's apprentice, and you don't get the slightest benefit. You are no match for him. Stephen Kelly shook his head and said calmly. Brand was stunned. I didn't even get to the table, so you said I'm no match for you. Is this your first time seeing Yi Yang? Why do you say that? His eyes were red, and the resentment in his heart was growing. He always thought that the god of gamblers accepted him because he was a genius, and was afraid that he would one day surpass the god of gamblers. After collecting it, I kept it hidden in the snow. Today, I finally have the opportunity to expose myself like this, but the other party belittles me like this, making others laugh. People around him burst into laughter. He was judged by the god of gamblers as being unable to win without even being on the table. What a piece of trash this kid is. Brand clenched his fists, his eyes turned red, and he simply ignored Stephen Kelly's words and sat down on the stool fiercely. Hiss. This guy. Good guy, he is so brave, he doesn't listen to the master's words. I'm afraid he is born to be a rebel. Although he was a little disappointed, Brand had already sat on Yi Yang's opposite seat, and it was a bit against the rules to force him down at this time. In other words, it was a bit of a loss of face for the god of gamblers. No matter how ignorant this apprentice was, he was still a disciple of the god of gamblers, and ordinary people really didn't dare to touch him. Alas! Stephen Kelly sighed deeply. He didn't expect that the inheritor of his gambling skills, whom he had cultivated for so many years and was about to pass on all his gambling skills without reservation, would actually do such a thing today. However, his granddaughter's eyes were shining, and she thought that such a rebellious behavior was simply too cool. The ignorant and spoiled girl always likes to interpret the behavior of the scumbag as having personality, and then she follows the scumbag wholeheartedly and loses her first love, first kiss, and first time. After the breakup, she curses all the men in the world as garbage. She never examines her own mistakes. Could it be I really made a mistake? Stephen Kelly sighed, feeling a little depressed. Yi Yang looked at Brand in front of him with interest and sneered, since we are at the table, let's talk about the bet. I know you like to bet big, and you are not interested in small things at all. Then, 5% of the equity of all casinos in Las Vegas, and 10% of the assets of the Stephen Group, is that enough? Taking a deep breath, Brand said the chips that he had prepared in his heart. First update. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This evil. For the first time, a sharp look flashed in Stephen Kelly's eyes. He is the god of gambling. Establish the existence of Las Vegas. How can such a gambling lord be a good man and a believer? The way he looks now is purely because he has no more troubles to worry about. He is old, his identity has been almost cleared, and he is just plain. He did put the above things in Brand's name, but Brand did not have the power to dispose of them. Now in public view, he is openly using these assets as bets. Everyone present was chattering and started to find it interesting. After all, the chips Brand mentioned are worth tens of billions of dollars. It is also a considerable asset. The most important thing is that the various investment gateways in Las Vegas are firmly controlled by Stephen Kelly, and ordinary people cannot reach out. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. It doesn't take much energy to deal with you anyway. So this little bargaining chip is worth it. You. Brand gritted his teeth. I have long heard that you defeated the strongest gambling king with your mentality technique. However, this trick is meaningless in front of the gambling saint level. Yi Yang plucked his ears and was too lazy to listen to his bragging. If I lose, I will pay you equal shares. Tell me how to bet. Brand sneered, just like the simplest dice. Let's see who can get the biggest number. Oh? Yi Yang smiled lightly. Okay. You actually agreed? Brand sneered. It seems that Yi Yang is not a gambling saint at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to understand the hidden secrets. You lose. He secretly said, looking at the sky. His heart was filled with joy. He could finally show off his skills in front of the world public, establish his own business, and reach the pinnacle of his life. You all are optimistic. This is my first battle in the public eye for St. Brand. He will definitely become famous in one battle. Soon, the dice were brought up. After the notarization was successful, one was given to Yi Yang and Brand each. Yi Yang didn't talk nonsense. After taking it, he started shaking it directly. I'm quite confident. Brand laughed angrily. Put his hand on the table, and activated his magic hand. There is a qualitative change between the gambling saint and the gambling king. The qualitative change is that the gambling saint has developed a magic hand, which is beyond ordinary people's understanding, a certain skill and power similar to supernatural powers. This energy can already affect gambling media within a certain range. Just like dice, Brand can completely rely on the power of his magic hand to affect the points on the table and finally stop rotating. Duong Yi Yang just shook it twice casually and put the go clock in his hand directly on the table. At this moment, Brand's fingers tapped gently and rhythmically on the table. The shock wave formed a strange energy, controlling the rotation of the dice in the go clock. Yi Yang felt this clearly, but he didn't bother to care about it and just grinned at him. Brand was frightened by this smile and felt a little scared, but then he snorted coldly, pretending to be a ghost. He clearly felt that the shock force caused by his magic hand did not encounter any obstacles. The other party has never practiced gambling to the level of a magic hand, yet he still dares to look down on him like this. It's simply an insult to him. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'll see if you can still laugh later. Open the cup and move all the cameras closer. The image that came out made the whole audience booed in disbelief. It's only 2 o'clock. How is that possible? Isn't it bigger than someone else? Did I remember wrongly? Isn't the so-called youngest gambling sage too cool? I roll dice at home, but I can't get such a small one. Everyone was in disbelief. Yi Yang was promoted as the youngest gambling sage in the history of the international gambling industry, and this was the result. Yi Yang didn't seem surprised, he just smiled and raised his chin. It's your turn. Hee hee. Brand just laughed, he was just a guy without magic hands. Even if you shake it casually, it can't be bigger than 2 points. It's so funny. Thinking about it, he started to ring the goo clock. Following the god of gamblers, I learned the best techniques in the world. Even if I don't have magic hands, I can still get 2 sixes. He sneered and smashed the goo bell on the table with great confidence. Yi Yang smiled lightly and tapped his fingers on the table casually. Brand's eyes suddenly shrank and he was startled. However, seeing that Yi Yang only clicked and there was no follow-up, he let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out it's not a magic hand. Damn, this can be a trick. I almost screamed, he was so frightened. Open the cup? The tourists next to me urged. Haha, Mr. Yi, I will accept your tens of billions of dollars worth of shares without any courtesy. As he spoke, he opened the goo clock. He didn't even bother to look at the size of the dice and kept talking to himself. After all, he consciously knew that he would win. It wasn't until he heard surprise, doubts, and laughter instead of cheers that he gradually realized something was wrong. He repeatedly looked at his dice. Where are the dice? Under the goo clock, there is only the powder after the 2 dice were crushed. 0 o'clock. How is this possible? His eyes almost popped out of his head. Him. In the distance, Stephen Kelly shook his head helplessly and sighed, obviously having expected this result. How could it be? Brother Brand actually lost. Granddaughter Ellie shook her head in disbelief. Everyone present was also confused. I originally thought that Yi Yang's 2-point shake was outrageous, and he would definitely lose. Unexpectedly, this guy just shook the dice to pieces? Directly to 0. This is so damn funny. A layman looks at the excitement, an expert looks at the door. The knowledgeable experts present looked at Yi Yang with fear and admiration. This is definitely a magic hand with extremely profound skills. This simply incredible. How on earth is it done? They can't understand it at all. The only flaw was when he tapped his finger on the table. But that one blow directly shattered the 2 dice. This is not a magic hand, this is simply called witchcraft. Brand's eyes instantly became bloodshot, he stood up and pointed at Yi Yang. You're cheating. You. Okay, don't embarrass yourself anymore. Stephen Kelly sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and asked Brand to be dragged directly down. Mr. Yi. If my apprentice loses, I will pay you as promised. Stephen Kelly's voice was calm, but his eyes were solemn and sharp. The skill that Yi Yang showed in that moment made him feel the strong danger. Second update. This young man, even though he is so young, possesses bottomless power. An indescribable surprise flashed through Stephen Kelly's heart. He had already had a high opinion of Yi Yang before, but through his battle with his apprentice Brand, he clearly felt that perhaps he still underestimated him. Is it possible that he has touched the threshold of the god of gamblers? He shook his head and couldn't believe it at all. After all, Yi Yang was too young. After Brand was pulled down, he was devastated and knew that he was completely finished. He put everything into today's game. As a result, now that he offended his teacher, he did not gain fame in the end, but became the laughingstock of the gambling world. It is obvious that his future life will be ruined. It's basically finished. On the side, granddaughter Ellie, who originally thought he was handsome, also pouted, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. "Grandpa, you must teach this boy a lesson," Ellie continued. Stephen Kelly looked calm, not knowing what he was thinking. The ridicule and chatter about Brand quickly died away. After all, what these people came here for today was just to see the god of gamblers come back. Such a top-notch spectacle is their goal. Fortunately, the disciple of the god of gamblers doesn't have any real skills. Haha, this time it can be said that he lost both his wife and his troops. Finally we can see the god of gamblers take action. Anyone who can take a photo of such a precious scene is lucky. What's more, I'm live broadcasting the whole thing. The tourists and reporters present were all whispering, obviously very excited. Dailuan 8 smiled repeatedly and said to Stephen Kelly, "It seems that I still have to ask you to take action." Stephen Kelly nodded slightly, said no more, and sat directly opposite Yi Yang. "You should be beaten this time." Ellie looked at Yi Yang fiercely. She had the god of gamblers as her backer. From childhood to adulthood, no one of her peers would dare to ignore her like this. She felt that Yi Yang was too proud. A bit arrogant. Now she just hopes that Grandpa will quickly show off his power and crush Yi Yang's pride directly, so that she can be happy. As promised before, Texas Hold'em? Stephen Kelly asked with a slight smile. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "Of course, this is what god of gamblers does in the movie." "Haha, my little friend is really humorous." Stephen Kelly smiled. "Your Chinese is very good." Yi Yang was a little surprised. "I recently learned a lot about doing business in L1. Stephen Kelly nodded. Yi Yang suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen in the news that Stephen Kelly invested $90 billion to build a metropolitan city in L1. "Then let's get started." Yi Yang spread his hands and signaled the dealer to deal the cards. He still has an intuitive perception of people, and this old man left a good impression on him. The sexy dealer wore very little and looked even sexier. The skill of cutting cards is dazzling, the cards are flying. And the big and small balls on the body are fluctuating together, which makes people drool. However, this ordinary scene will naturally not disturb the state of mind of Yi Yang and Stephen Kelly, who are gambling gods. Soon, too, trump cards were dealt to the two of them. The gambling pool is $400 billion until all is lost. Even though both sides used the highest grade special chips with extremely high value, the chips were piled up like a real mountain, with endless visual impact. All reporters were extremely alert, fearing to miss any exciting moment. All the tourists stretched their necks and watched this unprecedented battle with concentration. First slide. Everyone is staring. Yi Yang looked at the first bright card he got in his hand. "King of Spades, it seems I'm not lucky." Yi Yang smiled lightly and said casually, "Black King." Stephen Kelly smiled lightly and shook his head. "As I get older, my luck is different." Everyone blinked, looking at this ordinary scene that looked like a grandfather and grandson chatting and playing cards. at home, and they were a little confused. Didn't the god of gamblers suddenly come out after not fighting for decades? Isn't it a battle between the youngest gambling sage and the god of gambling in the world's history? Why is it so bland? So inconspicuous? Really? Couldn't these be two actors? No one is betting with real power? These laymen all frowned and were extremely confused, but in the eyes of gambling experts, they caught the subtle changes in the table between Yi Yang and Stephen Kelly. The tablecloth actually moved on its own, without any wind, and an invisible vortex aura formed around the table. The slightly swaying tablecloth floated under the table. There was an undercurrent, but the two people at the table were chatting and laughing, as if nothing had happened. This is a momentum. In the realm of the god of gamblers, one has already practiced gambling skills to the point where heaven and man are almost one, and they can form a momentum with themselves as the center. The two sides crush each other, which can affect each other's mentality. The party that is most affected is considered to have lost in the duel of power. This momentum is extremely mysterious. It is said that there was a gambling god who could frighten his opponent to sweat and bear endless pressure with just the momentum, and finally forced him to leave the table. But obviously, in this duel, the momentum of the two directly formed a delicate balance, turning into a real breeze, with the game as the core, flowing around. Since my face card is bigger, Yi Yang directly pushed out a huge pile of chips in front of him, $10 billion. Follow. Stephen Kelly also followed suit and pushed out $10 billion in chips. The second one. Spade Q. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Facing one of the three strongest gambling skills in the world, he did not dare to be too arrogant. He used the momentum from the beginning and tried to make his cards better. However, as a veteran gambling god, Stephen Kelly's skills are not to be underestimated. Black A, haha, it seems that the situation has changed. Stephen Kelly smiled faintly, $20 billion. Follow. Yi Yang smiled faintly and pressed forward again. Gulp. In the blink of an eye, $30 billion have been spent. The two sides add up to $60 billion, which is really awesome. Everyone present couldn't help but mutter. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng's hands were about to bleed. Although it was not their money, they didn't even dare to mention the 5% share to Yi Yang again. After all, if they won, 5% would be $10 billion. This is not a joke. But after all, Yi Yang is on their side, and they are still very worried about him. Now it seems that who has a greater chance of winning? First update. At the moment, it seems that the god of gamblers is bigger. After all, he is a veteran god of gamblers. His skills are unfathomable. Qin Feng muttered. Wang Xiaozong did not dare to vent his anger loudly, for fear of affecting the two people in the card game if he continued to ask questions. Hoo-hoo. It seemed that the wind generated by the duel was getting stronger. It can be clearly seen that the tablecloth of the two people is swinging greatly. The third picture. 10 of spades. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Black's jack. Stephen Kelly raised his eyebrows. It seems that I am slightly better. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Maybe, I just won on the bright side. Stephen Kelly frowned slightly. There are many explanations for Yi Yang's words. One is that he thought he could win by switching secret cards, and the other is that everything on the court now is just a part of other people's plans. Although it seems that he caught it by himself. You will win a little bit every time, but when you finally put the cards together, you will lose. After all, Texas Hold'em doesn't just mean you can win with big cards. What ultimately determines winning or losing is the card type. If you can't get a big card type, it's useless no matter how big the value of the open card is. $30 billion. Never let go of the bright side's interests, and try to capture as much as possible first. If the bright side keeps overwhelming the opponent, and finally uses mystical skills to convert the dark side, then you will definitely win. And Yi Yang did not hesitate and directly pushed out the chips in front of him. Over 100 billion. Yes, the bet's on. Both sides exceed 100 billion US dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars are enough to crush most listed companies in the world. Looking at the world, how many companies can have a market value of over 100 billion? Everyone felt that their mood was agitated. The fourth card. The wind got stronger. The tablecloth flew up, but in the balanced situation, it miraculously did not cause chaos. Three of Hearts? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and thought, this card is a bit small. Haha. It seems that my little friend's mentality is not stable. Stephen Kelly laughed. Even a god of gambling like him can't be completely calm about a $200 billion bet. Now that the bright card advantage is so great, he is also very happy. After all, he gets half of the profits. That's $100 billion. Even for his current net worth, 100 billion US dollars is a huge amount that cannot be underestimated. $50 billion. He launched his attack directly. In his opinion, the gap between the open cards is so obvious that smart people should choose to quit in this round. If he uses 50 billion US dollars to break Yi Yang's mind first and earns the 60 billion he pressed in before him, then he will be victorious. There are a total of 200 billion US dollars, and if it is eaten step by step like this, it will be eaten away in just a few rounds. But what completely surprised him was that Yi Yang actually smiled lightly and pushed out the huge amount of chips in front of him without hesitation. Follow you. Stephen Kelly was a little confused and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. After a long time, he gradually calmed down. Young man, this is not a smart choice. Then let's wait and see. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently, with a faint smile on his lips. What he wants is for the opponent to follow up in the first 4 rounds. In the last round, he directly showed his hand, leaving the opponent with no choice. You know, they have each deposited 110 billion US dollars already. More than half of their respective fund pools. If you try to run in the last round, it will be too late. Courageous. Stephen Kelly nodded lightly, spread his hands and said, but what blind courage often brings is losing everything. The 5th card was dealt to each of them. King of Hearts, it seems my luck is back? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Black's cue. Stephen Kelly shook his head and smiled, but just looking at the open cards, your probability of winning is less than 3%. In terms of probability, this is almost equivalent to losing. You also know that those who can become the god of gamblers no longer believe in probability. Yi Yang smiled casually, and after laughing, he boldly pushed out all the remaining piles of chips in front of him. The spectacular scene made the audience exclaimed, "Study!" And Stephen Kelly also cleared all the chips in front of him without saying a word. There were densely packed large amounts of chips scattered on the table. Everyone feels a sense of suffocation brought about by endless money. The current bright cards of both sides have been announced. Yi Yang has spades, K, Q, and 10 in his hand. 3 of hearts, Q. In Stephen Kelly's hand, he has blacks K, A, J, Q, and an ace of hearts. I'm just one card away from getting a black flush, and I think you know what that means. Stephen Kelly smiled lightly. He put his hand on the whole card and sensed it. If I just said that you only have a 3% winning rate, then now, I can announce that your winning rate is 0. Is it? Yi Yang smiled lightly and covered his trump card with his hand. He could sense that the whole card should be a 3 of spades and a jack of hearts. It's really impossible to just rely on luck to get a royal flush. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. It is indeed the strongest card type, with an appearance rate of only 1 in 223-519-740-689-53663-683-015599999. Mysterious magic hand. Yi Yang directly activated the deepest mystical skills. On the back of a bunch of cards, the 3 of spades at the bottom was replaced by the 10 of spades. But then, he couldn't replace the jack of hearts with the jack of spades. What happened? He frowned. If you don't get a straight flush, the set of cards in your hand is almost useless. I can't come up with any awesome decks. At most, I can make up a pair. His mind was racing, and after eliminating many possibilities, he finally only thought of the last possibility. That jack of spades, at Stephen Kelly's. Therefore, I cannot easily convert it with my own strength. And at the same time, Stephen Kelly had already replaced one of his whole cards with black 10 and looked at Yi Yang with a deep look. Both of them put their hands on their 2 trump cards and refused to let go. Because once he lets go, Stephen Kelly's spell will be broken, and the jack of spades in his hand will be converted by Yi Yang. He smiled kindly, but the veins on his neck were throbbing as he looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked back with calm eyes. Nowadays, it can only be a duel. Whoever uses up the other's magic power and energy first will win the final victory. The ultimate outcome of this $400 billion gambling game has become a battle for the jack of spades. Stop it, young man. I have been practicing martial arts alone for decades. In terms of technique, you may not be weaker than me, but if it comes to a competition of skills, you are still far behind. Stephen Kelly said calmly. Second update. That may not be the case. Yi Yang said calmly, with sharp eyes. Stephen Kelly's eyes sank. Although he had a high opinion of Yi Yang when he first met him, he was still looking at him from the perspective of a senior looking at a junior. But as they fought, he found that the other party had really touched the realm of the god of gamblers, and his gambling skills were enough to really compete with him. And his skills were also extremely profound. He was definitely an opponent that he had to treat equally, and even fight with all his strength. This shocked him too much. You know, Yi Yang looked to be in his early 20s. The youngest gambling saint before, Zhou Dexing, became a gambling saint at the age of 28. A gambling god in his early 20s? Could it be that he could even improve his gambling skills to a whole new level in his life? Moreover, such a young man's main business was not even gambling skills at all. The assets under his name added up to more power than the power that he, the god of gamblers, had developed for his entire life. Is this young man still a human? His heart was filled with endless waves of horror. The wind around the two people was getting stronger and stronger, even blowing the parasols above their heads to make a rustling sound. What are these two doing? Looking at the open cards, the god of gamblers has an extremely large advantage. Even if the bottom cards can't make up a big hand, it is a sure win. There is no reason to hesitate and not open the cards. Are they fighting? I really don't understand. The tourists and reporters next to them, as well as the audiences from all continents and countries behind the camera, were scratching their heads in confusion, feeling unable to understand. How is it possible? After more than 10 seconds, Stephen Kelly was shocked. This young man not only reached the level of the god of gamblers in the realm of art, but also had a long and deep skill, which was bottomless. He had sweat on his forehead because of too much energy consumption, and his hands began to tremble. But Yi Yang was still calm, giving people a feeling that could not be guessed. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his blue-purple eyes, and he no longer kept any backhands. He has dominated the gambling world for decades and is revered as the god of gamblers by all. He must not lose today. Especially to this unknown young man. After he completely let go of his restrictions, the fierce gambling skill swept over. Like a hurricane passing through, the surrounding air also spontaneously formed a dark vortex, rolling towards Yi Yang. Have you started the final fierce attack? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became completely sharp. Suddenly, the wind around him rolled into countless sword blades and fought back. This is a spiritual confrontation. The so-called wind whirlpool is just a kind of driven quality. Hiss. This. The audience in the seats far away felt it. Why is it so windy? My hat is crooked. Ah. The little skirt I'm wearing. Hey. You. Perverts in front, close your eyes and don't look. What a wind. Oh no. What a strong wind. The sudden strong wind caught the audience off guard. The cameras in the hands of the reporters were shaking slightly. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The two people in the field stared at each other without giving in. This was a spiritual confrontation between the two. The dealer on the side tightly fastened his little skirt to his tall thighs, looking left and right, and didn't dare to speak. Who knows what these two are fighting here? If they speak, it will ruin their big business, which is a business worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How dare she get involved? Unlike the layman. In order to watch the god of gamblers come out, many people above the king of gamblers came from all over the world this time. They are all very knowledgeable. Looking at the scene in the field at this time, my jaw almost dropped. Only the god of gamblers, whose gambling skills have reached the unity of heaven and man, can trigger such a confrontation of forces, which can have such an impact on the real material world. The general trend, taking advantage of the trend, and the storm passing through, this is the realm that the god of gamblers has touched. No wonder there is a word God in his title. I am afraid that we will never be able to step into this realm even if we spend our entire lives. To become the king of gamblers, you only need to practice the power of calculation to the extreme. Although the difficulty is extremely terrifying, it is ultimately within the reach of human imagination. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will always be a day of success. But this realm of the god of gamblers is too terrifying. If you don't have real talent and state of mind, you will never be able to reach it. They came here with the mentality of learning, but in the end, they only learned the word despair. Boom. Finally, at a certain moment, Stephen Kelly, who was still tense, relaxed his eyes, and the whole person seemed to be paralyzed, leaning on the back of the chair. The confrontation of the strong wind ended at this moment, and the wind in the center suddenly spread out in all directions. Who? The strongest wind that passed through made the hair of those with longer hair messy. How could this happen? After the strong wind passed, everyone rubbed their eyes again and again, wondering. The wind that was originally strong disappeared in an instant. They looked at the center of the venue. The confrontation between the two finally ended, and they picked up their own cards at the same time. Who is better? It must be the god of gamblers. Of course. The noisy voices came one after another, but soon they were completely quiet, and everyone was concentrating on watching the cards being revealed. Stephen Kelly tiredly turned over the first card. Black 10. Oh my god, a black straight flush. The second largest card type in Texas Hold'em. Except for the strongest royal straight flush, no other card type can suppress it. Everyone present took a breath of cold air. This time the bottom card was opened. It was a king bomb. It was a black, straight flush. Who can do this? The god of gamblers. He is still the god of gamblers. A group of tourists and reporters sighed and exclaimed. Is there any need to compare? At this time, Yi Yang also revealed his first whole card, 10 of spades. Hiss. Everyone took a breath again. Ace of spades, king of spades, queen of spades, 10. Doesn't this mean that his last whole card is the jack of spades, and he can still make a comeback? Are we going to witness the birth of a royal flush that only appears once in who knows how many years? Impossible. How can it be so coincidental? The probability of a royal flush is not exaggerated. Yi Yang and Stephen Kelly looked at each other. Open the cards at the same time? Both of them nodded slightly, turning over his last whole card. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. First update. The jack of spades is actually. Everyone's eyes were a little dull. Stephen Kelly shook his head and wanted to stand up, but found that the previous duel had already exhausted all his strength. He sat back without any strength, unable to suppress the fatigue in his body. Panting heavily, he immediately started coughing. In his hand was Yi Yang's last whole card, Jack of Hearts, and Yi Yang, at the last moment of the battle, had already transferred the Jack of Spades in his hand. At this moment, the Jack of Spades happened to be resting safely on Yi Yang's table. After a long time, someone in the audience slowly said, What does this mean? Does this mean the god of gamblers lost? The person who spoke took a long time to summon up the courage before finally speaking out these words. In fact, everyone present knew what the outcome would be, but these 4 words that the god of gamblers lost were so heavy and unbelievable that they simply couldn't accept it for a while. The god of gamblers actually lost. After a long time, the people present began to accept this fact. That means this Mr. Yi is the real god of gambling. OMG. Such a young gambling god. After realizing this, everyone couldn't sit still and couldn't help but stand up. What does that mean? What kind of bullshit is the youngest gambling sage in the history of gambling? This is obviously the youngest gambling god. The propaganda can't even tell the difference between the god of gamblers and the saint of gamblers. The parrot is really bullshit. Everyone felt that their hearts had been hit like never before. Dai Luan 8 even covered his chest directly, as if his whole body had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The god of gamblers came out and everyone lost. He felt dizzy, and if the people around him hadn't supported him, he might have fainted on the spot. Push me back, quickly. Dai Luan 8's mind was spinning and he kept talking. Oh. Zhou Yuan and others quickly refitted his dislocated jaw, and quickly pushed Dai Luan 8, who was disgraced, and disappeared into the green lawn on the top while taking advantage of the commotion in the venue. Grandpa, how could this happen? Ellie gritted her teeth and was very unconvinced. How could my grandfather lose to someone like you? You must have used some trick. No nonsense. Stephen Kelly had a serious face. If he hadn't lost all his strength now and had no strength to stand up, he would definitely have taught his granddaughter, who doesn't know how old he is, a lesson. Ellie immediately felt aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Yang, this annoying guy, actually defeated her most admired grandfather. This was equivalent to shattering the deepest pride in her heart. She felt an unprecedented complex emotion filling her heart. No matter how hard she spoke, she looked at Yi Yang with a sense of shame. Mr. God of Gamblers, what do you think of today's gambling game? Are there any factors that affected your performance? Or is there another secret? All the reporters came up to deliberately set the pace. After all, it was too outrageous to believe that a young man in his early 20s defeated the god of gamblers, and it was beyond their logic. Everyone is looking forward to the time when Stephen Kelly will tell them that he is not feeling well today, or for some reason to make them feel more at ease. Stephen Kelly finally struggled to stand up, with a calm expression and a decisive tone. I guarantee with my personality that this is a fair and just game. I have devoted all my life's learning and tried my best. The final outcome, it's true that my skills are inferior to others. This Mr. Yi is the youngest gambling god in the world today, and in history. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised, and then smiled. This old man, no matter what his style of conduct, his character is still very upright. There was silence for a moment. Then, thunderous applause broke out from the whole ship. Stephen Kelly coughed again. Today's results are destined to spread throughout the gambling world, and even outside the gambling world. If he loses, and the outcome cannot be changed. Instead of being tough, give yourself a reason. It will just cause a scolding war. Many people also feel that they are trying to find reasons to excuse themselves. His original image of the god of gamblers in the public mind will be greatly reduced. And when you praise your opponent for winning, you not only elevate the opponent, but also elevate yourself. At the beginning, he was open-minded, humble and honest, had good character and had 3 correct views, which would become his new label. Now he mainly hangs out in shopping malls. Such a reputation and label will bring him endless wealth and benefits. The benefits to himself are endless, all he needs to do is tell the truth. Why not do it? Yi Yang may not be able to see this. However, this is the other party's state, and it deserves recognition after all. He stood up for the first time and shook hands with Stephen Kelly, a respectable opponent anyway. Mr. Ye's poker skills are so superb that he puts me to shame. Stephen Kelly shook his head and said with a smile, my investment focus in recent years has been on the L1 area. If Mr. Yi is willing to make me a friend, he can go to the Yaowan area at any time. All expenses are covered. On me. Okay. Yi Yang also laughed, there will be such a day. Extremely looking forward to it. Stephen Kelly nodded, Mr. Yi is a big boss in various fields in China. Maybe we will still be able to cooperate with each other by then. I'm looking forward to that day too. Yi Yang said. Seriously? Then I'll get off the boat first. The debt I owe Dai Luan 8 has now been repaid, and I don't owe him any more. And I don't want to get involved in the grudges between you, but you have to be careful about him, he is a cobra and will never surrender honestly. Stephen Kelly advises. No matter what he is, what should be mine must be mine. Yi Yang smiled confidently. Mr. Ye's confidence is really enviable. Stephen Kelly shook his head and returned to the ship with his lost granddaughter and disgraced apprentice. The Las Vegas whistled and sailed away, and soon turned into a white line and disappeared between the sky and the sea. The reporters present, after the battle, were still sorting through the materials they had just seen, but no one left. Because they know that the final tipping point of this matter, the biggest stunt, is still behind. In this $400 billion super bet, can this young man who just created a miracle, create another miracle and capture the Sea Emperor Dai Luan 8 without any help? Second update. Where is Dai Luan 8? It seems he ran away in the chaos just now. Ah? He should have returned to the captain's room, right? No one can accept that he suddenly knew he had to export everything. The tourists and reporters present were all talking and laughing. If they thought this bet was bullshit before today, now they seem to believe it a little. After all, Yi Yang is the youngest gambling god in the world. How could he make a bet without confidence when he became the gambling god at such a young age and had assets of more than $200 billion US? In other words, Yi Yang was confident that once he won, he could get all the assets of Dai Luan 8. So, they were all waiting to see whether these speculations could become reality. Once Yi Yang successfully fulfilled his promise today, then his fame was destined to truly shake the whole world. Captain's room. Dai Luan 8's temples were covered with cold sweat, and his lips couldn't help trembling. How could this happen? How could this happen? This is impossible. He couldn't sit still anymore, and he paced back and forth in the captain's room like an ant on a hot pot. He didn't expect that he would fail at all. Who is that? That's the god of gamblers. He knew very well that Stephen couldn't lose on purpose. No matter how well he handled it afterwards, the god of gamblers failed after all, and the myth ended. The loss was simply immeasurable. He is the god of gamblers, he is actually the god of gamblers. Dai Luan 8 was beaten to death. And he didn't dare to think about the possibility that Yi Yang had already been the god of gamblers. After all, becoming the god of gamblers in his early 20s is not a genius at all, but a monster. That's not a human at all. He paced back and forth in the room and was so angry that he wanted to smash things several times, but the calligraphy and antiques in the captain's room were priceless. After he lifted them up, he found that he couldn't bear to smash them. After a long time, he woke up a little from the unacceptable state of madness. After all, he was a super gambling tycoon who had been in the high seas for decades. If the current ending was not too illogical for him, it would be impossible for him to lose his composure for so long. He sat back in his seat with a frown. Zhou Yuan and others had never seen their emperor behave like this. At this moment, they felt as if the sky was falling. Their faces were pale and they trembled. In any case, we can't fulfill this bet, at least, we can't fulfill it completely. Dailu and Eight's eyes were gloomy. Zhou Yuan, you go and invite Yi Yang to come alone. Smith, you go and transfer a team of mercenaries to the captain's room. Asks, the emergency plan we made for the worst case scenario will be activated immediately. The three most trusted confidants of Dailu and Eight nodded repeatedly. They began to do their own things. Dailu and Eight clasped his hands together and sneered. After all, this was his territory. He had a full regiment of mercenaries in his hands. He had absolute force and absolute right to speak. He wanted to negotiate with Yi Yang and change his bet. If Yi Yang was smart and knew how to give in, it would be a win-win situation. If Yi Yang was young and frivolous, he would not blame himself for letting him see the cruelty of the real world. The greenhouse flowers protected by China have never seen the cruelty of the outside world and the horror of human hearts. Dailu and Eight sneered, when the gun is pointed at the head, I'm afraid he will piss on the spot. Thinking of this, Dailu and Eight was no longer afraid. The whole person regained his former confidence and calmness, as if he was still the emperor of the sea. Mr. Yi Yang, the owner invites you to the captain's room to talk about our fulfillment of the bet. Zhou Yuan came to. Yi Yang smiled slightly and bowed as little as possible. Of course, he knew what Dailu and Eight wanted to do, but these cruel things were too common for him. At this time, there was no expression fluctuation at all. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. If you have something to discuss, ask him to come out and talk. What are you doing by inviting Brother Yi in? Wang Xiaozong sneered, are you guys trying to play some tricks in secret? That's right. Qin Feng also frowned, clearly smelling a hint of danger. Now at a sensitive moment, instead of coming out to talk openly, he wants to invite someone alone to a secret room where outsiders can't get in. Touch. Anyone can smell the smell of danger. You misunderstood, it's just that the handover involves many secrets and obscurities. So it can only be said in a place that avoids other people. Zhou Yuan laughed repeatedly. No one believes your lies. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng both stood in front of Yi Yang. Now Yi Yang is their backbone. If there is any loss, they don't have to think about getting off the ship. Haha, you guys are overreacting. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. You have to know that we are still on the Parrot, and some things are beyond your control. As they spoke, they heard the hum of some ships, and it was easy to find that the mercenary ship behind the Parrot was approaching faster and faster in the torrent of the sea. The large caliber sea machine guns and shiny black mm gun barrels on the ship gave off a chilling color under the sunlight. Ah, this. Will there be any danger? They shouldn't mess around. We are all world celebrities. When these tourists saw this formation, their faces turned a little pale. After all, guns have no eyes. Damn, I didn't expect that I would change from an event broadcast reporter to a war correspondent so quickly. Some reporters frantically contacted their headquarters. Boss, do you know how much risk we are taking? It's too dangerous. What? What do you mean by asking me? No need to say it. It's so dangerous, you need to pay more. What? 10 times the interview fee this time? Damn it. Boss, don't worry, the ship is with me. I promise not to retreat even one step. If I die, tell my daughter that I love her. Kakaka. Like locusts, the mercenaries lined up on the approaching mercenary ship and rushed onto the parrot, quickly occupying almost all strategic positions. The atmosphere instantly became more solemn. "Mr. Yi, would you like to come with me?" Zhou Yuan looked at the pale faces of Wang Xiaozong and the girls around. Yi Yang, and shamelessly approached Ji Yang's ear. "At least think about your female friends, master. Don't go, we are not afraid." Mo Xingxing bit her lip and grabbed Ji Yang's arm. Tan Mingqian thought for a while, but finally did not flinch, took a step forward, and stood up. Although she is sharp-tongued, she is still sincere to her friends. "Haha, why are you so nervous?" Yi Yang turned his wrist and glanced at his Vacheron Constantine 000R. He estimated that the time was almost up, so he raised the corner of his mouth to Zhou Yuan. "Let's go?" First update. Master. Brother Yi. Mo Xingxing and Wang Xiaozong repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Don't worry, do you still remember what I told you? Everything has been arranged long ago. What should be mine must be mine." Wang Xiaozong and others also calmed down at this time. Who is Yi Yang? That is the miracle itself. If everything Brother Yi says must be doubted, then there will be no words in the world that can be trusted. Today's Yi Yang is already deified in their hearts. With his assurance, everyone seemed to have received reassurance, and they wisely let go of their hands and got out of the way. Yi Yang nodded slightly. "Lead the way." "Mr. Yi is indeed a person who knows the general picture." Zhou Yuan nodded with satisfaction. In his eyes, Yi Yang's behavior was obviously a sign of cowardice. "I sneered a few times in my heart. After all, I am still a child. I have never seen wind and rain. Seeing real guns and such a huge battle, I am afraid my legs will be weak at this moment." Being able to talk and laugh like this already made him look at Yi Yang several times. Yi Yang didn't bother to explain. Strong people never explain the logic of their actions to ants. When the time comes, the facts will prove everything. Captain's cabin. Die. Luan 8 was already sitting in the center waiting. A long conference table that can accommodate 20 people is placed in the center of the captain's cabin. At the other end of the long table was Dai Luan 8. "Sit down." Dai Luan 8 showed a smile that he thought was mysterious. Yi Yang shook his head boredly and sat at the end of the long table. At this time, there were no chairs on both sides of the long table. Instead, there were 20 mercenaries with loaded guns and murderous faces. At this time, they were looking at Yi Yang fiercely, as if they wanted to crush the young man with their temperament. "Young man, is this your first time seeing a gun?" Dai Luan 8 lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing several gold-encrusted teeth. He pretended to play with the gold-plated pistol in his hand. Crack! He loaded the pistol directly. Firearms are truly a masterpiece of mankind. A slight pull of the trigger can kill someone, no matter what glory and status a person has. In life, everything is under this bullet. Pung. Disappeared. "What are you talking to yourself like a lunatic over there?" Yi Yang rolled his eyes and complained impatiently. "You have something to say. Bold. Talk to our captain and be polite. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The mercenaries on both sides shouted angrily. Yi Yang looked at these mercenaries with a sneer. "I will be your captain soon. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this?" As soon as he slapped the table, an infinite amount of coldness suddenly appeared between his brows. Seeing such murderous intent, several mercenaries with blood on their hands trembled in their hearts and licked the corners of their mouths with some guilt. The carefully prepared atmosphere did not scare Yi Yang at all, which Dai Luan 8 had never expected. He couldn't believe it, it was just a greenhouse flower. How is it possible to face this kind of horror that can almost suffocate ordinary people without even frowning? What a state of mind and transcendence. You don't think that I really dare not touch you, do you? Dai Luan 8 said in a conspiratorial tone. Of course you dare. Before you taste the consequences of doing so. Yi Yang spread his hands and sneered. You actually threatened me on my territory. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. After all, Dai Luan 8 felt guilty. He couldn't sit still anymore, then stood up and shouted angrily with an angry look. Immediately, he realized his gaffe, rearranged his expression, sat down peacefully, and pretended as if nothing happened. You should know the reason why I came to you. Dai Luan 8 said coldly. TSK, I really don't know what you, old guy, want to do with me? Why don't you hurry up and pack your luggage and get off the ship? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and spread his hands indifferently. You. Dai Luan 8 felt that Yi Yang was simply unreasonable. He did not believe that there were people who were not afraid of death. Are you looking for death? He tapped the table with his gold-plated pistol. Don't challenge my patience. I will only give you one chance to answer. Give up your previous bet and accept my conditions. In the next 10 years, I will give you 30% of all the profits on the parrot. That's my biggest concession. I advise you not to push yourself too far. Yi Yang looked at Dai Luan 8 lightly and laughed. Why are you laughing? Dai Luan 8 thought about all Yi Yang's reactions, including Yi Yang bargaining, including him being extremely angry, including him having no choice but to compromise, including him being so scared that he peed his pants and couldn't speak. But I didn't expect that Yi Yang actually laughed. And he was laughing so wildly. I laugh at you. You are so old and you have spent so many years in vain. You are so naive. Yi Yang's smile instantly faded, his face became serious, and he said coldly, Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'm not sure I can take back your power, so I'll make this bet with you? What am I trying to do? Are you using your brain? No? You have no brain at all. You are looking for death. Dai Luan 8 was so angry at Yi Yang that he stood up from his chair for the second time, pointed his gun at Yi Yang, and roared madly and guiltily, If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish now. He was indeed not stupid, and he had thought about what Yi Yang's trump card was. But he couldn't figure out what Yi Yang relied on to ignore his terrifying military force and speak nonsense on his territory. This kind of invisible and unclear pressure in the void is the most terrifying. At this time, Yi Yang pointed out this point, which made him completely angry and began to rage. He walked directly in front of Yi Yang, pointed the gun at Yi Yang's head, and laughed hoarsely, Come on. Prove what you said. I want to see, what is your basis? Ah. What is your basis, what do you use, to threaten me? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and his hand almost became a phantom, and he directly took the gold-plated pistol from Dai Luan 8. He is an all-round athlete. Pistol shooting and shooting are both Olympic events, so he naturally has maxed out his skills. Taking a gun with bare hands is nothing. However, the moment he got the gun, Yi Yang knew that there was no bullet in the gun. It seems that the old man Dai Luan is afraid that he will go crazy and hurt himself by mistake. After all, he still doesn't dare to really do it to himself. Otherwise, the parrot will never have a chance to turn over. His ultimate goal is to force himself to compromise and sign a contract that he is satisfied with. Unfortunately, all this is destined to be a dream. Second update. Kaka. The loaded gun was instantly pointed at Yi Yang. There are about 20 of them. These mercenaries have seen blood and are not afraid of killing people at all. But now that Dai Luan 8 is in Yi Yang's hands, they don't dare to act rashly. You just want to scare me with an empty gun. You really look down on me. Yi Yang smiled casually, threw the pistol aside, and pinched Dai Luan 8's neck. As long as I want to, I can kill you easily. Yi Yang pinched Dai Luan 8 with one hand, and casually pinched the back of the conference table behind him with the other hand. With a slight pressure, the edge of the conference table shattered and collapsed. This scene made the surrounding mercenaries dumbfounded. Is this still human power? You. Dai Luan 8 panicked and then calmed down. Haha, so what? I will order people to control all your female companions and friends after you come in. The best we can do is a stalemate. You are on my territory. Do you still want to twist your arm through your thigh? Dai Luan 8 sneered. You said it wrong. It's you, on my territory. Yi Yang smiled calmly. What crazy nonsense are you talking about? Dai Luan 8 roared angrily. But before he could finish his words, Yi Yang's cell phone rang. Yi Yang held Dai Luan 8's neck with one hand and casually answered the phone with the other. Dai Luan 8 wanted to take the opportunity to break free from Yi Yang's shackles, but found that this was impossible. That palm that doesn't look too generous is actually so powerful. Squeeze his neck like you're squeezing a chicken. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape this hand. He could feel that if the other party exerted more force, he could crush his neck directly with one hand. He didn't think his neck could be harder than the conference table. What a terrifying power. This is. Hello? Well, good job. After Yi Yang said a few words, he hung up the phone and grinned. Okay, will you come with me? It was Dai Luan's 8th choice, but he could only be grabbed and dragged out of the captain's room by Yi Yang. The group of mercenaries with guns followed closely behind. As soon as he left the captain's cabin, he saw several figures stumbling over. Seeing Dai Luan 8 being held in Yi Yang's hand, his eyes suddenly became more desperate, and he fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? You're in such a hurry. Have you done everything I asked you to do? When Dai Luan 8 saw several smiths like this, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Captain, it's not good. Yeah, no, it's not good. The smiths were so frightened that they could not speak clearly. What happened? Dai Luan 8 was pinched by Yi Yang's neck, and his voice was rapid and high-pitched. Go out and have a look, and you'll know. Yi Yang smiled lightly, directly dragged Dai Luan 8, and kicked open the door. The sun suddenly shines in. Dai Luan 8 quickly looked outside and saw that everyone in the scene had surprised expressions, including his mercenaries, who were completely dumbfounded at this time and stayed there. What happened? Although he didn't know what happened, Dai Luan 8 knew that something bad for him must have happened. Moreover, it is not an ordinary thing. An ominous premonition filled his mind, making him tremble uncontrollably and unwilling to go out again to accept this cruel fact. But this struggle is obviously useless. Yi Yang threw him directly out of the gate with a little force. Look! Yi Yang is out. Die. Luan 8 was thrown out directly by him. So, these people are really related to Mr. Yi. Oh my God! What is the identity of this Mr. Yi? This is too strong. There was a lot of discussion outside the court. Dai Luan 8 just wanted to struggle to get up, but his whole body was stepped down by Yi Yang. He couldn't struggle, so he could only raise his head as much as possible, and finally saw the current situation clearly. In the sky, densely packed armed helicopters roared. The personnel in professional uniforms were armed with live ammunition. There was a group of snipers on each helicopter, and infrared rays were aimed at almost all the mercenaries on the ship. The mercenary ships behind them haven't had time to board yet. I was surrounded by submarines that appeared out of nowhere. The sight of the densely packed submarines made their scalps tingle. Such military strength is simply disappointing. A large number of armed personnel in black uniforms used special climbing devices to force the landing from submarines and armed helicopters. I don't know how many times they would crush the mercenaries on the parrot. No mercenary dared to fight back. Everyone can see that their strength is under the tide of this well-trained and powerful army. If they want to resist, it is simply a matter of hitting an egg against a stone. This, what is going on? Dai Luan 8 was so frightened that his face instantly lost all color, and he muttered nervously. Chairman, I was late waiting for the protector to arrive. Please forgive me. On the submarine, several men wearing the highest grade uniforms and with eagle eyes came to Yi Yang, and stood at attention and performed a military salute exclusive to the Hurricane Group. It's not too late. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand, casually looking around, and was slightly shocked in his heart. He knew that Hurricane was the world's largest security group. To put it nicely, it is a security group, but in fact it is the world's largest non-state violence organization. Its business covers the whole world. From overthrowing the state power of some non-permanent 5 countries to protecting primary school students going to and from school. All tasks related to security and violence are involved. It can be said to be famous. But Yi Yang still didn't expect that Hurricane would have such a terrifying military force. These equipments are more than enough to equip a modern full-strength air division or a full-strength naval division. The battle is really big. Yi Yang teased. We don't have nuclear submarines, do we? As long as the chairman wants. The men were obviously real men forged in iron and blood, and their answers were straightforward. Good fellow. Yi Yang exclaimed inwardly, no wonder they dared to do it except Wu Chang. It seems that they even have this thing. He knew that Dai Luan 8 would not give in obediently. He contacted Hurricane Company on the day of the bet. When the senior executives of Hurricane heard that the chairman was in danger, their eyes turned red. At the same time as being anxious, they also felt extremely ashamed and angry. They are known as the world's strongest security group. But the chairman is in crisis. How can this be? First update. After receiving Yi Yang's call, the 4 giants of Hurricane immediately tried their best to mobilize all the forces that could be mobilized and rushed to the high seas outside Hainan. Dozens of submarines have actually been deployed in the nearby waters for a long time, ready to fight. In less than a day, more than 100 fully loaded Armed helicopters took off from all over the world and rushed to the takeoff ports in Malaysia and the Philippines. Thousands of hurricane security guards who were fighting on the international battlefield turned around and boarded the armed helicopters that came to transport them and rushed here. In this way, in just 2 or 3 days, such a spectacular military force was displayed in front of everyone without any cover. You know, except for the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, ordinary countries can't even get dozens of armed helicopters with their national strength. The number of armed helicopters ranked 5th in the world, with a population of more than 1 billion, the entire India and Afghanistan only has 600. As for dozens of submarines, that's even more outrageous. Anyone with a little knowledge of military equipment knows that there are only a handful of countries in the world that can independently build submarines. Dozens of combat-ready submarines, although not nuclear submarines, are still shocking enough. This is not a security company, it is clearly a militaristic country disguised as a group. Yi Yang only now realized what kind of existence the system had created for him. Perhaps he should reevaluate the status of hurricane in his industry. Even if he used it as his trump card before, it was not enough. This is simply a super king bomb. With this power in hand, except for the 5 permanent members, he can almost walk sideways in most other parts of the world. Just take a few glances at the reactions of the people present, and you will know that the visual impact of the sudden appearance of dozens of submarines and the rapid pressure of hundreds of armed helicopters from the sky like a locust tide is absolutely awesome. Brother Yi, what does this mean? Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng were all confused. Is this the meaning behind Yi Yang's light-hearted 6 words, "I have arranged everything"? This was beyond their imagination. It was not something that could be described as a big shot. Even if he was the richest man in the world, he could not mobilize such a terrifying war reserve force. They looked at Yi Yang and felt a sense of power. Some of them trembled subconsciously. Even though they knew that Yi Yang would not harm them, they could not suppress the fear brought by the strong shock in their hearts for a while. How terrifying is Brother Ye's true identity? Although Hurricane was efficient, Yi Yang was still a little strange. It stands to reason that they should have been targeted by the parrot mercenaries a long time ago. The scenario he envisioned was that they were hijacked by the mercenaries, and the mercenaries were hijacked by Hurricane, and then a confrontation would occur. In the end, he would bring Diluinate out as the last weight on the scale. Let himself win the final victory. But obviously, he thought too much. There are many of our people in this mercenary group. We have arranged for them to prepare for the performance today. As soon as we appeared, they will be responsible for spreading panic on the parrot, and then surrender the first batch of weapons, prevent large-scale armed conflicts, and create an irreversible situation. Several senior men said in a deep voice. Well done. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. As expected of the Hurricane bodyguard, it is indeed omnipresent. Many domestic couriers and data drivers are working part-time as Hurricane security. I didn't expect that. There are also people of ours among the mercenaries. Damn, it turns out that the bodyguard is right next to me. Is it possible that even if I didn't make this call, I would be unscathed today? The mercenary group that was arranged to hold your friends hostage are all our people. They are all protected. They didn't suffer any harm just now. Among them, a senior man wearing lead gray uniforms and a huge number of medals on his chest with unknown meanings, reported. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. Mercenaries are a loose organization after all. Whoever signs up can do this kind of dirty work. The more you do, the more extra money you get. The bodyguards arranged by Hurricane are the most active, so they are responsible for this matter. As for the mercenaries in the captain's room, they are indeed the absolute confidants who have followed Dai Luan 8 for many years. Our people have not been placed in them. This is our negligence. Several senior executives stood up straight again and bowed to Yi Yang to apologize. It seems that you still want to turn their confidants into ours. Yi Yang complained in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be calm and waved his hand. This is not your fault. No need to blame yourself. Thank you, Chairman. Several Hurricane senior executives breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes were like torches. Yi Yang was also a little confused. How did the system make these Hurricane senior executives who were proud of the world and had higher status than ordinary heads of state so respectful to him? Did it arrange a strange identity and setting for him again? He shook his head and ignored it. Boss. A beautiful figure came running from far away and gave Yi Yang a bear hug. What a powerful ball. Yi Yang was hit hard by the ball and felt a tightness in his chest. The person who came was Shou Qingxian. This time the Hurricane was really serious. All members above the military level received the order. As a core security guard and a personal bodyguard assigned to Yi Yang, she naturally saw it. The moment she saw the news, she ignored everything and rushed over directly. Stinky boss. Next time, no matter how you trick me, I won't leave you. Woohoo. I'm really afraid that something will happen to you. Shou Qingxian didn't give Yi Yang a chance to explain, and she held Yi Yang tightly, as if she wanted to squeeze herself into Yi Yang's body. Yes, boss. We are so worried about you. Xiao Xiaozhu seemed calm, but the sour red in her eyes also exposed her inner unrest. When I saw the news, I swore that if something happened to you, all the people on this ship would be buried with you. Hiss. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Xiaozhu had a brain and could use poison. It was too likely to come true when she said this. Not that bad, not that bad. I'm fine. Aren't I? Humph. Stinky boss. You're worried to death about me. Shou Qingxian rarely acted like a spoiled child. She hung on Yi Yang and didn't want to get off, fearing that Yi Yang would abandon her again. Men's words are deceiving. Didn't we say that we were just here to watch the carnival and come back after watching it? Woohoo, you've been gone for so many days. You big pig head. Mo Xingxing and the others couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Yi Yang looked at Yu Momo for help. Yu Momo turned his back sensibly, indicating that it had nothing to do with me. Second update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us, and we will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After talking for a while, Shou Qingxian reluctantly got off Yi Yang, but still followed Yi Yang closely. The tourists and reporters around him stayed where they were, not daring to speak. After all, Hurricane's security forces looked too terrifying. There could be an armed conflict at any time, and they did not dare to act rashly and increase the uncertainty. Just looking at Yi Yang blankly, this terrifying scene is really difficult to accept easily. These people actually came to protect Yi Yang. At this time, the lost Dailuan 8 was also supported and carried over by the hurricane security guards. Now, do you still think I'm kidding? Yi Yang looked at Dailuan 8 and asked with a faint smile. With such force, you can take the parrot away at any time if you want. Why do you need to play with these tricks and scheming with me? Dailuan 8 didn't understand it at all. Yi Yang suddenly turned cold and said, "No, you are wrong. From the beginning to the end, you were the one playing tricks. You tried to cheat me with billions of dollars in gambling but failed, and you were greedy and wanted to make a huge bet with me. All the consequences are caused by your greed, and you are the one to blame." Dailuan 8 laughed loudly. "Do you think I will believe it? Everything is your plan. You have arranged it a long time ago. Otherwise, how could I end up in this situation?" Yi Yang sneered and stopped explaining. In this kind of person's worldview, everyone is as cunning and shameless as him. It is completely meaningless to talk to him about the three views and righteousness. Seeing that Yi Yang no longer explained, Dailuan 8 thought he had acquiesced, and lowered his head and said, "The winner and the loser, you have been planning for so long. Now that I have no chance, just kill me, die in the hands of someone like you. It wouldn't be a disgrace to my reputation." Dailuan 8 didn't believe that Yi Yang really came to the parrot at random and then made unintentional steps step by step, which eventually led to him having nothing. "I don't believe it, and I don't want to believe it. Because once he admits it, doesn't it mean that he is admitting that his defeat is all his own fault?" In this state of mind, Yi Yang was his mortal enemy. In his heart, if you lose, how can you still have a chance to survive? If the situation were reversed, it would be impossible for him to let Yi Yang survive anyway. If you choose to honor your bet normally, I won't think too much about it. After all, whether it's hundreds of billions of dollars, it's just a number. A little bet. Yi Yang shook his head, "And you not only broke the contract, but also wanted to threaten me with the life of my companion. I can't let you leave anymore. Different from ordinary little people. After all, Dailuan 8 was once the emperor of the sea. He controlled thousands of mercenaries, even if he lost the parrot to him. But the centipede is dead but not stiff. Who knows what power he still has in his hands? Letting the tiger return to the mountains, with such a ruthless temperament, is always a threat to himself. And he didn't like this threat. However, you have to understand that it was purely your character, what you did, and what you said that killed you." Yi Yang patted Dailuan 8 on the shoulder. "My last tolerance for you is to let you choose the way to end yourself." Dailuan 8 gritted his teeth. "Hypocritical and hypocritical talk. Nonsense. Be bold." Several security guards nearby suddenly shouted and threatened to use force. Yi Yang shook his head and waved his hand. He was going to die, so it was better to let him go in a dignified manner. Take him with you and let him choose the method. There is no place for him in this world. Yes. Several security guards suddenly stood up straight, performed a military salute, and then drove Dailuan 8 down. As for you guys, there are two ways. One is to be buried. The other is. Yi Yang turned around and looked at Zhou Yuan's confidants. Let's choose the second one. Yeah. The second. Before Yi Yang said what the second way was, Zhou Yuan and others started talking. You cherish your life. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and shook his head with a faint smile. Then you will always be a handyman on the parrot for the rest of your life. You will have to be on the parrot for the rest of your life, and you will never return to land. The expressions of Zhou Yuan and others changed. After all, they were at the top of the food chain on the parrot before. They were like emperors and prime ministers, and suddenly they were asked to do handyman. This psychological gap is not that big. Moreover, property is deprived, freedom is restricted for the rest of life, and all sentient beings can only stay on the boat. Although they rarely went to land before, there was still a huge difference between choosing not to go and not being able to go. The latter made them feel the humiliation of captivity. If you don't want to, you can choose the first path, Yi Yang reminded with a smile. No, 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 let's choose the second option. Zhou Yuan and others laughed and rubbed their hands. It is better to die than to live. If you die, you will have nothing. It is better to live. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand to tell these people to get out. The reason why he did not choose to imprison Dai Luan 8 was because he had too much influence on the parrot before. After he took over, even if the other party was imprisoned, it would still be a huge factor of instability. The situation was different for Zhou Yuan's lackeys. After the parrot was taken over by him, there was no longer any threat. These free workers are not used in vain. After all, the parrot is barely valued at $200 billion. After taking into account various relationships, relatively speaking, it is just an ordinary asset among his many assets, and it is impossible to spend too much energy to take care of it. The mercenaries on the parrot will be disbanded, and a part of us will be left behind. We will promote those who are familiar with things on the ship to take over the ship, and leave some people to supplement the management. In the future, half of the income on the parrot will be directly supplied to the Hurricane Group's military system. Yi Yang said lightly. I will obey the chairman's order. Several Hurricane executives saluted again. Well, each of you can go and do your own things. The situation on the parrot has basically stabilized now. After the power transition is completed, everything will fall under his control. Everyone is also frightened. As the captain of the parrot, I will arrange a ship or plane to take you home. Don't worry. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said to the many tourists and reporters who were frightened on the side. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yi. All is up to you, the gambler. Who dares to say no? Now that Yi Yang is blessed with so many halos, he is so dazzling that people dare not look directly at him. Soon, the things on the parrot were solved. Tourists and reporters were sent away, and the Hurricane executives also left with the yacht and armed helicopter. And Dai Luan 8 also ushered in his final end. First update. Deck forward. At this time today, a wooden board was extended. Dai Luan 8 stood at the end of the wooden board, looking at the vast and endless sea ahead. I have been born on the sea all my life. Born on the high seas, and have been wandering for decades. Now, it's finally time to come to an end. Dai Luan 8 clenched his fists and then unclenched his fists. Facing death, he was not as brave and indifferent as he imagined. The sea is my final destination. Behind him, a member of the Hurricane stepped forward and injected the euthanasia needle into his neck. There was a highly toxic substance in it. One drop of it could kill a person. Once the needle was inserted, even a tiger would be poisoned to death. Dai Luan 8 soon felt pain and trance. As soon as his consciousness darkened, his whole body fell forward, and finally, he fell helplessly into the sea. The parrot, which controlled a value of $200 billion, was revered as the emperor of the sea during his lifetime, but after his death it was nothing more than a fleeting wave. Several hurricane group security guards responsible for carrying out the execution of Dai Luan 8 shook their heads, feeling a little emotional for a moment. But before I could sigh for too long, the water splash turned red. It is estimated that Dai Luan 8 who fell into it was crushed by the advancing parrot. Shaking their heads, they stopped looking and turned around to go back to their official duties. A generation of heroes is dead, that is, dead. There are no tragic songs, and no one will remember them. After more than a day, the parrot was completely calm. Yi Yang took the girls to the streets of Monaco and returned to China on a super yacht. The Marjorie Maid group was still enthusiastic and not affected too much by this incident. They just looked at Yi Yang with more obvious admiration and enthusiasm. It was obvious that they had seen de Feng de Lang a lot. On the contrary, the rich second generation who did not follow him on board the ship, even though 2 days had passed, their legs were still shaking. When they saw Yi Yang, they came over one after another as if they were seeing a life-saving god. However, Yi Yang obviously had no interest in men, so he turned around and went to play with Marjorie's busty maid group. The rich second generation who were standing aside were naturally left to Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng to comfort them. Smelly boss, oh, you promised to comfort me, but you only did it to me a few times. And then you ran off to find another girl. Xiao Qingxian shrugged her nose and snorted, but didn't say anything more. Xiao Xiaozhu said quietly from the side, I've been enviable a few times, okay. I haven't done it even once. Alas. Xiao Qingxian smiled and said, Sister, you are so smart, and the boss obviously appreciates you very much. If you think about it, wouldn't it be possible? This is the only thing I don't want to use my wisdom on. Xiao Xiaozhu shook his head, pursed his lips, and smiled, not planning to say any more. Soon, Monaco Street drove back to Hainan. I originally thought that when I came to Hainan this time, I would go back after watching the carnival. Soon, Yi Yang didn't think about bringing any bodyguards at first. Now that something like this has happened and made the two sisters Xiao Qingxian so worried, he felt very sorry. Therefore, after returning to Hainan, he took them to Chen Qiqian's Royal Fresh and had a few good meals. Under the extraordinary cooking skills and delicious food of the three chef sisters, the worries of the bodyguard sisters gradually dissipated completely. In the remaining days, Yi Yang also took a group of girls for a walk around Hainan, visiting all the fun and beautiful things. Around Hainan, I played a circle of cards. Finally, we also went to see the famous Tianya Haijiao. In ancient China, this was the end of the world, and the vows of love, so-called ends of the earth, would come here most often. It can be said to be a place where culture and romance meet. Are these the Tianya stone and the Cape stone? Mo Jingjing and others touched 2 stones, looking very excited and curious. I heard from my teacher that there is a story behind these 2 stones. 2 people who loved each other were not tolerated by the world, and then they were forced to flee here. They both threw themselves into the sea, and finally turned into these 2 stones, looking at each other forever. Really? It's so touching. Several girls were so moved by the story, and their hearts were agitated. Yi Yang buttoned his nose next to him. Girls really like this kind of story more. If I hadn't told you, I would have thought this story was about the cowherd and the weaver girl or about Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai. Yi Yang spread his hands. There's no difference. Men and women like each other, and then someone disagrees, and then they elope, and then the tragedy ends. It's too cliché, a bloody plot. I think so too. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng kept talking to the side. Haha, heroes think alike. Several men who didn't understand amorous feelings, but were not lacking in amorous feelings, looked at each other and laughed. While smiling, Yu Momo handed over the phone. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It's Huabla Film and Television Company. UMO kept saying. Huabla Film and Television Company? Yi Yang reacted for a long time before he remembered that this was a film and television company under his own name, but because the market value was too small, only 20 to 30 billion, he never paid attention to it after getting it. Hello? Is this Chairman Yi? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, what's wrong? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Ahem. It's like this. Because of the free martial arts teaching promoted by your Hongfeng Martial Arts Hall recently, the whole of China has gradually set off a martial arts fever. The revival of traditional kung fu has become a huge hotspot. Several domestic film and television companies are preparing to make related movies. We also plan to make this theme into a blockbuster movie. The other side stated their plan. Yi Yang also nodded slightly. It has been several months since Shou Qingxian and I last fought against the world's boxing champions at the Hongfeng Martial Arts Hall. During this period, with the deepening of free martial arts teaching, the initial wave of heat has not only not subsided, but has become more and more popular. As long as the brain is normal, who doesn't want the things of their ancestors to be good? Now Yi Yang and Shou Qingxian have vindicated it again, and martial arts are definitely good. Naturally, it became popular directly. Kung fu movies that have been unpopular in recent years have a trend of becoming popular again. The on-demand volume of those classic kung fu movies, performed by Jackie Chan and Jet Li, has been rising steadily recently, and is more popular than the newly released movies. Therefore, many film and television companies are also eyeing this area. Prepare to release another wave of kung fu movies. Huabla is no exception, after all, it is one of the top companies in the Chinese film industry. Want to connect with Hongfeng? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Do you still want to invite me and Shou Qingxian to be kung fu instructors? Ah, of course. If you are too busy and it is inconvenient. No, it is very convenient for me. Not only do you want to be the instructor, but it would be best if you can also pick a supporting role for me to play. Yi Yang smiled and said, that's it. Second update. Really? A delighted voice came from the other side. Boss, it would be great if you are willing to participate in the film in person. How can you be a supporting role? If you don't mind, we would like to invite you to be the protagonist. This script is designed for you. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. This flattery was too low level. But he still liked it. Ahem. The other side obviously knew that what he said seemed to be wrong, and added repeatedly, in fact, the main source of our film is the event where you fought against boxing masters from various countries at the Hongfeng National Martial Arts Hall, so this script is tailor-made for you. I see. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Besides, you have real kung fu, and other people really can't perform this effect. And You are the only one who knows the relevant inside story of this matter. So, you are the best candidate. We are afraid that you don't have time, so we didn't dare to mention this. The other side said repeatedly. I see. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Send the script first, I'll take a look. He has wanted to make action movies for a long time. Which boy didn't dream of being the protagonist of a martial arts movie when he was young? Now that he has the opportunity to practice it himself, isn't it wonderful? Okay. The other side was obviously overjoyed and agreed again and again. By the way, there is another thing I want to ask you to decide. What? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Regarding the issue of inviting actors, there are two choices now. One is to invite old actors. Although they have good acting skills and the quality of the movies they produce is high, they have no traffic. Although they don't need sky-high pay, if the script is not good and the quality of the final product is not good, it cannot be a guarantee of box office. Another choice is to invite traffic stars. They ask for extremely high pay, but they have a large number of fans. As long as they invite a few popular stars, even if the movie turns out to be a piece of shit, there is a guarantee of hundreds of millions of box office. This is also the difficulty of the producer. Inviting veteran actors or something like that requires great care and risks to make money. But inviting traffic stars doesn't require any care at all. It can be shoddy, with minimal investment and no risk, and it can always make hundreds of millions of box office. If you are lucky enough to make a barely watchable work, it can be praised by fans as a masterpiece, and the box office will be more than hundreds of millions. As long as the producers are not stupid and are purely for the purpose of making money, they know who to invite. This is also the fundamental reason why traffic stars are in power. The market determines the direction of the wind. Except for brain-dead fans. Normal people's aesthetic standards are too high, and it is not easy to make money. Invite someone who can act. With almost no hesitation, Yi Yang said directly, don't worry about the budget, I don't need these hundreds of millions. Don't consider the box office, I just need its rating, worthy of the word classic. I want everyone who has seen this movie to be moved by it. Obviously, they didn't know how to react. The words that should have been quite touching, why did they sound a little bit Versailles? Hire me the best actors, the best directors, and the best screenwriters. Yi Yang said coldly, I want to make a movie, not a farce. Yes. The other side obviously felt Yi Yang's determination, nodded repeatedly, and was encouraged. As long as they are normal people. They want to make good things, but as a company, they must give priority to the practical issues of money and profit. Now the boss said not to consider the interests, just to make a sincere work. Of course they were encouraged. This is exactly their original intention to join the film industry. Boss, we will do our best. Yi Yang nodded slightly. What was your original budget? About 300 million yuan. After all, it is a kung fu film. No special effects are needed. If real actors are hired, the royalties do not need to be sky-high. All of them are used to make a serious film. 300 million is already a super investment. Not enough, 1 billion. I will make up for the shortfall. I want to tell those real actors that they are more worthy of this sky-high salary than traffic stars. Yi Yang did not say anything and transferred 700 million yuan to the company account of Huabua Films. Yes. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time before he said this word with all his strength. This is the first time he has seen a chairman like Yang. He is in business, but does not talk about business, just to make truly good works. Such people are too rare. He clenched his hands and swore secretly that he could not let the boss lose. Perhaps this is an opportunity to restore the reputation of quality movies. Making truly good movies can also be popular. Moreover, you can make a lot of money. Yi Yang had just transferred the money. The system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for making special expenses and obtaining top acting skills and top acting instructor skills. Top acting skills? Yi Yang took a look at the introduction. Now, his acting skills have been raised to the top level of human beings. Easy to get the level of Oscar statuette. It also comes with the ability of an acting instructor. Haha, the system really understands me. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. The system will indeed issue corresponding rewards according to the situation. Boss, what's wrong? Shou Qingxian and others came over and asked again and again. Took a job in an action movie. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Boss, are you going to make an action movie? Please. Bring me with you. And I. The bodyguard sisters and other girls were extremely enthusiastic and signed up one after another. Ahem, where are you all thinking? I'm talking about serious kung fu movies. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and said repeatedly. Ah. Oh. Harmful. The girls were obviously a little disappointed, but they were immediately attracted by Yi Yang's words again. I really want to make a movie. Yes. Yi Yang also briefly summarized the conversation just now. Wow. I will book the entire movie theater in the capital to support Master. Mo Jiangjing kept saying. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. This little rich woman was really confident. Then I'll take care of the entire magic city. Shou Zhu hummed. Her personal wallet was still very rich. The sisters had traveled across the world and completed many difficult tasks, earning billions in bounties alone. I'll cover the whole of Hainan. Chen Qiqian was not willing to be outdone. And kept saying. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. What a good guy. These little rich women are really willing to do it for themselves. Master is going to become a big star. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. Mo Jiangjing kept saying. What are you waiting for? Go back to the magic city directly. Yi Yang waved goodbye to Hainan, took the girls on the F-1000, and flew towards the magic city. First update. Demon City, finally back. Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would go to the carnival and come back in one day, but he didn't expect so many things to happen. Life is so mysterious sometimes. It will probably take some time to decide on the actors. Although the producers have given me 2 directions, they must have made plans for each direction. If they set their own general direction and provide sufficient funds, they will go directly to find the best candidate with the highest efficiency. But it still takes time. Actors also need to read the script and consider whether they will act or not. There are still quite a lot of things going on. Yi Yang was not in a hurry about this. He took the girls directly back to Jiangjing Villa. The renovation of the Jiangjing Villa has almost been completed. Several surrounding villas have also been opened up, and the entire Jiangjing mountain area has become Yi Yang's private villa estate. In this way, no matter how many maids or girls there are, they can be accommodated. After all, this is Yi Yang's base camp, so it is naturally the most luxurious place to be. Just buying all these other villas and renovating them cost him billions. The entire manor has begun to take shape. Racecourse, golf course, heliport, pool hall, fishing lake, leisure lawn, fitness equipment, everything is available. The entire project is estimated to cost 8 to 9 billion to be implemented. Among them, land purchase accounts for the majority. As for the facilities in the manor, even if they are all renovated with top international luxury brands, the most expensive materials, the best horses purchased, and the best lawns laid, it will only cost 3 billion at most. That's all. After all, this is a big project, and the villas are temporarily open. But it is estimated that it will take some time for the manor project to be truly completed. It is indeed quite expensive to build a truly top-notch estate in the world from scratch. Yi Yang shrugged. Although it was expensive, the last thing he needed was money. After all, the more you spend, the more you spend. Billions of billions will be spent to build this manor. When the time comes, you will be rewarded with at least tens of billions. It's wonderful to think about it. The top private castle in England costs about 10 billion Chinese dollars. The price of the Nippon Ranch manor in the United States is also the same. Once completed, boss, it will be as famous as the most famous private homes in the world. Umo smiled. Then you will be the only butler of the most exclusive manor in the world. Yi Yang joked. Umomo was also a little excited and looking forward to it. By being a personal butler, he was already considered to be the best in the world. Master, you are finally back. Today's maid group all changed into cat-ear girl suits, which made Yi Yang's heart flutter. Cats have such a hard time waiting for their owners. Meow, didn't I say I'd be back soon? Is there another maid group outside that has abandoned us kittens? Whoa, we're going to become stray cats. Who will take us in? The maids surrounded Yi Yang, frantically asking for comfort. Okay, aren't we coming back to feed you little greedy cats? Yi Yang laughed. Don't worry, you won't become a stray cat. Master wants to feed us well. The maids all laughed. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth twitched. It seemed that it would be difficult to cook today. With so many mouths to feed, he might be exhausted. Go, you can play with the master later. Upon seeing this, Umomo quickly drove away the maids who were making noises. The master has just come back, let the master have a good rest. All right. Let's take a mixed bath together after dinner. The hot spring at the foot of the mountain has been expanded by construction and is very comfortable to soak in. The maids all kept talking. Yi Yang couldn't resist the kindness. After dinner, he was carried into the bath by the maids and took a mixed bath. Oh. It's hard to be a man. It's even harder to be a master. Yi Yang sighed. At night, in the master bedroom on the cherrywood bed, Yi Yang held Umomo in his arms. Just experienced something. Sound, screen, process, detail, the two of them were relying on each other at this time. Umomo raised his head and looked at Yi Yang's beautiful profile, with a hint of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. I am worried about you, she said. You know it too? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Obviously Umomo was talking about what happened on the parrot. How could you not know? Umo pouted. The whole world knows. Ha. Yi Yang shook his head. It's nothing. Didn't I come back well? Don't want Umo looked at Yi Yang seriously. Why not? Yi Yang coughed awkwardly. I know that I can't influence your decision, and I don't have the right. I beg you, before you do such dangerous things in the future, no matter what, at least let me be by your side. You pursed her lips silently. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yang patted her little head. You are my big housekeeper, why are you not qualified to take care of me? Among the girls in the world, you are the most qualified to take care of me. Ai? Yumomo looked at the smiling Yi Yang with flattery. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Yi Yang pillowed his head with one hand and pinched Yumomo's little face with the other. Pain. Yumomo puffed up his little face and said coquettishly dissatisfied. It hurts? Does it hurt as much as before? Yi Yang asked, with a smirk. Stinky boss. The next wave will kill you. Umo said angrily. Haha, no joke. Yi Yang shook his head. By the way, it will be your birthday in a few days, right? Master actually remembers, I thought. Umomo scratched his little head and his face turned red. How could you forget? Yi Yang rubbed his chin. Just tell me what gift you want. Money can buy it. I can get you any gift in the world. Huh? You. Momo rolled his eyes. No, I want my boss to sit with me all day on my birthday. Ah. Yi Yang stared. Obviously he had listened. Master, are you thinking wrongly? Yumomo laughed and said, but that's not impossible. Ahem. Yi Yang scratched his cheek awkwardly. Seriously, it must be the same. They all said no. Must have. One. Then I want the stars in the sky. That's it. Ah. I'm kidding. I know, but that's it. General. Yi Yangba smiled, covered himself up again, and started the next wave of offensive. Ah. Stinky boss. Umo gritted her teeth and wanted to think more about the meaning of Yi Yang's words, but she didn't want to think about it immediately. After all, Yi Yang's skills were too good. Second update. Early the next morning. Yi Yang, called the Nebula Observatory by Shou, is now the temporary manager of the Nebula Observatory. After all the previous staff of the Nebula Observatory have left, and there are only a few people left, so she naturally takes on the management position concurrently. However, after Yi Yang took over the Nebula Observatory, he spent a lot of money to hire scientific researchers. This makes many capable scientific researchers very happy. Finally, someone is investing money in a science like astronomy that has little practical effect in a short period of time. Normally, a salary of 3,000 to 5,000 for an observatory is considered high. Yi Yang directly offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Suddenly, the entire observatory was filled with celebrities, talents, and people. Bai Xiaojing basically no longer needs to do anything like data processing. After becoming a manager, I have less time for scientific research. Alas. Bai Xiaojing muttered. Boss. Now the institute has recruited many talents, why don't you find someone to replace me? I still want to do research well. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. That won't work. I can't trust others. You are the person I trust most in the observatory. This. Bai Xiaojing, who originally wanted to say something else, blushed under these words and immediately expressed that she would do her best and never mention the inappropriate management position. Yi Yang laughed. Right. How? Can you do this if you have an official position and don't take money? Relatively speaking, management positions are not hard work, especially the management of the observatory. They basically have nothing to do. They can just coordinate the data. And other things. The salary is high, and it is a position he is specially reserved for by Xiaojing. Boss? You must have something that requires the observatory, right? After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Xiaojing asked with a smile. You know. Better. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Boss, you are a very busy man. Why would you think of Xiaojing? When you have nothing to do? Bai Xiaojing said half coquettishly, half complaining. Ahem. Yi Yang scratched his face in embarrassment and changed the topic. By the way, has the observatory recently discovered any new stars that have not yet been named? Let me check. Bai Xiaojing was just joking. Yi Yang completely changed her situation, realized her dream, saved her life, and helped her mother cure her illness. For such a great kindness, it is not enough to repay him like a cow or a horse. Naturally, I won't really complain. After all, meeting Yi Yang was already her greatest luck. Found it. Bai Xiaojing said repeatedly, there is a comet that is being applied for. The application has just been submitted and has not been reviewed yet. If you want to change the name, you can withdraw it at any time and reapply after making the changes. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and breathed a sigh of relief. It's quite a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. The discovery of unnamed asteroids is not a rare thing. For large observatories, there are many private small observatories abroad that can occasionally discover some unnamed asteroids. We have quite a few ready to report. Bai Xiaojing said, after all, there are so many stars in the universe, and ordinary telescopes cannot observe stars that are too dim, so the so-called naming of stars generally refers to asteroids in the asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. There are millions of these asteroids, and too many are unnamed. Maybe some astronomer enthusiast will find one and put his name on it. There are many such things. It's not too precious to name an asteroid, but coincidentally, this one is a comet. Bai Xiaojing turned around and said. Again, oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The number of new comets that can be discovered in the entire world in a year is less than 10. The discovery of this new comet is the biggest gain of the observatory. This month. Bai Xiaojing smiled. That's quite a coincidence. Yi Yang laughed, then withdraw this application. I want to give this comet a new name. Okay, what's the name? Bai Xiaojing did not dare to delay and withdrew her application. One after another, let me see. Yi Yang rubbed his chin, just call him Momo Comet. Silent Comet? After Bai Xiaojing heard the name provided by Yi Yang, she blinked her eyes, and then suddenly realized, is Sister Mo's birthday coming? You're quite smart. Yi Yang smiled. He was indeed an old employee of the observatory. As soon as he said his name, she knew what he meant. Hee, I really envy Sister Mo, boss, you are so kind to her. Bai Xiaojing said with some envy, handsome, rich and romantic, this man is so damn charming. Apart from being envious, she also felt a lot more balanced in her heart. Yes, who could be qualified to have such an extremely good and perfect man? Why are you envious? I also remember your birthday and will give you a gift then. Yi Yang joked. Ah. Really? Bai Xiaojing was a little overjoyed. I never lie to girls. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. Uh-huh. Bai Xiaojing nodded expectantly. By the way, boss, this comet will pass near the Earth in 3 days. You can see it with a telescope at the observatory. 3 days later. It's such a coincidence. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It happened to be Yumomo's birthday in 3 days. This comet is really made for Momo. How long does it take to apply for a name? Bai Xiaojing curled her hair. According to convention, about 2 weeks. No, Momo's birthday is in 3 days. Before that, I want her to see the certificate. Yi Yang said. Bai Xiaojing scratched her head. She always followed the rules. The International Astronomical Society process takes 2 weeks. She had no other choice for a while, even if a sponsorship fee is added. The process can only be accelerated to about a week at most. Sponsorship fee? Speed up the process? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. As long as money can get it done, it's not a problem. Give me the contact information of this asteroid society. Soon, Bai Xiaojing sent an email. How much is the expedited sponsorship fee? Yi Yang asked. About $10,000. Bai Xiaojing said. Got it. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud. Is this how it feels? He sent an email directly. He said he would sponsor the Asteroid Society with $100,000, on the condition that the application for the Nebula Observatory be completed within 3 days. Very fast. The reply email came. Dear Sir, thank you very much for your attention and support for astronomy, but this is a subject of looking up at the stars, and it cannot be rushed. Expediting it to 3 days is really too hasty. I hope you understand. We will try our best to speed up the review process and try to successfully register you within 5 days. First update. 5 days? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It was because he didn't have enough money. Then, he directly drafted another email, $300,000, 3 days. Ding. Almost not even a minute after he sent the email, there was a reply from the other side. It is estimated that a special team has been set up to pay special attention to Yi Yang's emails. Yi Yang opened the email. Dear Mr. Yi Yang, we understand your feelings very well and feel your preference for astronomy. However, the process is too much. We will try our best to solve the problem for you within 4 days. Yi Yang shook his head. Too lazy to type any more, I only replied with a number, $1 million. Minor Planet Society. The president was alarmed and came over. The International Asteroid Association sounds high-end, but it has no profit and can only make some extra money by selling the naming rights of asteroids. None of the members have seen any big money. $1 million is enough for them to take a breath and exclaim how terrifying it is. Oh my God, $1 million. Did I read that right? President Charles exclaimed. Yes, President, it's $1 million. Several members who were responsible for replying to the email rubbed their eyes and kept saying after confirming, I'll go. You haven't done anything offensive to this distinguished guest before, right? The president confirmed again and again. How dare you? This is a big financier. He asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars when he opened his mouth, my God. Several members waved their hands repeatedly, indicating that they had done a good job of licking just now. But President, according to the process, it does take at least 4 days. Even so, what process? Processes are for improvement. Rules are for breaking. Charles waved his hand. Don't go through the process. For this application, I will register the application for him personally and go directly to the last step of the process. But this. What else did the staff want to say? Shut up. I tell you a time and it will be done immediately. The president pondered for a moment, but still felt uneasy. Go, I will personally reply to the distinguished Mr. Ye's email. Okay. Several members gave way to their seats. Soon, Yi Yang received a reply email. Hello, distinguished Mr. Yi, I am the president of the Asteroid Association, Li Chi Charles. Thank you very much for your generous sponsorship. Your sponsorship will allow the Asteroid Association to go further into the stars and see. I will personally help you conduct a process review and ensure that the qualification review will be passed within 1 day. In view of your contribution to the cause of astronomy, you will automatically become the highest level member of our International Minor Planet Association. You can name yourself an asteroid you are satisfied with at any time. This privilege is valid until the dissolution of the Minor Planet Association. Of course, at least until the universe is destroyed. Laugh. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Except for the last joke that seemed completely unfunny, the president's words were quite pleasant to listen to. What processes are lengthy and what have too many rules? $1 million will solve the problem. He shrugged. Congratulations to the host for consuming, paying for romance, and being given the status of the national head gym owner of a Welsh chain gym. What the hell? Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Could it be that the gym is also related to romance? What a strange connection. No wonder some people always talk about going to the gym to find love. Later, Yi Yang drank a bowl of bird's nest at the state banquet, had some breakfast, and then took a walk in the manor, taking the maids to exercise. If you don't exercise more in the morning, you will become a lazy cat. Many parts of the manor are still under construction, but many areas have been repaired. I went to the horse farm to choose a good horse. When I asked the trainer, it turned out to be a young mare. Come to think of it, I really have a destiny with the little mare. Ride during the day and ride at night. Maybe it's because he was a bohemian horse-roping man in his previous life. I envy Zihui, he actually rides a horse with his master. This posture, as a high-level talent, the maid of Yandingshan Manor can learn to ride a horse very easily. As for Yi Yang, she is an all-around athlete, and equestrian is also one of the Olympic events. Naturally, he is also extremely good at it. Master, you are so good at riding. Master, you bumped into me. But, it's quite comfortable. On the saddle, sitting in front of Yi Yang was the maid Zihui with her buttocks raised, and the horse's back was very bumpy. Yi Yang laughed, that's right. Just ride the horse like this, and chase him to the horizon. Zihui's face turned red. Now I feel excited, scared, excited, happy, but I'm just worried. Yi Yang raised his riding whip. You don't have to worry, it's enough to enjoy this moment. This is a good time. That can't be bought with money. Zihui felt the sound of the galloping wind. Master, I like you so much. Yi Yang smiled. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Zihui, Master, I like you. I like you very much. Yi Yang smiled and said, How much do you like you? How much do you like me? Zihui, of course. You can never have more than me, because I am already full. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, if you are full, then I will overflow. After running around the racecourse a few times, Yi Yang returned home happily. As soon as I returned to the house, I saw an email saying that the review had been passed. TSK, didn't you say 2 weeks? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It's only been less than 2 hours. Right? After the review is passed, it will take more than a week for the certificate to be sent to me. After all, foreign express delivery is slow, and cross-border express delivery is even slower. But because Yi Yang is the highest member of the International Astronomical Society, the president directly chartered a special plane to airlift the certificate at a high speed. The next morning, Yi Yang received the certificate from the United States. TSK, this money is really a good thing. Yi Yang smiled lightly and put away the certificate. Birthday surprise, of course, it is interesting to send it on the birthday. In the past 2 days, he did not mention this to Yumomo. When he had nothing to do, he would ride a mare, go fishing, play single-player games, sometimes play Aquaman, sometimes play Otaku. The entire Yundingshan manor also began to be decorated in the past 2 days. The atmosphere was also happier and more lively than usual. After all, it was the butler's birthday, and no one dared to neglect it. The entire Yundingshan maids have now expanded to dozens of people, including private driver Su Jiaojiao, bartender He Musi, and other girls. But they all know that Yumomo has been with Yi Yang for the longest time. If there is a ranking, Yumomo, the housekeeper, is definitely one of the women who occupies the top position in Yi Yang's heart. On the birthday, the manor is already filled with the happy atmosphere of the birthday. A grand manor birthday banquet is about to kick off. Second update. Because it was an internal birthday party, Yi Yang did not invite anyone from outside the family. There are too many outsiders, but I can't let go. However, the maids in the entire manor alone were dozens of older, so even if there were no outsiders coming, it would still be very lively. Happy birthday, Sister Momo. Throughout the hall, girls such as maids and bartenders had smiles on their faces, and they all held up their cups in their hands to silently celebrate you. In the center of the hall is a 9-story cake tower. All are made with the best butter and bread. They were made by the pastry master in the best cake shop in Shanghai a few days ago. The cake base with the largest diameter is 3 meters long. It costs a lot of money. Who is going to order it? Yumomo was a little surprised that such a huge cake, starting at least 1 million, did not report such a huge amount to her housekeeper. She is obviously in charge of the living expenses in the manor. I made the reservation secretly without telling you. You won't be able to find out the payment. Yi Yang laughed, hugged Yumomo, and kissed her cheek. Today is a good day for you. Don't worry about these details. Oh. Hearing that it was the boss himself who made the mistake, Yumomo felt relieved. Master, I want to be kissed too. Hey, I want to celebrate my birthday too. Go. 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 You. Momo rolled his eyes, these little greedy cats. Yi Yang laughed. The materials used in this cake are extremely precious. The Delafie chocolate gold truffle series used to decorate the 6th layer of chocolate alone costs thousands of yuan per serving. There are probably hundreds of garnishes poured on this layer. For this layer alone, the price of raw materials is hundreds of thousands. As you go up, although the area becomes smaller, the materials become more precious. The top fruit layer contains the most expensive, precious, and delicious fruits in the world. Slices of Yubari King melon are garnished with ruby Roman grapes, Newtown pineapple berries, Australian caviar orange slices, and a birthday blue lagoon diamond specially customized for you, Momo. The price of the raw materials on the top layer reached an astonishing 10 to 8 million. Of course, the main reason for the high price was the blue lagoon diamond. The entire cake cost him 26,668,888 Chinese coins. But compared to what Momo paid for him, this was what she deserved. The birthday party lasted from noon to evening. As the manor's chief housekeeper, Mo is also Yi Yang's most trusted confidant secretary. She needs to be contacted and arranged for the overall coordination among Yi Yang's big assets. Yi Yang himself is a hands-off shopkeeper. Momo is still very busy on weekdays. Except for the time when he goes out with Yi Yang, he hardly has much free time. He is very busy every day. She didn't have to worry about it at all today. A happy day was still very precious. The most important thing is to stay with Yi Yang the whole day. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, the fun came to an end temporarily and the maids began to clean up the hall. Yi Yang held Momo's waist and walked to the garage. I thought you were going to take me back to the bedroom after the show. Mo's little face was now drunk and wine red, and he exhaled like blue, leaning on Yi Yang's shoulder, smiling charmingly. There are still gifts that you haven't accepted yet. Yi Yang smiled lightly, and before the girl could react, he left Momo in the passenger seat of the sports car. We drove directly to the Nebula Observatory. His physical functions are now comparable to those of a superhero, and coupled with his proficiency in Chinese martial arts, drinking has no effect on his body at all. Get drunk if you want. When you don't need to be drunk, just stir up your qi and blood, and the alcohol in your body will be decomposed quickly. Even if you encounter a drunk driver, you won't be able to detect the alcohol content when you blow on it. Lamborghini poison speeds along. Momo lay on his side in the passenger seat, looking at Yi Yang's handsome side face, who was focusing on driving, with a faint smile in his eyes. I seem to remember that the first time I made a car that you drove, it was this Lamborghini poison. You silently recalled. I didn't have much money at that time. Yi Yang joked. Master is so kind to Versailles. But Momo likes it so much. Momo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. By the way, Master, you just said that there were any other gifts that were confiscated. Isn't this blue lagoon diamond your birthday gift to Momo? Momo took out the blue lagoon diamond that he kept well in his chest and wiped it gently. Yi Yang looked forward, with a free hand, and rubbed Momo's little head. How can there be enough diamonds? Ah. Momo opened his mouth. That is? You'll know when we get there. Yi Yang laughed. Driving all the way, the speed became very fast when we reached the suburbs. It didn't take long to arrive at the Nebula Observatory. So beautiful. Parking. I looked up at the sky silently. The city is brightly lit, but where can I see the stars here? I have something more beautiful for you to see. Yi Yang took Momo directly to the observation point of the observatory. After Bai Shaojing taught the two people how to use the telescope and the expected arrival time of the comet, they left in a sensible manner. Only Yi Yang and Momo were left in the observation room. Except for the starry sky above our heads and the chirping of insects in the distance, we could hear each other's heartbeats in silence. Yi Yang was curiously fiddling with the telescope, observing the comets that came near the Earth, but he didn't need the main astronomical telescope. What star is this? Yumomo blinked his eyes, like a curious baby. People are romantic in their bones, and reality hides romance. In certain situations, it can be stimulated again. Yi Yang himself is also proficient in astronomical knowledge. He glanced at it and said, "This is Mars, which was called Inghua in ancient times. It is a legendary planet." So, this is Mars. Yumomo pursed his lips, looking at the starry sky through a telescope. It turns out to be like this. After zooming in, you can see the craters on the back of the moon. Yi Yang smiled and prompted, "Really? Let me see." Yumomo changed the angle repeatedly according to Yi Yang's prompts, and then smiled happily. "Really? The moon that looks so beautiful and flawless, zoomed in, it is actually full of holes. Distance creates beauty," Yi Yang teased. "Hey! I think I saw the comet," that Xiaojing said. Yumomo jumped in surprise. Yi Yang also came over. Against the black background of the universe, the planets were like independent points of light in the black curtain, embellishing the lonely time and space. Each star was following its own trajectory. At this time, a blue sphere, dragging a gorgeous tail, broke into his field of vision. "This is the newly discovered comet that visited the Earth today. It's so beautiful." Yumomo sighed. Girls always lack resistance to such beautiful pictures. "Beautiful? Now, it's yours." Yi Yang took out the certificate from behind and handed it out. First update. Ah. Yumo looked at the certificate blankly. "Master, this. You said you wanted a star in the sky, so I'll give you one," Yi Yang said with a faint smile. "I was actually just saying it casually." Yumomo scratched his wine-red little face. "It turns out it was just a casual comment, so I'd better throw away the certificate," Yi Yang teased deliberately. No. Yumomo quickly took the certificate and said, "Thank you, Master. When technology develops in the future, I will actually buy a star, pluck it from the sky, and give it to you." Yi Yang smiled. "Master, you." Yumomo subconsciously wanted to say that this was bragging, but thinking of Yi Yang's legendary attribute blessing, he immediately held back his words. As long as it was this man, nothing was impossible. The word impossible does not apply to him at all. That night, Yi Yang and Yumomo leaned against each other and looked at the starry sky. The environment is extremely quiet, and the content of the exchange is very elegant, which can be said to be like mountains and rivers. It was dawn the next day. Yi Yang woke up in the guest house of the observatory. Yumomo was still asleep next to him, licking the corners of his mouth from time to time. "Becoming rich. I am becoming rich." Yi Yang turned on the phone and answered the call. "Hello? Chairman, the actors are in place and the set is now set up, waiting for you to come." The voice of the person in charge of Huabua came over there. "Good." Yi Yang nodded slightly and looked at Momo beside him. He was too tired on weekdays, so he might as well let her have a good sleep. Thinking like this, I didn't wake him up. After driving the Lamborghini Poison back to Yunding Mountain to pick up Xiaoqing, he drove towards the set. "It's finally the day to shoot a movie with my boss. I'm so excited," Xiaoqing said excitedly. "Ah, this Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. These words always sounded a bit weird. It's so sinful. Magic City Film and Television City. It is one of the top 10 film and television cities in China. Apart from the famous Hengdian Film and Television City, the Magic City Film and Television City is the most famous. Classic films such as Moduten were filmed here. The Magic City Film and Television City occupies a large area. Walking into it, it feels like old Shanghai. The Film and Television City is also a tourist area, and there are many tourists inside. You can also see some film and television teams setting up machines inside and preparing to shoot. It's quite interesting here, Yi Yang said with a smile. Driving was not allowed in the film and television area, so he took Shou Qingxian on foot. It seems that last time I went to shoot a commercial, I taught a traffic star a lesson on the spot. What was his name? Yi Yang remembered the past. Lu Zhangquan. Shou Qingxian remembered it clearly, and replied with a faint smile. Yeah. Yi Yang laughed out loud. It's Lu Zhangquan. Just as he was talking, the sound of clearing the place came from behind again. The one in front. Hurry. And get out of the way. You won't know who to talk to when you get hit. Yi Yang frowned, looked back, and saw a large group of people in black clearing the venue, and a bunch of people laying down the red carpet. What the hell? He was subconsciously disgusted with this kind of overbearing clearing. Soon, he saw a woman dressed very fairy-like walking over the red carpet. Two female assistants followed her and polished her shoes. There were more than a dozen assistants, large and small, behind them, and the momentum was very great. It's quite a grand occasion. Yi Yang curled his lips, wondering why a fairy had come. Hey! You! Get away quickly! The security guards behind the red carpet rushed over and scolded them repeatedly. Roll! Shou Qingxian frowned. She didn't like to see others talking down to her boss. Yo! You have quite a bad temper. You look pretty, and you are in the entertainment industry, right? You should be able to tell that this is the newly promoted diva, the traffic diva. Na and me. If you know what's going on, get out of the way. Just one word can destroy your career. The few security guards who paved the road were all threatening. What's that and me? That name is so weird. If Shou Qingxian is really a small star in the entertainment industry, then she must have avoided it based on the idea that doing less is worse than doing more. However, it is a pity that she is a personal bodyguard with a strong personality. Bold. How dare you describe that young lady's name like that? How disrespectful. I will expel you from the entertainment industry. What happened? Na and me also came closer at this time, frowned slightly, and asked coldly. What's going on with your directing team? Didn't we all agree that if you want to invite me, you can lay out a red carpet for me along the way? A human fairy like me cannot be stained with dust, and no one is allowed to block the way along the way. It's true. An eyesore. She curled her lips, looked at Yi Yang and the two, and said coldly. This kind of traffic star has been accustomed to have his eyes above his head, and his whole body is blown away by his brainless fans. Naturally very proud. I really feel like I am superior to others, and everyone else is trash. He has an outrageous temper and makes all kinds of weird and pretentious requests. The entire crew has to follow their tempers, and everyone has to give priority to satisfying them. I am willing to appear in person. I have given you enough face, okay? The Last crew paid me 80 million yuan, and I only gave them 2 photos, so that they can use my peerless beauty. I have given you so much face this time, even appearing in person, you still dare not meet my requirements. I really gave you face. Can't you do such a trivial thing? I'm leaving now. Humph. Then Mi's face suddenly turned cold, and she turned around and was about to leave. Oh my God. Please don't leave. I kneel down for you. Please don't leave. The assistants around were crying and begging her not to leave. The crew cried and spent 100 million yuan in salary to make her reluctantly agree to appear in person. If she leaves in a moment, it will be a loss of 100 million. Thinking of this, they panicked. Then teach these 2 a lesson until I am satisfied. You don't want me to be in a good mood, and you still expect me to act? Dream on. Your movie will definitely fail by then. Without me, the top Chinese queen, you still want to sell your movie at the box office? I am dying of laughter. I say one thing, if my 200 million fans buy 10 tickets each, the box office will be several billion. You decide for yourself. Mi crossed her arms and sneered. Did you two hear me? If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude. Several security guards came up fiercely. Who do you want to be rude to? Just when Shou Qingxian couldn't help but beat him up. Another group of people also pressed up from the other end of the street. Chairman Yi. The leader was the former chairman of Huabua and the current executive director. When he saw Yi Yang, he bowed and saluted. Second update. Company's chairman Li Fan? Na and me and the others all frowned. As film and television practitioners, Huabua is one of the largest film and television companies in China. Anyone who has some status in the film and television industry knows the previous chairman. Isn't this Li Fan, the chairman of Huabua? Why did he call this guy chairman? This Li Fan has a very high status in the film and television industry. Then and me also restrained himself a little. Isn't this Chairman Li? He actually appears here. Don't get too close to me like this. What did you want to do to our new chairman just now? Li Fan frowned and shouted. New chairman? And me frowned and looked at Yi Yang. Is it him? Yes, this is Huabua's new chairman, Mr. Yi Yang. Yeah. Li Fan said calmly. Oh, that's really disrespectful. And me said lukewarmly, in that case, I won't hold you responsible for blocking my way. Let's go our separate ways. Li Fan was stunned. This woman seemed a little unclear about her position. Why don't you hold our chairman accountable? You should apologize to our chairman. Apologize. Den and me laughed loudly. Did I say you were dreaming? I am the queen. Hundreds of millions of fans. Which one of you movie companies is not begging me to come over when making movies? I will apologize to you. I think Director Li, you should go. Take a look if you have some brains. What a surprise. A plaything of capital dares to offend a company. Director. All the senior executives of Huabua behind Li Fan shouted angrily. It's quite fierce. Believe it or not, my 200 million fans rushed directly to your company with just one sentence. Haha, the power of my fans is beyond your imagination. Na and me was extremely confident. Most fans of today's popular celebrities have weak self-awareness and have been severely brainwashed. When something happens, they are like a group of uncontrolled monsters, using the medium of the internet to launch cyber violence wantonly. In their consciousness, there is no right or wrong. Your idol is absolutely correct. This disgusting outlook on life and distorted views of right and wrong have caused many tragedies. To be honest, it is no different from the evil religion. It is precisely the lack of effective restrictions on such evil actions that makes these traffic stars think that they are really gods, and they immediately drift away, feeling that he is omnipotent. The most extreme situation is that Me is so arrogant that even investment capital parties, such as film companies, dare to fight against him. Li Fan sneered, "Okay. I want to see where your 200 million fans are. Have you forgotten how much money you spent on fake fans? 200 million, you really dare to say it?" Li Fan laughed angrily. "You have 20 million fans, and your mother is standing on her head to eat shit. You." Na and Mi's face turned red with anger. "No matter what happens today, you must apologize to my chairman. Otherwise, you will become the target of Huabo's full efforts to ban you in the industry." Li Fan said, coldly. "Do you really think you are the only Huabo in the film industry? Let me tell you, this time, I was invited by Yin Company to make kung fu movies. I know that several of your film companies are preparing new films in this genre, don't you? If you come to me, you already don't give me face. Let me tell you, Yina has me here this time, and you will definitely lose in the battle between you." Wenin Mi raised his head. He looked extremely confident. Yina and Huabua are the two leading companies in the Chinese film and television industry. There has always been a competitive relationship with each other. This time they are preparing for a major martial arts movie, and naturally, they all have their own plans to snipe each other. Then Mi is not stupid. As long as Na maintains a good relationship with him, what will happen even if he offends Huabo to death? What's more, with 200 million fans, she is not a traffic queen. If it doesn't work out, just set up your own film company to cut out pictures and make movies for her. Anyway, there are crazy fans who buy it, so you don't have to worry about losing money. There's no point in talking about it. Apologize to Director Yi." Li Fan waved his hand. The dark bodyguards behind him instantly surrounded Mi and his party. This Na and Mi frowned, showing that he was stronger than others. Now if she didn't say anything, she would be beaten. She looked very proud, but in fact she was very timid and afraid of pain. "You will be punished by my fans. If you don't believe it, just wait." In his heart, he cursed Yi Yang and Huabo's entire company. She came forward reluctantly, glanced at Yi Yang, and snorted, "I'm sorry." Louder. "You haven't eaten." Li Fan refused to do anything and shouted directly, "You." And Mi gritted his teeth, but still endured the humiliation for the time being, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." Yi Yang smiled lightly and shook his head. Before he could say anything, another group of people came over from the other end of the street. Apparently another filming crew. "Director Li, Director Yi, I think this matter is almost over at this point. Keep a line in your behavior so that we can meet each other in the future." The leader of this group was wearing a suit and leather shoes, and had a cold face. "Wang Mian, you are indeed here too." Li Fan sneered. "How can you, Li Fan, be without me in your place?" "Alas, I just didn't expect that things change so fast. We have been fighting for more than 20 years, but in the end, even your position as chairman was taken away by someone else." Wang Mian said sarcastically. "Mr. Yi is a business tycoon that I admire. His vision are beyond our reach. The Huabua he took over will definitely be more than 10 times bigger than before. In the future, Li Fan said indifferently, I am willing to follow Mr. Yi. Haha, no one would believe it. Business tycoon? Him? Wang Mian sneered and looked at Yi Yang up and down. It looks like you haven't graduated from college for long? Haha, which rich second generation? Your father gave you hundreds of billions to buy Huabua? You are lucky, but I tell you, if you want to make it in this industry, I have no money. Yina. Pictures is the biggest obstacle you can never get around. Oh? Yi Yang almost laughed out loud, what a great. Yina Pictures, the chairman can only talk, I think this group is not far from bankruptcy. You. Wang Mian was so angry that his face turned red, you are sharp-tongued, you kids are only good at talking. Let's see the truth in this year-end movie. When we beat you to tears, don't go home crying to find your father. Haha. Everyone in Yina laughed. However, they obviously didn't dare to provoke too much anger, and quickly took in me, and left. Damn it. A trace of anger flashed in Li Fan's eyes, too arrogant. But then, he also sighed, this time our policy is to have all real actors, so almost all the traffic actors have been snatched away by Yina. This time our battle is not easy to fight. First update. After everyone in Yina took Na and me away, the hatred in Mi's eyes was no longer hidden, damn. Huabua Pictures, you have offended me severely this time. I must make them pay the price. I'm going to act with my heart this time. Cut out 10 pictures for me. Then use less substitutes. I can extend my working hours to 10 minutes every day. Then Mi felt that she had given too much, and she began to feel touched. Of course, I have worked so hard, do you understand if you give me a higher salary? No, I know. The contact person over there nodded repeatedly. I must make that man named Yi Yang good-looking. Beat him hard in this year-end movie box office showdown and shatter his self-confidence. Let him finally lie on the ground, kiss my shoes on his knees, and beg for me. Forgive. Na and me almost laughed out loud thinking about that scene. Here at Huabua, Yi Yang and Li Fan also came to the set. When I first arrived at the set, I saw many familiar faces, experienced actors, and many capable actors. For example, Mr. Shou, actor Fan De Biao, etc. After talking with these old actors, Yi Yang Kai deeply felt why these people could be called veteran actors. Just being a human being would be enough for those self-righteous traffic stars to learn from them for several lifetimes. They are virtuous and capable, but they act modestly and cautiously. They also think about problems from the perspective of others, and within a few words, you can deeply feel the other person's profound professionalism. You will feel very comfortable getting along with these people. I've hired so many veteran actors and real actors. I'll give you the budget. Is that enough? Yi Yang found Li Fan privately and asked. Ahem, not only is it enough, but also, there is too much surplus. Li Fan scratched his head, what happened? Yi Yang asked doubtfully. After these actors read the script and knew that we were not seeking commercial interests this time, but only to truly revive the martial arts culture, they were very moved. Many old actors came here for very low salaries. They all have enthusiasm and sentiment and want to make this movie really good. Li Fan was also very moved when he said this. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Later, he also came to the hall. The actors all stood up. Now that Yi Yang was not only the leading actor, but also the chairman of Huabua. He naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone, I just heard Director Lee say that you only need to pay a very low salary to star in this movie, just for the belief in your heart to inherit the Chinese martial arts culture. Yi Yang cupped his fists and said, for this, Yi admires you very much. Chairman Yi is serious. We have our own pursuits and beliefs. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to realize these things. We originally wanted to volunteer for the role, but Director Lee insisted on letting us accept the most basic salary. Ha ha. Yes, it is a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to participate in such a film of great significance to the times. For these real actors, acting is their career and their dream, and money is not everything. They have their own pursuits. When they reach this level of realm, what they pursue is no longer simple and pure money. I understand what you are thinking. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, but I want to prove to everyone who deserves the real high price. I decide the final box office of this movie, and you can share it. As for the share ratio, it will be determined based on the role and contribution. Boss Yi. This is also my philosophy. Yi Yang's eyes were bright, there is no need to say more. For things like movies and TV series, practitioners should calculate their income based on the final box office revenue. The higher the box office, the more money they will get. This is correct. In this way, many garbage celebrities and garbage screenwriters who do not act well can be eliminated. Since Boss Yi is so generous, we will definitely help him. Let China's martial arts culture flourish forever. Many actors were very moved. They have been in the entertainment industry for many years. Although they have their own ethics, they cannot change the general environment. After all, they are just practitioners, not fund holders. Only those with money can change the rules of the industry. A boss like Yi Yang, who has pursuits, dreams, and money is so rare. In the past, they have encountered either people who have pursuits, but no money, or people who have money, but have long since given up pursuing their ideals. This time, they really saw a hope. The hope of changing the future of the entire film and television industry. The script of the movie started when the protagonist was a child. So in the beginning these days, there was nothing happening with Yi Yang, and he was not required to participate in the show. When he had some free time, Li Fan also approached Yi Yang to discuss setting the schedule. The filming cycle of the movie is actually very short. The reason why a movie takes 1 or 2 years to be released is that the most troublesome part is the investment in the early stage, the editing in the mid-term, and the publicity in the later stage. Now, you alone can handle all the investment directly in place. There is no need to look for other investors. And this matter itself is very popular, so it won't take long to use the opportunity to promote it. It's just shooting and editing. It's the end of November now, probably before the Lunar New Year, and we will be able to make all the preparations. Several other big studios also think so we may tacitly choose to release the film during the Chinese New Year. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The Chinese New Year is the golden period for domestic films. All Chinese people are on holiday, and there is policy protection. Foreign films will not be introduced to compete during this period. So, domestic big-budget films are generally chosen during the Chinese New Year. In terms of publicity methods, in addition to traditional publicity methods, we also want you to use your influence on Douyin. Li Fan scratched his head, rubbed his hands, and laughed. This is natural. Yi Yang laughed. This is the first movie he starred in. How can he not tell his fans? Also, we also want to ask these old actors to open a Douyin account to promote it. Boss, you have more prestige in their hearts. Ahem, how about? Li Fan laughed. Yi Yang nodded slightly. These real actors are rarely willing to show up. They are all concentrating on studying acting skills and living a good life. Many old actors still don't have their own social accounts today. Therefore, there is no way to quantify how many fans they have. There is no specific data to support it, and now those traffic stars have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of followers. This makes people have the illusion that the influence of these old actors is far less than that of traffic stars. It's time for the world to re-understand what is fake and what is real. Yi Yang said lightly. Second update. In the next few days, the actors and Yi Yang also shot some short videos in their free time. Many veteran actors opened personal accounts for the first time and found it very novel. The director and screenwriter also joined in the fun and opened their own TikTok. Even the well-known domestic screenwriter Yi Jiangjing, who has always been reluctant to appear in public, has opened his own Douyin, named Yi Jiangjing, waiting for everyone's attention. There is also an additional video on Yi Yang's personal page. This is the third video to his name. On the set, I learned from the seniors, and I look forward to my first movie being released in theaters. With a fan base of nearly 60 million, this video became an instant hit. In the video, Yi Yang and the actors came together, making everyone's eyes brighten. My biological father finally posted a video again. Long time no see. Dad Yi. It's been a while, but my husband is still so handsome. Is Yi Yang going to enter the film industry? He's so awesome. Hey, let's do this with him. Wait until I rub my eyes, I'll go. This lineup. This is all real drama. We actually got it together. What a lineup of kings. What kind of movie is this? I must go and see it. That's right, just because of this lineup, it's worth going to see. I bought the movie tickets. I heard that these drama stars also opened personal accounts under Yi Yang's instigation. Everyone, please go and follow them. Let me go, these seniors have finally opened their personal accounts. I have been trying hard to follow these actors. But they are not official, and I have been deceived into paying a lot of attention. That's right. The comment area was extremely lively. Some were discussing the content of Yi Yang's new movie, and some were surprised that these veteran actors had also started to open their own personal accounts. For a time, the entire Douyin was a craze. Hello everyone, I am actor Li Shuajian. I wish everyone good health. Hello everyone, I am actor Fanwei, hello. Everyone on Douyin. A bunch of hilarious videos quickly became popular. I don't know how many people like these old drama stars. These people are generally normal people with normal views. These normal people account for more than 90% of internet users, but they are the silent majority. On the contrary, there are those noisy and idiotic fans, because they can scream loudly, so it seems that the internet is full of such people. In fact, most people have normal aesthetics. For actors, of course they like good acting skills. The number of fans of these actors has increased instantly. Here I go, I only had 10 million followers when I clicked in, and more than 15 million when I exited. This rate of increase in followers is simply terrifying. This is the real top. What kind of traffic star is so weak in comparison? This is something that some people have been saying since the former King Andy Lau registered his personal account and his followers increased by tens of millions overnight, and now the number of followers has increased to more than 80 million. The so-called traffic stars, coupled with their efforts to buy fans, will only have tens of millions of fans in the end. And once such a truly big actor registers, the number of fans will be jaw-dropping. This is the real top level. Soon, the news that actors and actresses gathered together to jointly create a new era martial arts film spread throughout Douyin. This is a carnival with hundreds of millions of people. The next day, the number of fans of these actors quickly exceeded 10 million, and they showed no signs of stopping. It's so strong. Let those so-called top streamers and traffic stars take a closer look. What does it mean to be a real top streamer? This carnival gave everyone a clear understanding of the influence of Shou. The silent majority have proved with their actions that quality is the eternal iron law. A few days later, the number of fans of these veteran actors increased to 30 to 40 million, and they were rapidly heading towards the 50 million mark. And Jiangjing also relied on this wave of linkage, and the number of fans directly exceeded 60 million. Hiss, this is too scary. It's really just a matter of silence, it's a blockbuster. The influence of these veteran actors is also shocking. These are the few days when the capitalists in the film industry have changed their mentality. They are constantly thinking about whether their previous ideas were wrong. After all, I think I control the top of the traffic. But now I look back and see that these powerful actors are the real top-notch ones. And their appeal is not comparable to that of these bullshit traffic stars. After all, it doesn't seem to be much different. But they know best how many of the fans of these traffic stars are acquired by them by spending money. When Enmi saw it, he also sneered, "You must have a lot of fans like me. Come on, these old guys don't look so honest." "You are wrong, I think I didn't use the traffic." The boss of Yin sighed, "We haven't heard any relevant information from several institutions that we frequent that specialize in brushing traffic. How is it possible? If you don't increase your followers, you can gain tens of millions of followers in a few days. This is simply impossible." Naomi couldn't believe it at all. She is popular because of her traffic. So she thinks that everyone in the world is like her and wants to get such high traffic through her strength and acting skills. That is just a dream. This matter is getting bigger and bigger, and the influence and discussion are getting higher and higher. The Huobua studio also ushered in a new wave of good news. Many kung fu superstars of the previous generation, after hearing about this matter, also expressed their willingness to make cameo appearances at a fair price. Jiangjing also met Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and other kung fu superstars who once resounded throughout the world in the past few days. Although they are no longer as flexible as they were when they were young, all of them want to contribute their own strength to this wave of Chinese kung fu revival. Even Jackie Chan's personal account fans later caught up, and in just a few days, they had reached 60 to 70 million. With a trend of sprinting towards the 100 million mark. In this way, the lineup of this movie is getting stronger and stronger, and the expectations of the whole network for this movie are also rising. Through the international relations of Jackie Chan and Jet Li, the crew also contacted action superstars in the film industry of various foreign boxing styles. Originally, I thought these guys would offer a very high price. But I didn't expect that they had heard of Yi Yang's name a long time ago, and said that as long as they had a few moves with Yi Yang and felt the real Chinese martial arts, they would be willing to perform at a fair price. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was so famous in the action movie industry. Last time I set up a ring to fight against the world's boxing champions. The impact on the international fighting world may be far beyond your imagination, boss. Shou Qingshan laughed. Yi Yang shrugged, a little depressed. In this case, the total investment in the entire movie salary is less than 100 million. It's so uncomfortable to have money but not be able to spend it. First update. Soon, these foreign action movie bosses came to China on their own planes. Are you Mr. Yi? Most foreigners believe in the law of the jungle. Yi Yang defeated 3 of the top boxing champions in various boxing competitions in a row, and he had already conquered these kung fu superstars. They knew that they could not defeat Yi Yang. The main reason is to have a long experience and get to know Chinese kung fu again. Yi Yang looked at these foreign action superstars with a faint smile. All of them are familiar faces, such as Jason, Stallone, Longer, etc. Hello. Yi Yang also nodded slightly and smiled lightly. If you want to have a deeper understanding of Chinese kung fu, you can find my bodyguard, but according to the agreement, I will still fight you personally first. Yi Yang looked at the group of strong men in front of him who were obviously Lian Jiazi. You guys, come together. Boss Yi, don't think we are just acting in movies, but we do have some kung fu backgrounds, and a few of them are underground black boxing champions. If we join together, it will be detrimental to you. The foreigners were obviously outspoken and did not agree with the suggestion of beating. Haha, don't worry. Yi Yang hooked his fingers. In that case, we won't be polite. Several international action superstars looked at each other and rushed forward. He is also an action superstar, but his kung fu skills are also uneven. The strong ones are even former underground black boxing bosses, while the weak ones just like to keep fit, are stronger than normal people, and move faster. But they don't actually have real fighting skills. Yi Yang stepped on Bagua and swam around, keeping himself in a situation where he was facing only one person at the same time. The fist types on the hands change the power. Be careful not to accidentally use too much force and hurt the other person. After all, he was eager to help him with the filming at a reasonable price. With his current strength, if he was a little harsher, the other party might have to lie in the hospital for a few months, and he would still be filming. The body is like a ghost, and the fists are like rabbits. Soon, the ground was filled with people lying everywhere. In their respective movies, these action superstars were all knocked to the ground in a very short time. Are you okay? Yi Yang smiled and stretched out his hand to pull several foreigners up. I'm convinced. We're really convinced. Although I have competed with Qing in private before, I have to admit that this is the real killing move of Chinese martial arts. I just touched me a little and I lost my ability to resist. If the attack had been harder, I might have died just now. Not coming down anymore. Several foreigners were still frightened. Yi Yang deliberately withheld his hand, so naturally he wanted them to see that he had kept his hand. Only in this way can his level be revealed. We will abide by the agreement and do our best to perform this movie well. Several kung fu superstars are doing it in succession. As kung fu superstars, it is their job to learn the advantages of various boxing styles around the world and show their beauty and strength on the screen. The Chinese kung fu, displayed by Yi Yang, amazed them again and again. It was like opening the door to a new world. They were very satisfied to stay in China and make movies without requiring them to pay tuition. How dare you ask for too high a salary? Moreover, they had a premonition that this movie would probably not only be popular in China. After all, when kung fu movies were the most popular, 90% of the box office was from the domestic market. The biggest box office market for kung fu movies is overseas. If it can really restore the grandeur of kung fu back then and trigger a movie-watching craze around the world, this will be another masterpiece that can be called a legend and famous in film history. They all believed in their own vision, and the contract given by Yi Yang also included a clause based on the final box office share. If this movie can really become a super phenomenon level work that detonated the world like Avatar back then. So, even if they act for free, the final share of the box office will allow them to get a higher salary than any previous movie. There was no Yi Yang on set in the past few days. Yi Yang also looked for opportunities to discuss the script and acting skills with the actors. During this discussion, many veteran actors were amazed by Yi Yang's acting theory, and expressed their anticipation for Yi Yang's performance. Some relatively young actresses were so fascinated by Yi Yang's lectures that they often discussed scripts and explained acting skills with Yi Yang in the room until midnight. They all expressed that they gained a lot and were surprised. In this way, the filming of the movie proceeds step by step. After the protagonist grows up, the filming of Yi Yang's appearance will start in about 10 days. Yi Yang was no longer anxious. After the salary was paid out, I signed up for a chain gym. I have been busy discussing the script these days, often working until midnight. My body also feels a little tired, so I just go to the gym to exercise. Although Yi Yang is now as strong as a superhero, he is not even inferior to a superhero. But you must always pay attention to fitness and health, otherwise your body will be weak no matter how strong it is. Driving a newly ordered Maserati MC33 worth 33 million, Yi Yang was speeding all the way. With a beautiful flick, he stopped in the parking lot of the Magic City branch of the Welsh gym chain. Here, this is the Maserati MC33. This year's new model. The most expensive model Maserati has ever sold. Which super-rich second-generation company can actually get this kind of magic car directly? A luxury car worth more than 30 million yuan. The people who often come to the gym, apart from the elite, are the scumbag men and women who come in to pick up girls and flirt with men. The latter's eyes lit up when he saw the 30 million luxury car. The layout is too small. He is Yi Shenhao. A car worth 30 million yuan is called low-key when he drives it. That's right. Yi Shenhao has been very low-key recently. He used to drive a Koenigsegg 1 out for fun. At least he's a Lamborghini with a 70 to 80 million renminbi price tag. Perhaps you have become rich enough to return to your original nature and be simple and unpretentious. You're so unpretentious, driving a 30 million Maserati is still called unpretentious. When will I be able to be so unpretentious? Go ahead and dream, you still. Ahem, let's stop talking. I'm going to punch 1,000 sandbags today to vent my current jealousy. The crowd surrounding Maserati at the door was talking a lot. Yi Yang turned the key and walked into the Welsh gym. As the largest gym chain in China with the largest number of chain stores, its head office in the Magic City area is doing extremely well. Whether it is equipment or decoration environment, all extremely high-end. It is also equipped with special saunas, swimming pools, and other facilities. It can be said to be very considerate. Walk quickly. Walk quickly, our gym's fitness champion is about to start showing off. Really, then you have to follow me quickly. And take a look. Second update. Fitness champion? Yi Yang smiled lightly, shook his head, and followed the flow of people up. Bang bang bang. Before I walked in, I heard a dull sound inside. When I walked in, it turned out that in front of the boxing machine was a man with toned muscles all over his body. He looked like a bodybuilding champion like in a high school biology book. Wow. As expected of a bodybuilding champion, those who come to challenge are not opponents at all. They are not on the same level at all. Cow, cow, cow. I'm so envious. When will I be able to have such muscles? Bang bang bang. As the man boxed crazily, various numbers popped up on the boxing machine. The amounts are very high. Many of them can reach more than 300 kilograms, which is close to the level of heavyweight professional boxers. In terms of fitness alone, this is indeed very powerful. The entry standard for a 90-kilogram professional boxer is a punch of 800 pounds, which translates into a punch of 400 kilograms. When this punch hits a person, it must not break the person's bones. Terrible. Who else? Just ask who else. Fitness champion Shou Sanada waves his hands with a confident expression. At the same time, his eyes were looking towards a certain place in the crowd intentionally or unintentionally. That was obviously his target prey this time. As a well-known fitness king in the Magic City headquarters, he naturally uses this advantage to constantly seduce various girls. Recently, a new girl has arrived at the Magic City headquarters. As soon as he saw it, he felt like he was completely addicted. I vowed to soak it in. However, this girl is obviously much harder to catch than the previous ones. As a last resort, today I held a huge fitness show to make my aura stronger and attract girls more easily. Okay, let's move on to the next project. Seeing that the girl looked over, but her eyes were still very indifferent, Shou Jintian felt extremely unconvinced and waved his hand. Whoever wants to challenge me, just come and do it. I, Shou Jintian, am invincible in the world. After that, he led the crowd towards the next venue. Yi Yang looked at his fists. After using the gene potion, although he tested his jumping ability and physical endurance, he had never tested his true punching power. He also doesn't know how powerful he is. Just take advantage of this opportunity to test it out. Thinking about it, he just walked up casually. First a normal attack, then a heavy blow. And then use Chinese martial arts to exert power with a normal attack and a heavy blow. Understand your own power step by step. Yi Yang was thinking very well. Then, a normal attack hit the boxing machine in front of him. Just listen to a loud sound of pong. The boxing machine just cracked open. Yi Yang was confused. Please. He just hammered it lightly. This loud noise also stopped the crowd in front of them who wanted to follow the bodybuilding champion to the next area. They looked back in shock. I go. Ah, this. Abba, Ababa. Abba. Are my eyes broken? This young man punched the boxing machine and exploded it. Oh my God. This is A 1,000 kilograms high-end boxing machine. Even if Tyson comes, it should be enough. This punch will explode. It will shock my father and my mother for 50 years, okay. Boxing champion Tyson's punching strength record is an average of 1,600 pounds, which is a punch of 700 to 800 kilograms. Even his peak punching power does not exceed 1 meter. However, this punching machine is of the first secret level. It stands to reason that no one in the world can blow it up. It is absolutely safe and sufficient. Holy shit. The bodybuilders who realized what this meant were confused. Call it awesome. This is too outrageous. Could it be possible that when I casually strolled around the gym, I saw a hidden real-world boxing champion? Hiss. If I read it right, this is Yi Shinhao. When he beat up the Muay Thai champion Sa Tan, I thought he had some hidden agenda, but now I'm convinced. This punch is so dense. Even a buffalo can't bear being beaten with such force, right? Haha, just when sure Sanada was trying to show off, a real boxing champion showed up. This is such a slap in the face. There were more and more exclamations. Finally, Shi Jintian, who was walking at the front and was feeling proud, also stopped and looked at Yi Yang. Jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he felt a little sour in his heart. In this museum, not allow people who are better than me to exist. Yi Yang just wanted to test his punching power at random, but he never expected that he would be so awesome that he could blow up the punching machine with a casual blow. At this time it attracted huge attention, and he shrugged helplessly. Maybe this is the aura of being a born protagonist. No matter where you go, you always become the center of attention. Even the girl Sure Sanada had been paying attention to before was looking at Yi Yang with dazzling eyes at this moment. She, Qing Kellen, had just returned from studying abroad. Her family was rich and she had high standards. Ordinary men could not catch her eye at all. Naturally, she is not interested in a guy like Sure Sanada who only thinks about growing muscles. Yi Yang is not only handsome, but also can do things beyond human limits at will. No matter how you look at it, he is extremely extraordinary. Such a person, no matter where he goes, no matter who he is, it is hard not to notice him. Shi Jintian obviously noticed Qing Kellen's gaze, and the jealousy in his heart rose more and more. Hey! Boy, you are awesome. Shi Jintian looked at Yi Yang and walked up. Generally awesome. Yi Yang looked at Shi Jintian indifferently. This kind of person has a simple brain and well-developed limbs. You can tell what he is thinking at a glance. You are really rude. Shi Jintian's teeth creaked, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. How about it? The gym is holding a fitness competition now. Do you want to compete? Hiss, this. The fitness champion directly challenged? It seems to be exciting. Just when everyone was chattering, Yi Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand. You are too weak, and I don't have the interest to compete. You. Shi Jintian was about to get angry, but he suppressed it. Brother, the fitness champion in our gym every year has a prize of 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Don't you want to compete with me for so much money? Yi Yang said in surprise. 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, is it called money? Everyone present widened their eyes. Oh my God, this is too Versailles. Rich man. Awesome, when can I say such words? First update. Hiss. Sure Santian was so angry that his teeth itched and his fists clenched, but there was nothing he could do against Yi Yang. I feel like you look down on me a little. Congratulations, it feels right. Yi Yang patted Shou shoulder and then walked over. Fuck. Shou was going crazy. How on earth can you compare with me? This is the first time he has seen Qin Kellen react to the opposite sex. If he can defeat the opposite sex that made him react, then it will definitely cause greater waves in her heart. In this way, maybe you can successfully pick up girls. Thinking like this, he also felt endless excitement in his heart. Yi Yang sighed and shrugged. I really don't understand how people like you are really so happy to be abused. You can torture me just by eating. I'm a bodybuilding champion. Shi Jintian said angrily, and then he became cruel and said directly, if I lose, I will just eat shit, so I'll leave it at the head office. Damn, brother. Shi is so cruel. Awesome. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had only seen people asking for food and drinks online, but this was the first time he had seen people asking for food in real life. I couldn't help but feel a little curious, so I couldn't help but laugh. Are you serious? A man of his words. Shou straightened his chest, frowned, and said calmly. The words have already been spoken, and it would be unmanly to swallow them back. Then if I lose, I'll give you 1 more year bonus. Yi Yang said casually. He is now the general owner of a national chain of gyms in Wales. Just give more bonuses to the fitness champions of your own branch. That's what it's all about. Hiss, the annual bonus is 280,000 yuan, are you serious? Shou Santian was startled by Yi Yang's atmosphere. Quickly compare. Yi Yang waved his hand, it's up to you two. Choose the project. Then I'll make the decision, and I won't be polite. Shou sneered. Fitness also has different focuses. Some focus on arm strength, some focus on core abdominal strength, and some focus on leg strength. Different emphasis. The final result is that people will be good at different fitness movements. And what he is best at is doing push-ups. How about we do Russian push-ups? Shou raised his head with great confidence, looking extremely proud. Sure. Yi Yang casually spread his hands. You really dare to agree? Shou curled his lips. Russian push-ups are almost universally recognized as the most difficult push-ups. This kind of exercise is a mixture of ordinary push-ups, acrobatics, and gymnastics. It is extremely technical and has extremely high entry requirements. It cannot be done simply by having high physical fitness. If you don't do special exercises, you won't even be able to do the basics of getting up. And in order to pretend to be cool and win over girls, he went through special Russian-style hell training. It can be said that there are only a handful of people in China who can match him in this aspect. He didn't believe that this kid, who had already worked hard on his boxing strength, could still be very accomplished in Russian push-ups. Start now? Yi Yang asked lightly. Do you have any knowledge about fitness? This is a Russian push-up. If you start doing it without warming up, you probably don't know how to write the word suicide. Shou retorted. Then you warm it up first, and I'll start. Yi Yang shrugged, walked directly to the parallel bars in front of him, propped up his body with both hands, and then stood with his legs side by side, parallel to the ground. Standard Russian push-up position. Damn it. This is like meeting a real master. This is so skillful. This core strength and arm strength are amazing. I'm going to go. I haven't even warmed up yet, so I'm going to go directly to Russia. F***CK. Awesome. As expected of Yi. Haha, just pretend to be awesome. If you can. Hold on for more than 20 seconds, you are considered awesome. Shou curled his lips. The world record for this push-up is now only 45 seconds. Domestic fitness gurus can do it for up to 40 seconds. This is all under the premise of sufficient warm-up exercise. With this kind of hard steel, even a fitness guru might not be able to hold it for more than 20 seconds. While he was warming up, he looked toward Jiangjing, ready to laugh at the opponent at any time. He had a smile on his face, ready to laugh at any moment. However, soon, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. It had been more than 20 seconds since he finished his set of movements. It took me more than 20 seconds to hit him hard. A few strands of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is such a great person. He can't hold it anymore right away. Right now, oh my God. He finished another set of warm-up exercises, and the time was approaching 40 seconds. Damn it. It's fake. This is impossible. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is almost close to the world record level. The sounds of exclamation also sounded continuously around. Obviously, everyone who comes here knows about fitness, and this is a huge shock. Depend on. Before he finished the third set of movements, Shou became desperate. It has been a minute, and Jiangjing is still as steady as a sculpture, not shaking at all. Is he still a human? Break the world record again. Oh my God. This is too strong. The record has been raised by half? It's not over yet. Can it last longer? The audience around him were all worried for Jiangjing, and at the same time shocked by this terrifying power. However, Jiangjing himself was extremely relaxed. His physical fitness is now at the level of a superhero, and this action is ultimately an action within the scope of ordinary people. For him, this is no different from standing peacefully. It's effortless for him to do it. For an hour. Thinking about it this way, I can consider developing some new postures and actions with the maid. At night. As Jiangjing thought about it, he thought about it and thought about it. He didn't pay attention to the passage of time for a while. It wasn't until the exclamations around him that he came back to his senses. It's already 90 seconds. It's twice the world record. This. It's simply shocking. Jiangjing looked at the boy whose mind had long drifted away and who knew what he was thinking. For the first time in her life, she felt that a man could be so charming. Ahem, I was distracted. Jiangjing laughed and tilted his head to look. That shit is so sweet. Haha, I guess you scared it away, right? What's the point of this competition? As early as when Jiangjing was distracted, Shou slipped away on the pretext of going to the toilet. Before the competition, he knew that he couldn't win at all. Because he could only do 30 seconds at best. Don't you want to show off your ability to eat aioli goo? The opponent ran away, and Jiangjing was too lazy to do it anymore. He did a front flip and landed steadily with some strength. Left. The whole audience was silent at this moment. 100 seconds. A full 100 seconds. Second update. Even Jiangjing covered her mouth. How could she not see that Jiangjing still had a lot of remaining energy that he had not used just now? I just don't want to do it. Such a man is too strong. If this kind of core strength is used to do things between men and women, wouldn't it be? How could you even think about such a thing? She sighed in embarrassment. She had never thought about Such a thing in 20 years, but when she saw this man, she couldn't help but think about it. It's really hard to see through. Jean Kellen blinked. She was completely indifferent to men who could see through him at a glance, but she felt an attraction to this kind of person who she couldn't understand at all. He was different from everyone she had met before. Hi. Hello. My name is Jean Kellen. After thinking about it, she walked forward unconsciously and took the initiative to shake hands and say hello. Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at the little beauty in front of him. She was 1.7 meters tall and her fitness clothes perfectly outlined her golden proportions. His eyebrows are like stars and he is very energetic. The skin is better than snow, which makes people want to play with it. In terms of appearance, even though Yi Yang has seen so many beauties, the one in front of him is enough to rank in the top 10. You are so good at fitness. I just joined this gym in the past 2 days. I would like to ask you about fitness. Do you have time? Jean Kellen rolled up his ponytail and said with a refreshing smile. Actually, I just came to this gym. Yi Yang shrugged. This gym was indeed acquired 2 days ago. Hee hee, little brother, don't be modest. Jean Kellen clicked his chin, then. I want you to be my fitness coach. It doesn't have to be very frequent, I just need you to come and teach me when you have time, okay? My charges are very expensive. Yi Yang smiled. I know you're not short of money. Jean Kellen thought for a while, then, 100,000 Chinese coins an hour, okay? Yi Yang looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. For a financial tycoon like himself, a salary of 100,000 an hour was not attractive. But this girl is obviously not a descendant of an ordinary family. Mo Jingjing, a daughter of the Mo group whose family has hundreds of billions in wealth, only has a few 100,000 in pocket money a month. Of course, this has a lot to do with Mo Dongshan's educational philosophy. For example, Wang Xilin is more spoiled with his son, and will give him 18 million in pocket money whenever he has nothing to do. This girl is richer and richer than Mo Jingjing. She turns out to be a little rich woman. Yi Yang teased. Harm. It's just an ordinary family. Seeing Yi Yang's change of attitude, Jean Kellen felt that it was funny and asked repeatedly, how is it? Little brother agrees. Yi Yang shrugged. Anyway, he could come whenever he had time. There were no restrictions. He could also play sports with the little beauty, and it was the little beauty who gave him money. She even paid for the opening fee. With such a good thing, why not? Agree? Great. Then, little brother, you agree. Then let's start doing it now. Jean Kellen said repeatedly. Huh? What to do? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Of course it's a two-person sport. Is it possible that you also want to do a multi-person sport? Jean Kellen touched his chin and looked at Yi Yang. Ahem. Yi Yang was convinced. This girl drove faster than him. So, what do you want to learn first? Just practice pull-ups first. Jean Kellen looked around and walked to the horizontal bar. Pull-ups. The main exercise is the muscles of the upper limbs. At the same time, it requires sufficient strength of the upper limbs, waist and abdominal muscles, arm grip, and back strength. The final effect is to tighten the core, and then exert force on the back and arms, thus drive your body upward. Yi Yang said nonsense. He knows a lot about sports, but not much about fitness. But he has. All-around sports, and gymnastics is also one of the Olympic events, so he also knows the relevant knowledge of gymnastics. Therefore, some terminology can be explained roughly. Qin Kellen was stunned by Yi Yang, and said starry-eyed, "I didn't expect Yi Yang to be so professional." "Okay, after doing the warm-up exercises, let's get started." Yi Yang put his hands on Qin Kellen's lower abdomen, and there was a soft feeling on his hands. No wonder so many people want to be fitness instructors, it's so easy to get started. Yi Yang couldn't help but complain. "Your hands are so strong and comfortable." Qin Kellen felt the heat coming from his lower abdomen and said enjoying it very much. "Well done." Yi Yang held Qin Kellen's lower abdomen, up and down. "I feel so relaxed." Qin Kellen always felt that it was not so easy for him to do pull-ups. She tried to let go, but her body was still moving up and down. "Hey, feelings, you're treating me like a barbell here to practice arm strength," she complained. "Haha, you are so light. You only weigh about 100 pounds. Yi Yang smiled. Girls are very happy when they are praised for their light weight. What's more, being praised by a handsome guy like Yi Yang. Well, you're pretty good at talking. Sweet scene here. It was quickly recorded by Shou Jintian's younger brother, and then he secretly ran to the toilet to find Shou Jintian. Shou Jintian had lost face long ago, and he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He hid in the toilet and dared not come out. He was afraid that those onlookers would make him eat shit. If it was posted online again, he would be really screwed. Da-da. The younger brother knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Shou Jintian was startled. "Me. Brother." "Sure, open the door." The door opened a crack, and after confirming that there was no one behind the younger brother, he let him in. In a toilet, two big men squeezed together. "Hee hee, this is the sequel you asked me to shoot." The younger brother showed the video to Shou Jintian. Fuck. At first glance, Shou Jintian was furious. The scene he least wanted to see happened. The goddess he liked actually took the initiative to find Yi Yang to be a fitness coach, and asked him to hold her waist and move up and down. This scene made Shou Jintian so angry that he felt his blood boiling and his hair stood on end. Damn it. This is too much. Shou Jintian shouted angrily, not caring whether anyone would force him to eat shit, and rushed out of the door directly. Brother Shou, where are you going? The younger brother asked repeatedly. Find someone to deal with this kid. Shou Jintian waved his hand and walked away. Sports hall. Now they are practicing push-ups. Yi Yang held Qin Kellen's waist with his hands and squatted on both sides. Every time Qin Kellen raised her waist, she would hit Yi Yang's bottom. It made her face red, excited and shy. It was her first time to have such close contact with the opposite sex. First update. Hey! What are you doing? Stop. A shout came from behind. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and turned around to look. He saw Shou Jintian and a middle-aged woman in black and white uniforms coming over. The woman's eyebrows flashed with pride, and her arrogant look made people feel a little disgusted. But looking down, she had a good figure. According to an ancient Chinese, her breasts were so big that they could not be held in one hand. Looking at the nameplate on her chest, she should be a member of the management of the Welsh Fitness Centre. Judging From the color of the nameplate, her level should not be low. After all, it is a yellow nameplate. What the hell are you doing? It's shameful. It's immoral. The woman's chest trembled and she shouted angrily. Exercise, if your eyes are fine, you should be able to see it, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows lightly. Haha, I clearly saw you molesting a girl. The woman sneered, people like you will be blacklisted by our gym and permanently expelled from the gym. You will never be able to step into the gym again. What's going on? The customers around the gym gathered around. They all felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Isn't this manager Liu? She's here. I heard that she is Shou Jintian's mistress. I don't know if it's true or not. Is the lover losing and running out to stand up for the lover? Haha. This is too funny. Hey. Shou Jintian, are you still eating shit or not? Shou Jintian's face changed, and he subconsciously hid behind the woman. Haha, the fitness champion is scared. Why is he hiding behind a woman? Seeing her lover being humiliated, Lu Yan was furious. You are still smiling. I warn you, you will be on our blacklist soon. If you don't get out now, I will ask the security to get you out. Really? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said coldly, do you usually talk to customers like this? I only talk to filthy trash like you like this. Lu Yan shouted angrily. Oh, then these fitness coaches, I think what I do is no different. Should they all be expelled from the gym? Yi Yang spread his hands. Hey, can you be the same as them? Lu Yan blushed and was a little embarrassed. They all have professional fitness coach licenses, do you? You are not even a gym member, right? I am indeed not a member. But Yi Yang was about to reveal his identity. Lu Yan sneered, haha, I am dying of laughter. You are not even a member, but you want to take the job of a fitness coach. You also cheated young girls and took their money. I will sue you for fraud, believe it or not. Yi Yang turned around and just wanted to let the girl express her opinion, but found that Qin Kellen had disappeared. He was stunned. What you did is totally against the rules of Wales, get out of here. Lu Yan became more and more confident as she spoke. How come I don't know that Wales has such rules? You set them yourself? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, I am the manager, I am the rules. Lu Yan puffed out her chest and sneered. TSK. Yi Yang's face suddenly turned cold. Under his assets, there was actually such a manager. How could this be? Make way, make way. Just when he was about to ask Lu Yan to resign and get out of Wales, there was another noise from behind. Oh? Shou Jintian looked back and saw that it was his goddess who came over with a group of people. Hiss. Lu Yan looked carefully and found that something was wrong. The leader was none other than the director of the Magic City branch headquarters, Bai Muji. Director. She did not dare to hesitate and bowed repeatedly. What's going on? You are making so much noise that the Black Gold members came to me directly. How can you be a manager? If you can't be a manager, don't be one. Bai Muji criticized Lu Yan severely as soon as they met. He knew who Qin Kellen was. This girl has a terrifying background. The Qin Group in her family focuses on the cross-border trade industry and has several international-level super-large companies under its name. Listed on the Nasdaq in the United States, the scale of the entire group is now close to $300 billion US dollars. Boss Jean had specially greeted him before and asked him to take good care of his precious daughter. So, when Jean Kellen appeared today, he panicked. The entire Welsh chain of gyms tied together is not as good as a finger of the group behind her. If this rich girl gets upset here, he might end up in the end of his position. He hurried over and saw Lu Yan yelling here. He was so angry that he started to scold her. Lu Yan was confused by the scolding and stood there in a daze. Although she felt wronged, she didn't dare to say anything. Director, it's this young man who molested the girl. As a manager, I have to take care of it. What young man? Bai Muji turned his head and saw Yi Yang. Huh? Why do you look familiar? Take another look. Damn. Fuck. He didn't dare to lose his temper anymore. A smile broke out on his face, and he came over. Boss Yi, why are you here? Oh my, you said you didn't notify us in advance so that our branch could hold a grand welcome ceremony, or something. You see, I haven't prepared anything. No need, I'm just here to experience fitness as an ordinary tourist today. Yi Yang said lightly. Ah. Ah. Bai Muji breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that today's experience is not good. Yi Yang said coldly, with an expressionless face. Ah, this. Bai Muji broke out in a cold sweat instantly. No matter how high Miss Jean Kellen's status was, it indirectly affected his path to promotion, and this person was his immediate superior. With just one sentence, he could lose everything. How could he not be afraid? Hiss. Wow. I actually witnessed a plot that only appears in novels about super rich people. Too awesome. This Mr. Yi is actually the director of Wales? And he looks like an absolute big director. Otherwise, Bai Muji wouldn't be so scared. This is too cool. Haha. Lu Yan is completely screwed. The gym members around were all exclaiming and talking. Jean Kellen also blinked and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. I originally wanted to bring out a gym director to suppress Lu Yan's prestige, but the gym director I found actually called Yi Yang the boss. God damn it. It turns out that the big boss is right next to me. I should have known not to go around in such a troublesome way. Lu Yan's face turned pale, and she retreated in disbelief. Obviously, she knew very well that she had offended the director, and it would be difficult for her to leave with dignity today. Second update. Is this the young man who molested the girl you mentioned? Bai Muji turned around and looked at Lu Yan with a gloomy face. This. Lu Yan was speechless and felt that she was finished. Tell me what to do about this matter. Bai Muji said coldly. You maliciously tampered with the library regulations, slandered the chief curator for misconduct, and even made threats. Your behavior is simply a shame for the Welsh Magic City branch. Lu Yan turned around and looked at Shou, motioning him to say a few words quickly to share the blame for her. However, who would have thought that Shou had already hidden away? He whistled and looked up at the sky, as if he didn't know her at all. This. Lu Yan looked at this scene in disbelief and took a breath of cold air. Shou. Say something, Shou. What am I saying? I don't know you. Shou turned around and was about to leave. You can't just pull out Wuching like this. Lu Yan was anxious. She thought Shou really loved her. He was so good at saying sweet words in bed, but when it came to The point, he just pretended to be a coward and wanted to break up with her and run away. Damn it. It's confirmed. There's a green grassland on Lu Yan's husband's head. Ha ha ha, as expected, there is an affair between these two. I said anything when I was anxious. Shou is a scumbag. He uses the name of a fitness champion to coax little girls around in the gym. After sleeping with them, he pretends not to know them. I don't know how many blind little girls have been harmed by him. But some women know what kind of person he is and still get close to him. That means they are just looking for excitement. They are not good people either. Lu Yan is still useful to him, so he has been maintaining the relationship. Lu Yan didn't really believe the sweet words. She doesn't trust her husband who spends so much money and energy on her. She believes the words of a man who has never given her anything and only takes advantage of her body. This kind of woman must have a bubble in her brain. I am dying of laughter. This is retribution. That's right. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. Shou denied it. Don't think I don't know. You have been in love with so many girls in the museum, and I believed your lies every time. I believe that you can be devoted to me, so that I can quickly abandon my rubbish husband and follow you wholeheartedly. But you treat me like this. Lu Yan said in disbelief. Fuck, where does this bitch get the nerve to be so self-touched? I'm dying of laughter. Some women have done all kinds of unscrupulous things, but they still think they have touched the world, and can even say, you lost a leg, but I lost my love. Such shameless words. Who doesn't want to only care about their own feelings? Damn it. Such people completely ignore objectivity, have no respect at all, and take this kind of thinking as pride, which is worse than a beast. For a while, Lu Yan, who was about to cry because of her self-touching, began to mock her. This Shou is a beast, and this woman is worse than a beast. Shou face turned pale and blue, and today was completely over. He failed to pick up girls, his reputation collapsed, and he had to give up the rich woman he finally hooked up with. I can't make it anymore. Haha, you two have done such a huge harm to the reputation of our museum, and even offended the general director. As the person in charge of the Magic City branch, I want to express my deepest apologies to the members and the general director present. It was my negligence that allowed this dirty scene to happen in our venue. But the main reason is that you two shameless dogs and bitches. Shou, you have 3 days to return all the bonuses that our museum has given you before. Otherwise, we will sue you for the damages caused to the reputation of our museum. In addition, we will contact the girls you have cheated and formally sue you. You should have a rough idea of the final result. Bai Muji said in a cold voice. Plop. Shou fell to the ground. He has spent all the bonuses of the past 2 years. If he returns it within 3 days, he will have to sell his car directly, and he will have nowhere to go after he is in debt. The most terrible thing is the prosecution. If he is really accused of something, he will go to jail. Which Jim will dare to use him as a signboard in the future? He has no ability except the gym. If he can't get into the gym, then his future life will be miserable. As for you, Lu Yan, as the manager of the branch, you have made such a despicable affair. From now on, you will be dismissed from all positions. I will inform your family of today's events truthfully. In addition, this gym will sue you for reputation loss compensation. This lawsuit has no end until you lose the case. Muji was obviously furious, and the way he handled it was extremely cruel, hitting the two people's weak points everywhere. Obviously, he wanted to kill these two people. You. How can you do this? I'm pursuing true love. Lu Yan said indignantly, you only lost some reputation and face, but I lost love. Your love has nothing to do with me. A trace of deep disgust appeared on Muji's face, treating cheating and excitement as love. Cuckolding your husband is a matter of course and justified. You ignore other people's feelings and thoughts. You don't respect basic human ethics and morality, and you do everything you can to be selfish. Your IQ is simply inferior to that of a dog in heat. You. Lu Yan was so angry that she jumped up and down. She still feels that she's absolutely right. Maybe only when all these results fall into reality and make her feel the pain can she wake up a little bit. However, Yi Yang and others were obviously not in the mood to watch her dance. With a wave of his hand, several security guards came over, took the woman and threw her into the trash can outside the door. Shou Sanada, who was in a state of despair, was also thrown into a trash can. It can be said that they are a pair of garbage can Mandarin ducks. The commotion caused by this incident lasted for a long time before gradually subsided. Many people posted Lu Yan's confident appearance on the internet. It triggered a fierce war between a bunch of venomous women and straight men. Qin Kellen came to Yi Yang with his hands behind his back and a meaningful smile. Brother, I didn't expect that you are actually the chairman of Wales. You are young and promising. It's just so. Compared with you, a wealthy lady who hires a fitness coach every hour, it's still much worse. Yi Yang laughed and smiled carelessly. First update. Oh. Wales is the #1 gym chain in China, with a valuation of more than 4 billion. I don't have that kind of money, Qin Kellen said with envious eyes. After all, she's just the second generation of rich people. Even if her family treats her well, they cannot give her billions or billions. Only those who truly have assets and careers in their own hands are truly rich and are bosses. And Yi Yang is so young and already has billions of assets. How could I not make her feel amazing? I've been exercising for so long and I'm tired. Let's go have a meal later. It just so happens that I have a sister who just came back from abroad. She has a boyfriend. I'll blame myself for being bored. Qin Kellen's eyes flashed. And he said hintingly. Well. Yi Yang rubbed his chin. Little brother. Just come with me. How about inviting you out to watch a movie later? Qin Kellen chuckled. Yi Yang shrugged. The beautiful woman took the initiative to invite her to dinner. Wouldn't it be too unkind to refuse? Okay. He smiled lightly. Let's go. Little brother, you are so good. Qin Kellen smiled sweetly, followed Yi Yang to the garage, and pointed to the parking space next to him. I drive this pink Lexus LFA. Ah. Yi Yang scratched his head. This car was too girly. It would feel a bit inconsistent to ride in this car for a while. Mr. Coach? Qin Kellen blinked. Why don't you take my car? I'm also very good at driving. I'll make sure to get you to your seat comfortably, little brother. Ahem, my driving skills may be better, so you'd better take my car. Yi Yang pressed the car key. The Maserati MC33 made a loud noise. Wow! This is the latest Martha customized limited edition car. It costs more than 30 million yuan. It's much better than my toy car, which costs more than 6 million yuan. Qin Kellen praised, as expected of a young and promising coach, he is so heroic. Yi Yang laughed, if you like driving, you can go to my manor when you have time. There is a racing track and some good sports cars, such as Koenigsegg, Aston Martin 187, Lamborghini Silver Ghost, etc. Oh, by the way, there are also some special fitness equipment, which is much more fun than the popular fitness equipment in Wales. After playing, your whole body will feel very good. Qin Kellen blinked, even though she was a little stunned. This kind of configuration is not suitable for a small boss with a net worth of several billion in Shanghai. Could it be that this coach has a greater identity that she doesn't know about? How many billions of assets do you have at such a young age? Impossible. This manor should belong to his family. Thinking like this, the shock in Qin Kellen's heart was a little less. Okay. Then I will go to your manor to learn special exercise methods. Haha, okay, let's get in the car. Yi Yang opened the door of the Maserati MC33 in a gentlemanly manner, protected Qin Kellen's forehead and let her sit in the passenger seat. Miss, this. The bodyguards waiting outside looked at Qin Kellen with some embarrassment. Yi Yang is a stranger. The lady is in a car with a stranger, so why don't you feel uneasy? You don't have to follow me. This teacher of mine is a peerless expert who can explode the power of a punch with one punch. He will protect me. Qin Kellen waved his hand casually and closed the car door directly, locking out the bewildered bodyguards. Yi Yang also stepped on the accelerator, and the Maserati MC33 turned into a black shadow and drove out of the Welsh fitness area in a blink of an eye. Our Lady was kidnapped so easily. Damn it, get in the car and follow me. You are still here in a daze. Something will happen to the lady in a moment. Wait until Mr. Qin throws you into the Huangpu River. Oh, yes. Yes. Only then did a group of bodyguards react. They quickly got into the bodyguard car and followed him all the way. Yi Yang's driving skills were so good that he often fooled these bodyguards into losing their targets. If he didn't know the final destination, they would be beyond reach. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Auto e Mezzo Biomana restaurant. Yi Yang looked at the name of the restaurant and frowned. The name touched a bit of his knowledge blind spot. This is an Italian restaurant with a Michelin 3-star chef. The name is also Italian, so just call it Pamina's restaurant. Qin Kellen explained first understandingly. Do you still understand Italian? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. I studied there, so I studied art after all. Milan, Italy, is known as the art capital of the world, so I naturally want to study there. Qin Kellen smiled. Oh, Yi Yang suddenly realized. Before he could inquire more about this restaurant, the sound of parking cars came from behind. Da-da. The sound of high heels hitting the floor. Yi Yang looked back and felt a chill all over his body. This little girl, how should I put it? Good-looking, but not entirely good-looking. Originally, his foundation should be pretty good, but this outfit is just too weird. Half of his hair was shaved off, and the other half was made into a mohawk, like. Look. She had smoky makeup on her face, and her outfit had a noble, ragtag mix and match feel. She wore a pair of high heels on her feet, and the colors of her clothes and shoes were extremely bright. From a distance, people who didn't know her would think she was a large, colorful parrot. Shou Wen, how did you become like this? Qin Kellen covered her mouth, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although they both chose to study abroad in Italy, they went to different places and hardly met each other in the past 2 years. This is art. Also, don't call me Shou Wen, call me Wendy. I'm now a completely Italian woman. Wendy posed like a supermodel and raised her chin in a self-righteous and cool way. I say, Kellen, you've been studying abroad for 2 years, but you haven't learned the essence of art at all, and you still dress so rustically. Qin Kellen shook her head, not knowing what to say. Yi Yang's character of fighting against dissatisfaction certainly couldn't stand it, and he directly said, "What kind of dress are you wearing? You are like a non-mainstream shamat, and you still say Kellen is unsophisticated." Before in the gym, Qin Kellen was wearing sportswear, and when she came out, she changed her clothes, which was very tasteful. Yi Yang had to say that she was worthy of studying art. But the shamat smoky half-mohawk hair girl in front of him made him have to complain in his heart, she is worthy of studying art. As expected of Miss Kellen, she changed her car again. This car must be worth tens of millions. Wendy felt sour when she saw the Maserati MC33 behind Yi Yang. Her family conditions are not very good, with only tens of millions of assets, which is too ordinary in Shanghai, so she always feels a little inferior in front of Qin Kellen. Just thought she found a rich boyfriend and could compare with Qin Kellen. But she was compared again when they met. Second update. Is this your boyfriend? Wendy looked at Yi Yang. Just by looking at the appearance, he was much more handsome than the boyfriend he was looking for, and she suddenly felt even more unbalanced. Actually, he's my fitness coach. Qin Kellen pulled Yi Yang's arm. Although he said so, it seemed that the relationship was more than a fitness instructor and student. Yi Yang spread his hands and didn't explain much about this hint. He is here just to fill the scene for Qin Kellen. He can be regarded as the little rich woman's stand-in boyfriend. It would be bad to say too much. Although he has a crude look, he is really handsome. Wendy touched her chin. Colon. Your relationship doesn't look as simple as you said. Huh? Qin Kellen laughed and did not deny it. My dear, you walk quite fast. A foreign man with a top hat came up from behind. The man was also very avant-garde in his attire, and his clothes matched well with Wendy's. I didn't know he thought he was a circus employee. This is the boyfriend I was talking about. After Wendy saw her boyfriend, the imbalance in her heart improved a lot. Although her boyfriend is not as handsome as Yi Yang, he is definitely richer than him. After all, Yi Yang is just a fitness instructor. How much money can he have? He is probably the pretty boy who is attracted by Qin Kellen. What is there to envy? Charlie, it's so hard to park your stretched Maybach. Wendy sighed deliberately. Haha, there's no way. We can't park the extended car in the normal parking space, so we'll have to spend some time. Charlie spread his hands and said, pretending to be distressed. Yi Yang yawned boredly. According to Wendy's desire to show off her character, not to mention the model of the car, it was probably the most common model of the extended Maybach. You can buy this kind of car for 8 million, and the maids in their manor won't drive this mediocre car that doesn't even cost 8 million when they go out to buy groceries. Oh, my husband is the person in charge of Chateau Lafayette's branch in Shanghai, and he also bought this car. I just followed and enjoyed it. Wendy held Charlie's arm happily. It's really good. In fact, I forgot to mention it just now. This Maserati actually belongs to my fitness instructor. Jean Kellen suddenly remembered the previous topic, but she hadn't explained it clearly yet. Ah? The smile on Wendy's face suddenly faded. Didn't you say he is your fitness coach? Yes. But he is also the general director of a chain of gyms in Wales. The whole of Wales belongs to him. I asked him to be my fitness instructor, but he reluctantly agreed after offering a very high price. Jean Kellen smiled. Wendy was immediately stunned. Damn it, you hired a gym manager to be your fitness coach? Do you want to keep fit? Are you just greedy for other people's bodies? You are despicable. Although she was complaining crazily in her heart, Wendy could only keep a stiff smile on her face. After all, they are really awesome. If she complained, wouldn't it make her look jealous? Although I am really jealous. This is just great. My boyfriend is not as handsome as her, and he seems to have about the same amount of money as her, so he is being compared. She felt extremely depressed. Fortunately, the venue she chose today was carefully chosen by her. It was a home ground where she and her boyfriend could show off. Next is when the real drama begins. Okay, let's go in and eat. We're all hungry. Jean Kellen smiled and shook his head. This sister just likes to be competitive. She is used to it. She can naturally see Wendy's little thoughts. But she doesn't care too much. After all, she had no intention of competing with Wendy. Because there is really no comparison. Went into Pamina's restaurant. The furnishings inside are very beautiful. And it has a different kind of low-key elegance. The style here is pretty good, very Italian. Coming here feels like going home. Wendy nodded with satisfaction. Yi. Yang frowned, feeling a little unhappy. This woman really thought of herself as an Italian. He even forgot where his ancestors lived. Is this what is called art? Brainwashing art? The seat Charlie booked was very good. It was by the window. From here, you can see the beautiful scenery of the entire Bund. When the lights first came on, the bright lights of the Bund set off the low-key luxury indoors, giving it a unique flavor. Otto e Mezzo. Biomana is also a very famous restaurant in Shanghai. In addition to Ziguang Pavilion under Yi Yang's name, this is the next one. The customers in the restaurant may be of high status, or they may be fake socialites who come to take photos and check in. The table next to Yi Yang is one of them. After ordering a table of cheap and exquisite dishes, a few people lined up and took pictures of the concave shape. Yi Yang was tired of seeing photos like this before he went to college. At first glance, he looked like a boring and sweet money-worshipping girl. Would any normal person really look at these photos and think about this woman's life? Or is it purely to package yourself so that you can find a chicken farmer? Although he looked down upon this phenomenon, the other party didn't take the initiative to provoke him, so he naturally didn't bother to take care of it. Pappardelle with braised lamb, truffle caviar. Italian beef tongue risotto. Charlie was obviously very familiar with the menu here, and he quickly finished ordering his meal. As for the wine, I brought it myself. Charlie carefully took out 2 bottles of Lafayette packaged in fragrant wood boxes from his backpack. These 2 bottles, one is a 59-year-old Lafayette and the other is a 1986-year-old They are very precious and difficult to see on the market. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, Chateau Lafite was also one of his properties. So, I also know a little bit about wine. 59 and 86 are indeed two vintages with good reviews. As for the 1982, although the reviews are very good, most of its prices are the result of hype and commercial speculation. The two bottles of wine together are worth about 60,000 to 70,000 Chinese coins. It's barely enough to taste. Italian food is more comfortable to eat. I don't like Chinese food. Haha, it's too greasy. As Wendy spoke, she looked at Charlie with an unabashed admiration for foreign countries. Charlie also seemed to enjoy this feeling, alas. In fact, I am not willing to be the person in charge in China. Italy is more artistic, and the culture here is really poor. Jean Kellen frowned, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable. How could this sister have been brainwashed like this after only 2 years abroad? Just as he was about to give her some advice, Yi Yang suddenly burst out laughing. Puff. Chinese culture is poor? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Charlie. I think your time in China is really in vain. But Italy is really rich in culture. In the past 100 years, they have been studying the art of killing animals. Right? You. Charlie frowned, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. First update, finally, I've broken the 500th chapter. Why don't you all reward me 3 times in a row to celebrate? Haha. As a company member of Chateau Lafite in the Magic City area. All these years, people have begged him to buy drinks. How could they dare to treat him with such a look? In his heart, everyone in China thinks that foreign things are good. If all the rich in China want to prove that they are rich, they basically have to buy some foreign luxury goods to prove their identity. Lafite red wine is one of them. Chateau Lafite only produces hundreds of thousands of bottles every year, which is not enough for the total number of people in China who want to buy Lafite, let alone supplying and selling to other countries. Therefore, in China, basically all the customers he met were begging him to buy wine. If you are used to being proud, you will naturally not be humble enough to learn the local culture and etiquette. He was stunned when he was suddenly slapped so harshly. Hey, Kellen, what your boyfriend says is too unpleasant. It's so rude. Wendy said angrily. Jean Kellen shook his head. It's obvious that you were the first to make the rude remarks. As my sister, I have a piece of advice to give you. You can't have such double standards as a human being. What double standards are there? Culture means backwardness. Did I say it wrong? Wendy was dissatisfied. Of course you are wrong, very wrong. Yi Yang looked at Wendy lightly. What the hell are you wearing? Art and aesthetics are things that everyone has their own vision. Why should you define what is trendy and what is unfashionable? To be honest, the buried love family killing mat suit you are wearing was not worn like this in China 20 years ago. In my eyes, your outfit is extremely ugly. But at least I know that everyone is different, and I won't hurt others with my words. Let alone demean a country's culture. You haven't even learned the basics of respect and tolerance. Are you still talking about culture? About art? What did you learn when you went abroad? I think you've only learned to be arrogant. You've learned to be blind and arrogant. You've learned to forget your true origins. Am I right? Yi Yang's words were directly outputted in a series, leaving Wendy stunned. You can't beat a man by talking to yourself. You. You. Anyway, you are barbaric. You are backward. You are just soil. Wendy knew she was in the wrong, but for people like her, even if she knew the other party was right, she would not admit it and directly launch a riot. Yi Yang shrugged. This kind of shrew is hopeless. She has been too brainwashed. Seeing Yi Yang directly despising herself, Wendy became angrier the more she thought about it. How dare you, a Chinese, despise my noble art? After saying that, he wanted to splash Yi Yang with a wine bottle. However, with Yi Yang's skill, he naturally swatted the wine bottle away with a flick of his hand and shattered it on the far wall. The powerful force directly knocked Wendy down. She fell hard to the floor and screamed in pain. Husband, look at him. Husband, please say something, husband. Wendy asked Charlie for help again and again. Charlie's face was very gloomy. Do you know how much that bottle of wine costs? How dare you break it? Several people present were stunned. Hey! I was beaten. Are you actually feeling sorry for your bottle of wine? Wendy shouted in disbelief. Charlie completely ignored Wendy's meaning and became furious. You have no idea how difficult it is to make this wine. You know this is me. Halfway through his words, he swallowed his words again. He suddenly realized that if he continued to speak, he would reveal his secret. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Charlie felt that there was something wrong with this. The person in charge of the Chateau Lafite in the Magic City had assets of less than 1 billion. A bottle of 20,000 to 30,000 pieces of broken wine actually caused him such a big reaction. After sorting out his mood, Charlie finally recovered from the intense grief just now. Although he was aware of the gaffe just now, he could only try to recover now. Haha, you Chinese are lagging behind. After all, aren't you rushing to buy our wine every year? Because only our wine is art. This is proof that your Chinese culture is weak. Chinese wine culture has lasted for thousands of years. I am short-sighted and have never even heard of the history of liquor. I am bragging here and am not afraid of laughing to death. Yi Yang shook his head. As for buying Lafite, are there any problems for people in our country to buy wine from our own winery? What are you talking about? Lafite is clearly a French winery. It is a representative of European art. How come it has become your own Chinese wine? It will really put your face on the map. Charlie sneered and mocked. Oh? Yi Yang looked at Charlie meaningfully, suddenly laughed, and said from the passage, You are not the person in charge of Lafite in the Magic City of China, are you? You. Charlie was obviously panicked for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? You are talking nonsense. TSK. If you are the person in charge, why don't you even know that the current owner of Chateau Lafite is Chinese? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. He was a clown after a long relationship. It was a waste of expression. He sat back directly, no need to pretend anymore. Admit it earlier and apologize, and I will save you hundreds of millions of reputation damage. What are you saying? Charlie was still stubborn. Who do you think you are? You will soon find out who I am. Yi Yang dialed a number. The core of Chateau Lafite, France. Chateau Lafite's top executives are meeting to discuss next year's strategy. The only phone on the conference table rang. Many senior executives were moved. Only the real owner of Lafite Winery could call this number. That mysterious Chinese man is now the real owner of Lafite Winery. He finally showed up. The market value of Lafite Winery is not very high. After Yi Yang took over, he always asked Yu Momo to connect with him. Lafite Winery has been communicating with Yu Momo. It was the first time that Yi Yang called in person. All senior executives stood up solemnly. The senior executive at the main seat answered the phone and replied in Chinese that he had just learned. Hello. I am Yi Yang. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. It's really Mr. Yi. He straightened his back even more. Check the general manager of the winery in Huaxia, Magic City for me. If his name is not Charlie, let him take 2 bottles of wine and send them to the Auto e Mezzo Biomana restaurant as soon as possible. Yes. Although the purpose of the new owner was unclear, it was the first order given by the new owner himself, so how could they dare to neglect it? In less than half a minute, the information of Magic City was directly retrieved. Report to the boss. The person in charge of Magic City is called Mills. We have notified him to bring the best inventory to your restaurant as soon as possible. That's it. Yi Yang turned off his phone casually and looked at Charlie with a smile. I have to say, your acting is very bad. Second update, /author has something to say, it's over 500 chapters, update early today, haha. What are you talking about? Charlie shouted angrily, his whole body was furious, and he began to become restless. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows indifferently, poured a glass of red wine at will, and tasted it lightly. You know best. What I said. You are not the person in charge of Lafite in the Magic City at all. You mean? It's not the case if you say it isn't. Charlie sneered, you're still on the phone, pretending to be the same. This. Wendy, who was struggling to get up, looked left and right, and asked suspiciously, Charlie, why did he say that? Obviously, Charlie's first reaction of not protecting her just now made her have some doubts. Wendy, don't believe him. He's just talking nonsense. Charlie kept saying, rolling his eyes, could it be possible that the extended version of the Maybach is fake? You can't deny me just because of this person's words. Wendy nodded slightly suspiciously, but no matter what, the shame could not be thrown in front of Qin Kellen. Even if she had doubts in her heart, she would go home and talk about it. At this time, she had to defend Charlie, whether it was for her own face or to take revenge on the man who dared to be rough with her. Even if Charlie is really not the person in charge of Magic City. It doesn't matter now. That's right. The Maybach costs more than 10 million. It can't be fake, right? Wendy sneered. Whether it is true or not, we will know soon. Yi Yang ate steak and stewed mutton casually. Qin Kellen looked at Wendy and Yi Yang, and he was more inclined to believe Yi Yang's words. How could a handsome guy lie? Of course, the main reason is because Yi Yang looks very reliable. Charlie's hands were trembling slightly. Haha, you are just talking nonsense. I don't have time to play games with a lunatic like you. After that, I wanted to leave. Wendy pursed her lips. After all, she still wanted to verify whether Charlie was the person in charge of Chateau Lafite. What are you afraid of? So what if you just wait for him for a while? Anyway, you are upright and not afraid of slanted shadows. If he can't prove that you are not true after a while, isn't it just a slap in the face? It just makes Colin see clearly that this is just a liar. That's okay. Charlie felt bitter and a little angry. Why didn't this woman open the pot and pick up the pot? But he didn't dare To get angry again, otherwise it would be too obvious and he would appear guilty. In this way, everyone present had their own thoughts. Charlie was troubled, anxious, and uneasy, but he was worried about Wendy seeing through it and still held on to a chance. Although Wendy didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Qin Kellen, she still wanted to see if she had been fooled. After all, with her network, she couldn't find anything of that level. Qin Kellen looked at all this with a smile. Wendy's performance just now made her unable to regard her as a sister anymore. Now she wanted to see where Yi Yang's abilities were. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was simply hungry. Not long after. A glass of red wine. That's enough. I can't stand your boring tricks anymore. The farce should end. Charlie slapped the table. The anxiety in his heart made him unable to sit down anymore. He stood up directly and prepared to walk out. Hello. A flash of disappointment flashed through Wendy's heart, and that bad feeling became stronger and stronger. However, Charlie had just reached the door. The restaurant door opened. A group of people in suits and ties, who were in a hurry but had a strong temperament, rushed in directly. As soon as Charlie raised his head and saw the person who hit the head, his legs went weak, and his heart instantly felt cold. The visitor is none other than the general manager of Chateau Lafite, Mills. And anyone behind Mills is an executive from Chateau Lafite in Shanghai. His upper-level managers are all juniors in front of this group of people. Oh my God! This Chateau Lafite has almost everyone in the upper echelons of the Magic City. This guy made so many high-level officials arrive so quickly with just one phone call. This is too outrageous. He felt very outrageous and dreamy in his heart, and even felt lucky. He felt that this was just a coincidence. The appearance of these high-level officials had nothing to do with Yi Yang's phone call. At the end of the senior management, his immediate boss, manager N, lowered his head and followed with a somewhat fearful expression. Charlie, my God! Why are you here? Manager N frowned, feeling that something was starting to go wrong. Ahem, let's have dinner with my girlfriend. By the way, manager, what are you here for? Charlie inquired. I'm not sure. I heard that the owner of the village was eating here, so the person in charge quickly picked out 2 bottles of wine and brought a group of senior executives from the company to see him. Manager and said. It really doesn't matter. I scared myself. Charlie sighed. It turned out that he was meeting the owner of the village. I heard that this is the new owner of the Chinese chateau. This is the first time since he took over Chateau Lafite that he has made clear demands. The entire Chateau Lafite, from top to bottom, attaches great importance to this action. Manager and sighed and then said the same. China's new owner. Charlie, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt like he was out of breath again. Damn it. No way. Is it possible? Before he could figure it out, Mills, who was leading the group, had his eyes brightened and walked directly to a table near the window. Go. Charlie almost popped his eyes out. No way. The scene he least wanted to see happened right before his eyes. After confirming that Yi Yang's face was the same as the message sent by the headquarters, Mills immediately stood beside him respectfully and saluted, Master Yi Yang. Mills, the general manager of the Magic City region of Lafite Winery, salutes you. After this sentence, the whole audience was silent. The thoughts of all parties were stirred up by huge waves Charlie collapsed directly on the ground. It was over, everything was over. Not only was his girlfriend going to fly away, his job was also afraid that he would lose it, and maybe he would be ruined. This guy is really the new owner of Lafite Winery. Wendy's heart was extremely complicated. She couldn't accept this scene at all, and was about to collapse. Jean Kellen raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Yang in surprise. She thought of many possibilities, but the reality is the most outrageous one she could have imagined. This man is getting more and more mysterious. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Of course I brought them. When Mills mentioned the things he asked to bring on the phone, he laughed and handed over the wine box in his hand. These 2 bottles are the best Lafite wines in the Magic City area that I have permission to mobilize. One bottle is 1856, and the other is 1787. After saying this, all the distinguished guests who were paying attention to this place were petrified on the spot. First update. 1 bottle of 1856, 1 bottle of 1787. Damn, is this true or not? It's the legendary ancient vintage. No, Mills, he is indeed the general manager of Lafite Winery in the Magic City area, a real boss. There should be no problem with the reported vintage. Oh my god. All Lafite before 1950 is considered old vintage. All Lafite before 1900 is considered ancient vintage. These wines carry more than 100 years of time, not only their own value as famous wines, but also their historical significance. Every bottle of ancient vintage Lafite is an extremely rare treasure of Lafite Winery. It is rarely auctioned. After all, this kind of ancient wine is considered to be one less bottle. This treasure that carries time, history, and famous wine culture is almost used for collection by everyone, and rarely used for drinking. Once, Lafite in 1787 was auctioned at a super high price of £180,000. Converted into Chinese currency, this bottle is worth 1.6 or 7 million. These 2 bottles of ancient Lafite are estimated to be worth about 3 million together. When the VIPs present thought of this, they were sweating. Especially the fake socialites who were queuing up to take pictures at the table next to them. Their eyes were red with envy. They wanted to rush up and share Yi Yang's wine. This is simply a super rich man. If you catch such a rich man, you will have no worries about wealth and glory in your life. Such a collection, I am so honored to have the opportunity to admire it in real life today. The diners present all shook their heads and exclaimed. Most of them are high-income people with a certain status, but the consumption of Michelin restaurants is only a few thousand yuan per person. To put it bluntly, they are better than ordinary people, but only a little bit better. Seeing this kind of wine worth millions of dollars, they are naturally very excited. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Don't worry. Also, do you know this guy? He pointed to Charlie, who was lying on the ground not far away, and asked lightly. Mills frowned and looked at Charlie. He looks familiar, but not completely familiar. It seems that I have never seen him before. He said that he is the general manager of our winery in Shanghai. Yi Yang shrugged. He also talked to me about cultural superiority, belittled me, and attacked the lack of Chinese art. This. Mills panicked instantly. It turned out that this was the main purpose of the owner of the winery to come here in person. Damn it. He wanted to strangle Charlie to death. Why don't you pretend to be someone else to show off? You have to make him take the blame. If the boss hadn't been a little patient and checked with the headquarters, maybe he would be laid off for no reason. If this is true, who can he talk to about his grievances that are greater than Doi? Thinking of this, he glared angrily. Who knows this guy? He looked around and sneered. Just now when I came to the parking lot, I saw the company's Maybach car. This level of car is only available to senior executives. This guy is definitely from our company. The manager in charge of him, please come out quickly. Otherwise, when I find out for you, I won't talk to you nicely. Manager and trembled. Although he didn't want to admit it. He knew that the punishment would be more severe if he didn't admit it. He glared at Charlie fiercely and walked out of the queue trembling. I asked him to drive the car back to the company today. Who would have thought that this kid would take the car on his own initiative? Oh my God. I swear to Jesus, I absolutely don't know about this. It was all this damn Charlie who took the initiative. Please forgive me. Haha, you are still quibbling. It's because you neglected management. Don't even think about getting this year's bonus. Several other managers who have a competitive relationship came out to make up for it. Let's talk about his business when we get back. Now, we have to deal with this scum who directly provoked Mr. Manor Master. Mills looked at these managers fiercely. What time is it still to fight in the palace? Fighting in the palace in front of the Emperor, the Manor Master. Do you think you didn't die fast enough? If Yi Yang is unhappy, the entire Magic City will be responsible for the overall replacement of the company, which is not a big deal. All of them are brains eaten by dogs. Several managers trembled in fear, dared not speak, and vented their anger on Charlie. You are such a rubbish. Damn it. Anyway, he doesn't want his job anymore. I think we should also investigate his loss of the company's reputation and the crime of misappropriating company property for personal use and the crime of disrespecting the Manor Master. Even the crime of disrespecting our biggest customer, Huaxia. These managers, one after another, directly netted dozens of crimes for Charlie. Hearing this, Yi Yang almost gave a thumbs up and called him a good guy. Why don't these guys become lawyers? They are just geniuses at coming up with charges. If he were to pursue Charlie, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with these fancy charges. I've learned something. Haha, wait for the company to sue you. According to French law, you should be prepared to spend a long time in prison. All the managers sneered. Charlie was about to cry. He just wanted to show off. He actually kicked the iron plate that he couldn't afford to offend the most. It was amazing. Mr. Zhuangzhu, are you satisfied with our way of handling it? Mills rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. It's okay. Yi Yang's face was indifferent. Let's do it this way. Okay. Mills was relieved. He didn't care how Charlie died. As long as Mr. Zhuangzhu didn't raise Charlie's personal behavior today to the level of their Magic City branch, it would be fine. Charlie was desperate. A French prison, where is the place for people to stay? I'm afraid that after entering his butt will be in danger. Thinking about that horrible life, he felt that his life was bleak. In foreign prisons, homosexual rape is as common as daily life. Many people's butts are rotten after they come out. And he knew that his chances of winning were slim. After all, the outcome of lawsuits in Europe and the United States is likely to depend on which side has more financial resources. All right, throw him out. Let him pollute Mr. Zhuang's Eyes here. He has no sense at all. Mills waved his hands repeatedly, looked at Charlie with disgust, and then said, "Oh, right, right." Even without calling the security guards, these managers took action themselves and threw Charlie out. Mills glanced at the situation in the field and smiled sensibly. "Mr. Zhuang, if you have any instructions, please tell me. At any time, and we will not disturb your romantic dinner with your girlfriend on the scene." Second update.